speaking of the MCU universe, we're gonna have to go to their version of Civil War, which was a loose adaptation of the 2006 comic arc of the same name. In that comic, it's centered around the idea of pro versus anti-registration sides after a disaster that caused the death of many civilians. The film would center largely around the idea that there should be superhero accords, so kind of the same concept, but also detoured a bit onto Steve Rogers and his need to keep Bucky Barnes safe. That was a huge part of that movie. It was a lot of why he was anti-accord. It was. This film would culminate in the reveal, for Tony at least, that the Winter Soldier, aka the aforementioned Bucky Barnes, was the person who had killed his parents. This causes him to go off the deep end because he was not the most stable person in this movie. He would end up battling full out with the Winter Soldier and Captain America, and we would get actually an admittedly very cool fight scene where the two teamed up to take him down. This climactic battle would result in a moment that in my theater at least actually elicited audible gasps from the audience. It's the moment where at the end, Captain America brings down his shield right down the center of Iron Man's chest, right where his arc reactor used to be, which a few films earlier would have killed him, and even then leaves him there in the cold, in that hideout with no power. It was an intense moment. Defeated, and he lost his friends. I mean, although he had been imprisoning them, it was not the best look for Tony in either Civil War. This movie would divide fans into pro Iron Man and pro Cap camps for quite a while. Number 9, Original Sin, aka Original Retcons. This was a Marvel event from 2014, wherein it was revealed that there were secrets in the Marvel Universe, original sins, because we were playing upon the biblical allegory here. So, what was Iron Man's original sin? Well, it was revealed that he had tampered with the gamma bomb that had caused Bruce Banner to become the Hulk. And when Bruce figures this out, he is of course enraged. So he manages to get a hold of some extremist tech so that he can hold on to his Bruce Banner consciousness when he transforms into the Hulk, so that he can go and confront Tony properly. And confront him he does, taking out his Hulkbuster armor in literally one punch. Just one punch. He was the One Punch Man. Tony survives the fight by running away to get more armor. A loss or a strategic retreat? You decide. Number 8, Thor. After the comic book Civil War, a lot of heroes had some strong feelings towards Tony. I mean, Thor ended up being cloned by Reed in this arc. Just they needed a big, heavy muscle guy on their team, so they cloned Thor. Nobody likes being cloned without their consent. I mean, Tony was creating alternate dimension prisons. It was just not going well. After this, him and Thor would end up getting into it. And it's important to remember here that Thor is indeed a god, and Tony is a guy in some really souped up armor, which he actually has to remind Thor of because Thor is dismantling him so thoroughly, throwing him up into the air, ripping his mask off, just pieces coming off everywhere. He needs to be calmed down because that could have gone pretty intensely. He made his point though, and for many fans they felt it was a take that Tony moment, because after Civil War there was a lot of take that Tony, despite the fact that reviews said that the comic was balanced and nuanced, which I think if it had been, there wouldn't have been as much take that Tony. Number 7, Contest of Champions 2. Let them fight. There's something about that plot that just captures the imagination of fans. Just pitted together, normally on an island-style location, and forced to duke it out. Well, this happened in Contest of Champions 2, and Iron Man was pitted against mutant powerhouse Psylocke. Now, at first they were pretty evenly matched because her psychic attacks weren't really working on him because his armor could see through them, because she tried some psychological tricks. However, ultimately, because she had nanites inside of her, she was able to deliver this flurry of rapid-fire blows that were also backed up by her psionic abilities, and that took him out. If you're gonna use the Goku punch strategy, then, you know, the other person gotta be prepared, and sometimes your armor just can't take that, and this was one of those times.
Number 10, Batman gets punched out by Hal Jordan. Batman had a hard time getting along with the Green Lantern after his murderous incarnation as Parallax. The tension between these two came to a head in Green Lantern Rebirth, when Hal decides he's pretty much fed up with Batman's paranoia, and he just socks him one. A real mean right hook right to the jaw. Batman drops from the single blow, unconscious. Guy Gardner happens to be nearby, who Batman basically did the same thing to in Justice League number 5, just one shot, boom. He's pretty happy to see Batman get what's been coming to him. It's certainly not Batman's worst defeat by a pretty wide margin, but it's definitely a serious blow to Batman's pride as well as his face, since he's basically just been knocked out with a single punch from a regular human. Then again, Batman doesn't exactly have like superpowered endurance or anything, so it does make sense that he could be brought down in one punch. What really gets me going is if Batman was so paranoid, why didn't he see this punch coming? World's greatest detective gets blindsided?
And before we continue, guys, if you want to go ahead and give us a thumbs up on our video because it goes a long way for us here at the studio. And if you don't do it, we're gonna be really sad for like an entire year, so. Number 9, Jason Todd. A Death in the Family is a 4-part storyline written by Jim Starlin and published in 1988. And it's one of the biggest DC moments ever in comic history. This was a huge moment in the Bat story because we see the Joker beat the second coming of Robin, Jason Todd. And when I say he beats him, I mean he beats him like to death. Yeah, he gets a crowbar and then a bomb just to end it all off. And it's more than just a beating that's so horrible. The Joker also used Jason's birth mother. Yeah, he blackmailed her in order to get closer to Jason. And then of course the Joker killed her too. So this is a double whammy. All the defeats, all the feels, our hearts. And what's even crazier about this whole thing is that it was up to the fans to decide his fate. Yeah, this actually came to life thanks to the producers allowing the readers to decide what happens next. There was a 36-hour period with a number you could call and vote for if you wanted the Joker to kill Robin or not. And it was pretty close apparently, something like 72 votes a difference, which is wild. Some fans even admitted to calling in more than once. You know, they just really wanted him out of there, eh? And this was of course a blessing in disguise because it brought us the glorious Red Hood, who we can't help but love.
Number 8, Spider-Man vs. Mysterio. When Mysterio first appeared way back in 1964, he gave Spidey a real run for his money. In this story, reports of Spider-Man robbing different stores in the night are hitting the news. Pete becomes pretty worried and thinks maybe he's going crazy, committing crimes in his sleep or something. He even considers visiting a psychiatrist at one point, but decides against it, fearing that he might ruin his secret identity. Later, a costumed being calling himself Mysterio appears at the Daily Bugle and tells Jameson that he's a crime fighter and he's here to bring Spider-Man to justice. He vanishes in a puff of smoke, leaving a note telling JJ to publish a challenge for Spider-Man to meet Mysterio on the Brooklyn Bridge for a showdown. The battle that follows is a particularly bitter defeat for Spidey, as Mysterio uses his special effects expertise to counteract Spider-Man's webbing, causing it to melt, and messes with his spider sense using a powerful mist that deadens the senses and reduces Spider-Man's reactions. Spidey is also blinded by the mist. Afterwards, Mysterio has a great photo op with Jameson, being hailed as a hero for taking on the menace of Spider-Man. Spidey uses this opportunity to hit Mysterio with a spider tracer and follows him back to his base to learn the truth behind Mysterio's evil ways, to eventually later defeat him.
Number 7, Batman, The Dark Knight Rises. Directed by, of course, Christopher Nolan, who had done the previous 2 installments, comes a pretty epic conclusion to the hit trilogy. Released in 2012, The Dark Knight Rises, as you guessed from the title alone, is about Batman rising up. But from where and why? Well, how about a broken back thanks to Bane, for starters? Yeah, this is 8 years after the Joker had a run-in with Gotham City. So now Batman has to return to take down Tom Hardy as he mumbles and frowns aggressively around town. So after Catwoman walked him into a 1v1 in the tunnels of Gotham, we get one of my favorite fight scenes from any superhero movie ever. And what I love about this scene the most is that there's no music the entire time. All you hear is Batman struggling to try and make a dent on this guy. And it makes it more realistic. There's no heroic music above that distracts you, it's just stressful. It's so stressful, I mean, you can see Bruce become more and more exhausted by the minute. Leaves you out of breath almost. And it all comes to a screeching halt when Bane picks up Bruce for one last blow, right to the spinal cord. Now, I know people give this movie a hard time, but seeing Batman get his ass kicked like this reminded me that it's not always the hero that gets the last punch.
Number 6, Wolverine, crushed by the Punisher. The Punisher and Wolverine are a couple of rusty nails, real tough guys who don't take any guff and ask questions after the whooping is done. As such, when these guys go toe-to-toe in Punisher number 17 in 2001, they get straight to wrecking each other after a very short truce. They're both on the hunt for a guy who's been killing mobsters and leaving severed legs behind. Wolverine suspects the Punisher, and of course, Punisher's prime suspect is Wolverine. These two guys have a pretty nasty showdown that does not end well for old Wolverine. Punisher literally shoots Logan's face off and then blasts him right between the legs with a machine gun. Wolverine is doubled over in pain on the ground, as you can imagine, and Punisher, realizing he can't really stop Wolverine just by hurting him, crushes Wolverine underneath a steamroller and parks it on Logan's head with just his hands sticking out. Some very effective work by the Punisher and a seriously humiliating defeat for Wolverine.
And number 5, Spider-Man and Kraven. We take a look now at Kraven's Last Hunt, published in 1987, and it has quite an interesting illustration on the front page. We see a dark suit Spider-Man crawling out of a grave covered in mud, and then in the background we read some alarming words on the tombstone, and it says, "Here lies Spider-Man." Huh, what? Okay, so this 5-part series, of course, as you would guess, centers around the death of Spider-Man in a way. But how does such a thing happen to old Sticky Pete? Well, Kraven is frustrated after his failed attempts to catch Spider-Man, so he comes up with this all-new plan that involves him shooting Spider-Man. So Kraven buries him, and even worse, he takes a Spider-Man suit and then takes his place in the world. So not only do you get defeated, but also replaced, adding insult to injury, literally. So then the new Spider-Man, our boy Kraven, now he roams in New York and brutally attacks criminals, including a group that was actually assaulting Mary Jane. So then 2 weeks later, Peter wakes up from the effects of the tranquilizer that Kraven used, and he digs himself out to freedom. Now, I've woken up late, maybe I've missed a class or two before, but I mean this is just a whole nother level of stress. So when Spider-Man confronts Kraven, Kraven gets defensive. He's like, "Oh, no, buddy, I'm the real deal now, I'm doing this. You go back to your little hole. I'm doing the Spider-Man thing now, alright? Get out of here, bucko." And then Kraven releases Vermin, who is just, a bundle of joy to hang out with. He attacks Peter thinking he was the same Spider-Man that had given him a beatdown before. And then Peter has to convince Vermin to cool our jets. Vermin is actually about to kill Peter until Kraven intervenes. I mean, talk about a messy 2 weeks, holy shit.
Number 4, Cyclops, Infinity War. Some of the heroes on this list got it pretty rough sometimes, and this defeat of Cyclops during the final battles in Infinity War is especially brutal. After Thanos had obtained the Infinity Gauntlet and performed his epic universe-altering snap, the remaining superheroes head off into space to battle against the Mad Titan. A lot of superheroes die, a testament to Thanos' epic power, but Cyclops suffers one of the worst deaths imaginable. Just as Cyclops uses one of his signature optic blasts, Thanos conjures an airtight, unbreakable cube around Cyclops' head, and, unable to use his blasts to free himself, Cyclops falls to the ground, suffocating in the cube. Captain America can't even break the cube open with a smash from his shield. A lot of the heroes who died in this event got it pretty quick. Even Cap is knocked out quickly with an epic backhand from Thanos that breaks his neck. This is a really tragic moment for all, but a super devastating defeat for Cyclops. I'm not even that big of a Cyclops fan, but the way this thing unfolded really made me feel for the guy.
Number 3, Magneto and Wolverine. Look, I bite my nails, alright, a lot. I can't even pull a hangnail some days, okay? I grab it, I count myself down, and then last minute I just bail. It's too spicy, I don't have enough willpower to do it. Now, I couldn't even imagine this next one, okay? I couldn't imagine if all of my bones got ripped out of my body at the same time. And that's exactly what happens to Wolverine when Magneto has had enough of his nonsense. So this all takes place during the Fatal Attractions event. Wolverine doesn't even have a chance to scream, apparently. The adamantium that bonded to his bones erupted outward like water bursting through a dam. That's how they put it. Ugh. And he's still breathing when this happens. I mean, if this isn't one of the worst things to go through, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, thankfully Xavier wiped Magneto's memory and then Wolverine was out of commission for a while. I mean, he had metal spikes sticking out of his body, so I don't think he's getting any grocery shopping done anytime soon.
Number 2, Superman gets beat by Alfred. Injustice, Gods Among Us had some pretty epic moments, like this crazy showdown between Batman and Superman that ends in a broken back for Batman. In this story, we visit an alternate DC universe in which Superman has gone mad and takes over the world as a dictator, after witnessing the destruction of Metropolis by the Joker and accidentally killing his pregnant wife. It's enough to drive anyone mad, really. Batman tries to stop Superman, eventually forming a rebellion against Superman's regime. Both are joined on either side by other heroes who share their feelings, and a superhero war rages on. Sometime after poor Batman has his back destroyed, Superman is confronted by Alfred, who has recently taken one of the superpowered pills Lex Luthor invented for Superman to use to create a superpowered army. What follows is an epic and totally unexpected beatdown as Alfred gets revenge for Batman, laying some serious blows on Superman with no remorse. Alfred cares deeply for Batman, and he really lets it show here, hammering Superman's head into the ground.
And number 1, Vision, Infinity War. Okay, so Patty D mentioned earlier a pretty brutal death from the Infinity War comic, but if you're not aware of the comic, maybe you'll remember this one from the movie. So the Russo brothers made what's arguably the best superhero film to date. I mean, all of these characters who led their own franchise crammed into one single movie, even popping some blood vessels in his face at the same time. He momentarily turns Drax and Mantis into silly string and flesh cubes, and he throws Gamora off of a cliff for the Soul Stone and stabs Iron Man, forcing Strange to hand over the Time Stone. But they save the best and most heartbreaking for last, the Mind Stone. The stone that is Vision. So after a last effort attempt of removing the stone in Wakanda, his lover, Wanda, Scarlet Witch, is forced to destroy it in order for Thanos not to get it. So while holding back Thanos this entire time, she has to kill her lover. She does so successfully, and we felt the pain. The theater sat silent as we tried to comprehend that this actually just happened. But then Thanos uses the most recent installment on his glizzy gauntlet, the Time Stone. He then brings Vision back to life in front of Wanda, grabs him by his neck as well, and then pulls the stone out, leaving Vision's lifeless and colorless body to plop on the ground. And what's crazy about this is that he wasn't even using another Infinity Stone to pull that out. He just digs through vibranium with raw strength and he plucks it out, again like a hangnail. Crazy.
Coming in at number 10, we have Don't Mess with Batman. It will always be somewhat of a mystery as to how Guy Gardner is able to hold on to his lantern ring. The dude is kind of rude and childish, but I will admit he has pulled off some pretty impressive things as a lantern. He's just not what you would expect from a member of the most renowned space cops, and there have been plenty of times when Guy has crossed the line, like when he was forced to work under Batman with the Justice League International. Guy didn't think this made any sense. Why was a dude in a bat suit telling him what to do? Why was Guy Gardner not the one who was running the team? So Guy kept going on about how he should have been at the helm. He was whining, complaining, and insulting Batman. So Batman wanted to get everyone in order the fastest way possible and one-punched Guy Gardner. He literally knocked the dude out, a Green Lantern in one shot. So if Guy had any questions about who should be in charge, they would have all been answered as soon as he woke up and put his nose back in place. This was hero on hero, but for Guy this was still pretty damn embarrassing to get floored from one shot. Coming in at number 9, we have the Lantern Club. I mean, if I was a villain with super strength, I would have done the same move. It's really killing two birds with one stone, or two supers with one super. If you flip open the comic Countdown to Crisis issue 3, you will see two heroes squaring off against one villain. In the hero's corner, you have Troya and Hal Jordan, a powerful team up that would normally come out victorious. And in the villain's corner, we have Mary Marvel, a villain that sounds like she should be in a straight-to-DVD Christmas special, but in this encounter, she showed that she's no slouch. When she takes on the two do-gooders, she quickly knocks down Troya and then snags Hal by his ankle, and then proceeds to beat Troya with Hal using the lantern like a club. And just like that, you have both of them bloodied and beaten. Really, that was the most effective way to get the job done. Coming in at number 8, we have Spider-Man vs. The Spot. The Spot will go down as one of the worst Spider-Man villains ever, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't able to get one over on Spidey. For those of you who don't know, the Spot is a villain that is covered with small portals all over his body. Think of him as the game portal, where you go in one portal and you come out the other, even if it defies the laws of physics. In their encounter, Spider-Man tries to punch the Spot and ends up clocking himself in the face. It was like a grade school bully going, "Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself." Coming in at number 7, we have Pants Punched and KO'd. Not all supers come from Marvel and DC, so when I get a chance, I like to sneak in some moments from outside the superhero norms. For this one, we're gonna head into the world of anime to one of my favorite shows, My Hero Academia. In season 1, we have the Sports Festival, where new promising heroes go up against each other for the entertainment of the people. In this tournament, we see Aoyama, who has a belly laser power similar to Cyclops, but it comes out of his stomach. He goes up against against Ashido, who has acid powers. The two square off in a short scrap that ends with Ashido blasting Aoyama's belt line with acid. This causes his pants to fall down, and Ashido slides in and uppercuts him unconscious. So getting knocked out while you're scrambling to pull up your pants, yeah, that's one of the worst ways to go out. Coming in at number 6, we have packing on the pounds. You only have to look at comic books for about 4 seconds to get enough unrealistic body standards to give an entire generation of people body dysmorphia. So when one hero puts on enough pounds that he couldn't even use his powers, that really sticks out, especially when your power is how fast you can move. I mean, if this was to happen to the Blob, I don't think anyone would notice. Being big is kind of his thing. Who were we talking about? Well, of course, the Flash. When we zoom back to the Silver Age of comics, we find an issue when one of the Flash's arch enemies, Gorilla Grodd, comes up with a plan to stop the speedster from running, and it's simple but effective. He makes him get so fat that he can't use his powers anymore. Grodd zaps the Flash with a ray that makes him retain water without him knowing. This made him bulk up until he literally weighed a ton. It would be pretty embarrassing to go from the fastest man alive to the star of My 600-Pound Life. Coming in number 5, we have Wolverine Gets a Girl's Touch. Known for being one of the coolest characters in the Marvel Universe, it must have hurt to have his body tossed through building after building from one shot from a 12-year-old girl. In issue 12 of The Runaways, Wolverine is hot on the tail of Cloak. He eventually tracks down Cloak, and lo and behold, he's being protected by Molly Hayes, aka Princess Powerful. He tries to negotiate, but things turn violent pretty quickly. Downside for Logan is that Molly is probably one of the strongest mutants ever, and with one touch he's fired out of there like a snot rocket in the shower. Getting beat up by a girl must have not been the easiest emotional scar to get rid of. Coming in number 4, we have the Yellow Room. Lanterns are very particular about colors. Some are good, some are bad, and there's a spectrum, blah 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 blah. While in All-Star Batman and Robin, we see Hal Jordan get pranked, triggered, and beat up by his least favorite color, yellow. Batman is going out of his way to mess with Hal Jordan, decides to explore his artistic side and paint a room yellow. That's quite the statement. This of course sets Hal off when he walks in, but I don't think he was ready for what was about to happen next. A young Robin slips in and manages to pickpocket Hal's ring right off his finger, and then the teenager whoops his ass. Losing your ring, getting humiliated in a yellow room, and getting KO'd by a teenager, that is a rough one. Coming in at number 3, we have Superman is trusting and dumb. Not how you would think to describe the Man of Steel, but when you hear how Lex Luthor was able to trick him, you'll be on my side. There was a comic where Superman is approached by a tailor, a guy who seemed to be a kind fellow who just wanted to do a good deed for the man who keeps the city safe. You can tell that this is an older comic. When was the last time a tailor approached you randomly and offered to make you a suit? Well, this mystery man offers to give the Man of Steel a brand new suit that will freshen up his image. Superman thinks this is amazing and accepts. The tailor makes him this suit, and without questioning anything, he puts it on. I think this might have been a case of superhero privilege. You think that you should be getting gifts from strangers at any time of the day. Well, it turns out this generous tailor was actually Lex Luthor in disguise. You think the world's greatest hero would be on the watch for the one person who's trying to kill him 24/7, but I guess he let this one slip. Oh, and there's more. Lex Luthor planted a trap in the suit. He sewed a lead-covered clump of kryptonite into the suit, which Superman never noticed. He didn't take the half second to look at the suit with his X-ray vision. Nope, there's literally a bomb in his clothes that will expose him to his weakness at the worst moment, and it was given to him in person by his arch-enemy. Lex Luthor would have had to put Superman through a whole fitting process, and he still didn't pick up on it. Coming in at number 2, we have Tin Can Iron Man. As time goes on, we have seen heroes and villains become more intricate. The way that they fight, how they can be beaten, how they use their powers. For the most part, all of these things have become more exciting. But when some heroes were originally crafted, they didn't have such interesting pieces to them. For this slip up, let's head all the way back to Avengers number 2. In this issue, the team of Earth's mightiest heroes has an enemy they never thought they would have to face, themselves. Well, kinda. See, they take on Space Phantom. This is a villain who can copy any form exactly. There's literally nothing off about his imitations, and this was his plan to beat the Avengers by turning them on each other. This was Civil War before Civil War. At first the Avengers are fooled, but then they learn his tricks, and while the Space Phantom is a perfect imitation of Iron Man, Thor is able to stop him by making it rain. And not in the cool way, he didn't throw a stack of cash in his face. Literally, rain comes down and it rusts the perfect imitation of Iron Man so he can't move. I know some of you at home are going to complain because it was Space Phantom that was beaten and not Iron Man, but it was a perfect imitation of Iron Man, meaning that Iron Man could have also been beaten by Rust, which is one of the most embarrassing things that Iron Man could have learned about himself. And coming into the #1 spot, we have the Justice League losing to Killer Frost. There's no shortage of villains that have ice powers. When it comes to Killer Frost, she's okay. She's never really had a moment to shine. She isn't really a villain that any S-tier hero would even bother with. She would be happy to see Elastic Man show up to fight her. But there was one time when her and the Suicide Squad were taking on the Boy in Blue, and Enchantress was able to smash Superman so hard he was laying on the ground immobilized. Soup has always had trouble with magic users. Well, Killer Frost was there and saw this as a golden opportunity. She used her powers to suck Superman's energy dry, draining him of his life force and his powers. She then flew off and took out the entire Justice League. Now, while it being hard for anyone from the league to take down someone that powerful, the fact that they let someone like Killer Frost get the drop on them, that is pretty embarrassing. This is one of the biggest upsets in comic book history.
Number 5. Harley Quinn tragedy. Working with the Joker has got to be taxing mentally, probably even physically demanding, but it's mostly the going insane that you would have to watch out for. Harley Quinn is a great example of this, and her dynamic relationship with Joker has unfolded into all kinds of different directions over the years. During the Death of the Family story, Joker does a whole bunch of super messed up stuff, including walking around wearing his own face that was cut off earlier, and tricking the entire Bat family into thinking he's cut off everyone's faces. If that wasn't bad enough, at one point, Harley winds up at Joker's mercy after he fails to kill her by dumping her in a vat full of chemicals. She wakes up chained to the wall, surrounded by corpses, and Joker drops a bombshell. She is not the first Harley Quinn, and she won't be the last. It's like the ultimate confirmation of her fears that Joker doesn't love her, and he's just using her as a disposable sidekick. It's an epic moment that really highlights the depths of Joker's insanity, and totally a tragic moment for Harley. If you haven't read Death of the Family, I definitely recommend it, although it's a bit on the gruesome side. The artwork is incredible, and there's some really crazy moments. Number 4. Lobo gets decapitated. Harley Quinn is an incredibly popular character, and as such, has some super epic moments and is a great provider of fan service. She knows how to deliver. In the Injustice comic, she actually ends up killing Lobo after getting juiced up by a pill that gives you super strength. Where can I get a prescription for those anyway? Asking for a friend. So Harley sort of teams up with Green Arrow and Black Canary, and the three of them wind up being followed back to Arrow Cave by Lobo. Lobo gets shot in both of his eyes by Green Arrow, and then Canary follows this up with her signature Canary cry. At this point, Harley leaps on top of the main man and tears his head clean off. Lobo is a super powerful dude, so to see him get done dirty like this is a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. This event is highlighted by the fact that Harley and Lobo actually once had a short romance, but it definitely was not meant to last. Number 3. Composite Superman. This next one comes from way back in the 1960s, in an issue of World's Finest Comics, number 142, in which Batman and Superman go up against Composite Superman. Also known as Joe Meach, Composite Supes is a total failure in life, and he just wants to be somebody and be remembered. He somehow ends up working as a caretaker in the Superman Museum, and one day, a bolt of lightning strikes some of the superpowered artifacts and gives him the powers of all the members of the Legion of Superheroes. He makes himself a costume that's a mix of Batman and Superman styles, literally just like split down the middle like Two-Face, and he even ends up learning their secret identities. It's a crazy storyline, made even crazier by the ending. Composite Superman is totally wiping the floor with Batman and Superman. They don't have a chance, but his memories start to fade away and disappear, and he risks just forgetting everything that he's ever done. In a last-ditch effort, he tries to write some stuff down before he passes out, but just doesn't make it. It's all the more embarrassing as poor Jason Meach just wanted to become somebody, and now not even he will remember that he once had awesome superpowers. Number 2. Lex Luthor cries. This one comes from the final issue of Grant Morrison's All-Star Superman, published in 2006. In the final issue, it seems like Lex might be victorious in the end. He's taken a special concoction that gives him the powers of Superman for 24 hours, and he uses this time to try to take over the entire planet. However, things get really crazy when Clark Kent reveals himself to be Superman and fires a gravity gun at Luthor. Things start getting emotional, and Lex is in this cloud and has kind of an epiphany about the pettiness of his hatred for Superman. Not only does he cry like he just saw the end of Infinity War, but his special concoction wears off too and he loses his powers. Lex starts complaining about how he had a vision and he could have saved the world, but Superman just lays the smackdown on him and says, "You could have saved the world years ago if it mattered to you, Luthor." It's totally awesome. Number 1. Doctor Doom versus Squirrel Girl. This one is likely one of the most infamous supervillain defeats in Marvel history. The notoriously nefarious Doctor Doom has some seriously epic evil plans, and despite Iron Man's best efforts, he winds up on top, and Iron Man is in a pretty tough spot. Luckily for him, our native nutcracker from the Great Lakes Avengers, Squirrel Girl, shows up and drives Doom to the brink of madness with the help of her furry friends. Thousands of squirrels overwhelm Doctor Doom's ship, chewing on the wires and distracting Doom himself, while Squirrel Girl helps Iron Man to escape.
Number 10, Clowned Around. Okay, we're going back old school for this one right off the bat. Kathy Kane entered Detective Comics in issue 233. She was a circus trapeze artist who turned into Batman, the usual, you know? She was a pretty big deal in comics. She was around from 1956 to 1979. So she was around for 252 issues. She was a part of the Bat family. So what happened? How did she go out? Was it heroic? No, not at all. How did a well-trained Batwoman get taken out? Well, let's answer that question. Now, at this point, she was retired. She was still running a circus, but nonetheless, she was retired. She wasn't choking out bad guys anymore. The League of Assassins find her, and then it turns into this brawl, even with Batman showing up at one point. Now, Batman is useless. He gets knocked out, and then when he wakes up, everything's done. The action's done. Kathy Kane is on the ground, holding onto her batsuit, and that's the end of her. That's the last time we see her. That is issue 485. That's the end of Kathy Kane. Okay, there's no big fight, really. There's no closing statement. She didn't save Batman's life. She didn't save anyone at the circus to, you know, it's just, we don't see it. Just a big L. Just a big old L. Readers were upset because all this time, and that's how you write Kathy Kane out, just to make Batman darker and to make his arc more cool and Gotham-like. Sure, okay. Number 9, Forgotten Foe. In Avengers issue 57, Vision joins the team. Now the issue is pretty deep because the team is trying to figure Vision out, where he came from, what his demeanor is, all that jazz. All he knows is that Ultron created him to attack the Avengers, which is pretty threatening from a guy who can walk through walls. So we start asking Hank Pym what he knows, but amnesia makes that a difficult task. Now he finally remembers what happened. He remembers that Ultron started to become a problem. So Hank turned himself into Goliath to defend himself, but in doing so, he went super big and he hit his head off the ceiling of the room he was in. Because, of course that happened. Hank's head versus stucco. He grew big and then he knocked himself out, and that's why he couldn't remember anything. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Pretty embarrassing, but it checks out. And before we continue on with this list, if you want to go ahead and give us a thumbs up, that would be super awesome. It's super helpful for our channel. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Now let's get right back to this list. Number 8, Paint It Yellow. All-Star Batman and Robin, the Boy Wonder. The duo goes toe-to-toe with Green Lantern, and the trick here, if you want to beat the crap out of a Green Lantern, is to paint everything yellow. If the Simpsons family got naked and fought Green Lantern, there's a good chance they might win. Green Lantern is surprised by this 12-year-old boy's decision. He honestly undermines him. But readers were just surprised that he stuck around in the yellow room anyways. I mean, he just kept punching and he was kind of losing. Batman was beating him up a lot. And Batman was distracting him, so at the same time, Boy Wonder steals the power ring from Green Lantern. If you're not gonna use it, you might as well lose it. See ya. He then gets beat up even more. Like, dude, did they paint the town yellow or just this room? Walk out of the room, be like, hey guys, I'll see you in the lobby. Good luck. Number 7, Robin's Hurdle. So sure, Robin's pretty sweet being able to sneak the ring off and all, but what if I told you that athletic equipment stopped Robin dead in his tracks once before? Teen Titans Volume 1, Issue 4, way back in the 60s. The team was curious when a young sprinter won a race to qualify for the Olympics, but he just kept running after, like he was cursed, which is pretty scary if you think about it. Imagine not being able to stop running, like Forrest Gump style. Ooh. Scary. Now, at the same time, Green Arrow's sidekick, Speedy, needed their help as well because he was being attacked when he was practicing for some Olympic stuff as well. Some guy tried to sabotage his arrows. This organization called Diablo was behind it all. So there's a clear type of villain out here with a clear project. So the Teen Titans traveled to Tokyo just to make sure the Olympics went smoothly, and Diablo met them there. He took the team down so easily, and Robin gets caught because he can't break out of 5 loose hurdles. And that's it. That's the nail in the coffin. The entire team at that point is captured and put in the rings of the Olympics. And then, of course, our guest Titan is blindfolded and is about to shoot a bunch of arrows. What a mess. Now, eventually, Speedy figures it out and the team is saved. But like, Speedy had to save all of them. Number 6, mugged with a crossbow. Green Lantern, Green Arrow, issue 85. This is so insane. Now the issue is front and center and it's talking about narcotics. So already it's like a very aggressive issue. The first few pages, we see Oliver Queen walking at night and he's in a bad mood. There's some girl problems and some punks try and rob him. Now, it's not like he was tired. He didn't just come back from saving the day. He was actually in a pretty bad mood. Like I said, he had lady troubles. He was ready to fight. He was actually looking for a fight. He was glad they came along. Otherwise, he said he'd have to go home and punch the walls instead. Kyle style, you know? He was ready to go and he was fighting these punks off that were trying to rob him. And then one of them pulled out a crossbow because apparently it's Van Helsing and then, you know, muggers have crossbows all of a sudden. And then Ollie gets shot through the shoulder. He didn't even like regard the guy. He's like, oh, arrows. I know my way around that. Like, it's still an arrow. You're still made of skin. Of course. Kicking off the list at number 10, the Ringmaster. Issue 3 of the Incredible Hulk back in volume 1, we see the Hulk take on the Ringmaster. Will the mighty Hulk be a match for the Ringmaster? Well, apparently, yeah. He takes on a whole circus of crime who, might I add, do not have any superpowers, but right off the bat, the Human Cannonball gets the Hulk quite good. The Human Cannonball, just a regular guy with a makeshift hammer. This dude's spine would fold on impact if he cannonballed into the Incredible Hulk, so already I'm upset. And then it gets worse. A regular guy with a fireman's hose blasts the Hulk, and then he goes down, this time for good. I mean, I know the Hulk's mind was being toyed with here a bit, but the fact that a crime circus was able to best him in the first place, not okay. Not okay. Number 9, Doc Ock. In Eric Larson's 1992 Spider-Man run, issue 19 titled Revenge of the Sinister Six showed us a more powerful version of Doc Ock because he had new fancier arms. In fact, the whole crew had the jump on Peter at this point. He was for sure in need of backup. And right on cue, the Hulk smashes through the floor, just sending wood chips all over the damn place. Already such a mess. And he's coming in hot too. The Hulk says knock knock when he busts out of the floor. That is so badass. First he flicks Shocker out of the way, gives him the finger, literally, and then he tosses Mysterio back to sleep. And then when he goes to handle Doc Ock, he's caught off guard from his unbreakable arms with limitless power. Doc Ock had the upper hand, or 4 upper hands, I guess, in this case. And before we continue on with this list, if you want to go ahead and give this video a thumbs up, that would be awesome. No sweat, but it does help us out quite a bit. I'm not going to waste any more time. Thank you so much. For the best. Back to this list. Number 8, the Hulk Killer. With a name like that, you already know how this one's going to end. Created by Sam Stearns, the leader, Hulk Killer first appeared in Tales to Astonish, issue 86. Some detectives are going through the leader's notes. They're finding out that he's created these humanoids, but the Hulk destroyed them all but one. This humanoid was built specifically to take down the Hulk, so the cops call in General Ross. They figure this ought to be an asset in some way, shape, or form for the government, but if only they could bring it to life, because, you know, what would possibly go wrong? So they bring him to life, and it all goes wrong. He just leaves, he walks right out of the building, not even fazed one bit by the bullets, of course. Then the Hulk arrives, they battle it out, and they break their surroundings, but Hulk Killer just simply absorbs all these hits. Next, Hulk Killer beats Hulk so hard, he reverts back into his banner form. It's embarrassing. Number 7, Juggernaut. Cain Marko has been one of Marvel's biggest and baddest since his first appearance in X-Men issue 12. Once Marko came into contact with a gem, he then obtained the power of the Crimson Bands of Cyttorak, becoming a human Juggernaut. Literally. The Hulk on average can beat Juggernaut, but in Incredible Hulk issue 402, Hulk bumps into this Jack dude who he realizes is not just an ordinary construction worker after all, rather it's Marko. Hulk thinks he has him. He tries to save Juggernaut's life after he falls into quicksand, but then he tries to pull Hulk in as well, so Hulk's like, alright, forget it, I'm gonna let you sink. See ya. Then of course he popped out of the quicksand and the beating continued and it kept going and going and the Hulk went down until he was almost dead. And that's when Red Skull stepped in and told Kane that was enough beating for now. Number 6, Zax. Making its first appearance in the Incredible Hulk issue 166, the Thing from the Dynamo was originally the result of an accident that happened at Edison Nuclear Power Plant. When a group of criminals tried to power off New York City, it went south, the toughest gang in town, shutting down the power during Game of Thrones. That's truly, truly awful. Keep it up, guys. So guns started blazing and it caused this massive chain reaction in the atomic reactor, and then this living energy then absorbed them, and then soon took a humanoid form with a villain voice as well, of course. Zax absorbs the electricity from its victims' minds as well, so it gains their thoughts. Hawkeye comes in with a convenient foam arrow. In fact, Hawkeye's aim saved the day here, but they don't give him credit. They actually give the Hulk the credit, which is pretty rough. But don't worry, Hulk got what was coming from Zax when General Ross merged with the living energy and then beat down Hulk and Rick Jones. Ross was actually about to finish the pair off, but Zax's personality came back and then he flew off. That was a close call, Banner. A little too close. Number 5, Brian Banner. The father of Bruce Banner was honestly a pretty horrible guy. He killed Bruce's mother is honestly pure evil, and he of course was locked away for 15 years afterwards, and then when him and Bruce reunited down the road, Bruce accidentally killed him. Yikes. Now this isn't the end of his story though, because during the Chaos War storyline in Incredible Hulk's issue 619, his dad comes back as a Hulk demon who would get stronger the angrier Banner got. Now obviously this is a traumatic experience, going down memory lane can hurt quite a bit, so this demon Hulk dad would have finished off Bruce if Jarella didn't step in to save the day. Bruce has the brain and Brian's got the pain. The Banners are a wild bunch. Number 4, Horfin. Born the offspring of a frost giant and Fenris, Horfin first appeared in the Incredible Hulk issue 422. When the Warriors 3 and the Hulk were going after Agamemnon, they followed them to Singard Castle. Horfin was created purely to guard this castle, so now the Hulk has to fight a frost wolf. And this is pretty intimidating because when the frost giant Singard himself unleashed his Horfin, the order was to kill the Hulk right off the bat. No warning, nothing. Just go eat him. Bye, go. And it did. Yeah. I did mention this wolf was incredibly big, right? What a snack. Number 3, Pitt. Image Comics introduced Pitt in Youngblood issue 4. It was their version of the Hulk. He's an alien-human hybrid created by the Creed as a literal death machine. So 5 years later, Marvel gave the fans the ultimate battle and released Hulk Pitt Reality Check. This was just 50 pages of punching and smashing and kicking. It's exactly what you would expect and want. But Pitt remained on top for the most part of this fight, and you gotta include Image Comics whenever we can, because Pitt is a treat. He's also drooling and jacked. He's just a nightmare. I would never want to deal with him. Number 2, Thanos. This is the only movie reference in this list, but I do have to include it. The time Thanos punched the Hulk in the neck so hard that the beast straight up retired. Avengers Infinity War, directed by the lovely Russo brothers, before the title card even pops up in the movie, before it's like, bam, Avengers, the Incredible Hulk is gone. You don't see him anymore. He pops out and tries to get the upper hand on Thanos, and without even using the Power Stone, Thanos rock and boppers his neck. Now, we don't see the Hulk after this for 5 whole years. And even then, he's like taking selfies and dabbing. It's not the same at all. And finally, number 1, Maestro. Maestro comes from an alternate future on Earth 9200, the Future Imperfect storyline. Now this takes place 90 years in the future, and that Hulk had basically just absorbed all this radiation from our fallen planet over time. He gets stronger, and unfortunately he also gets smarter. This isn't a dumb Hulk that gets, hosed down at a circus. This is the Maestro we're talking about. So our Incredible Hulk goes to fight him, but on the way into the massive city of Dystopia, appropriately named, Hulk finds all these weapons and artifacts from all of our fallen heroes. This new world was much harder to survive in, even with superpowers. And that's when Hulk meets up with his old friend, Rick Jones. Rick fills Banner in that basically everybody's dead except for those residing in Maestro's dystopia. He would keep the radiation level low enough for people to survive, but he would also keep it high enough for him to continue being powered up. Maestro ends up Minecrafting his way to Jones' secret base, and the two Hulks come face to face. Now part 2 of the story is obviously just a massive fight. Maestro is terrifying. He calls Banner out on a bluff, and then he just tosses a lady to smithereens. Like, he actually doesn't care. He'll kill anybody in his way. It's terrifying. Hulk hits him where the sun doesn't shine, and Maestro sneaks up and breaks his neck, ending the battle and the story just like that.
Number 6, Rogue. This comes to us from X-Men Legacy 267. This was during the whole Avengers versus X-Men arc lead up surrounding everything. This is where the Phoenix Force and Hope Summers were viewed as the saviors of mutant kind. However, by other heroes it was viewed as more of a threat because, I mean, the Phoenix Force, pretty dangerous. Cap and Iron Man would go hard trying to capture Hope Summers, and this would lead them into many conflicts with the X-Men. Iron Man actually goes to Xavier's school, institute, Jean Grey's, whatever we're calling it at that point, and finds himself having to take on Rogue. And even though he points out that he's beaten her once before, she says that that was a different time. And then he also makes the mistake of attacking Gambit, which sends Rogue into a berserker-like rage, and she channels the She-Hulk's powers and just literally punches right through him. She just pummels him till all his armor is just bits on the ground. It's a good thing these armors are durable, / sometimes he's not actually in them, because otherwise he'd be dead several times over, which we're gonna get to later on. Dead Tony, that is. Don't mess with Rogue, or apparently more importantly, don't mess with Gambit. Number 5, the Winter Soldier. That's right, Bucky Barnes gets to make this list twice, but this time from the comic book universe. The return of Bucky Barnes was a huge event in comic book fandom, because for a time he had been viewed as one of these sacred deaths, one of those characters that was not coming back. However, things changed, and his return arc was pretty well received. In Captain America 33, which followed Civil War, well, he was out to get some revenge on Tony, because at the end of Civil War, Captain America was assassinated on the courthouse steps. So Bucky felt that this was Iron Man's fault, using the whole "if you two hadn't been fighting and this hadn't happened, he wouldn't have been there" kind of logic. So the two would get into it, and ultimately Bucky would get the upper hand by pushing him into a set of power lines that would like overload his suit, which, I mean, you would think that that would happen a lot more often. I feel like I should be taking notes. Bucky Barnes is all the simple tricks. Number 4, What If Spider-Man Back in Black, which for a while I was like, that sounds like an album title, and then I remembered that it was AC/DC. I redeemed myself. This What If takes us back to, again, some events from Civil War. After Peter revealed his identity at Tony's behest, it did not go well for him, and Aunt May ended up getting shot. Well, on this What If, it's Mary Jane who gets shot, and Spider-Man goes right off the deep end, even though in main canon he was willing to sacrifice his marriage and memories of being with her to get Aunt May back. But you know what? That's neither here nor there. We're talking about Back in Black. In this comic, he decides that he's gonna put that black suit back on, he's gonna go get revenge, and he's out to kill. Well, he ends up getting into a fight with Iron Man, and he actually puts his hand over the repulsor ray, which causes it to reflect back on Tony. This takes him out, puts him down for the count, and Peter can go off on his killing spree. Just everybody and all the realities. Civil War. Number 3, Superior Iron Man. Ah yes, evil Tony Stark, who was around after the Axis event, which was an event where you saw heroes and villains swapped. And everyone went back to normal except for Tony, who not everybody was aware was evil Tony for a little bit. Well, in issue 9 of the Superior Iron Man, he would end up battling it out with Pepper Potts, who was in some Iron Man armor of her own, which was deemed inferior Iron Man armor. However, despite this, she was able to get the armor off of Superior Tony Iron Man with an electromagnetic pulse, which was pretty satisfying, just that she knew all the kind of little secrets to dismantle him. Pepper's put up with a lot over the years. So much more in the comics. So much more. Number 2, Avengers X Sanction, aka Iron Man fights Cable, and you know you want to see that. Cable was definitely there when it came down to protecting Hope Summers, even though he was being overwhelmed by the techno-organic virus inside his body, but I mean, that hasn't stopped him before and it doesn't stop him here. He was actually able to defeat Tony by using some future Stark technology that Tony had not invented yet, which of course he uses to mock Tony with to no end. He's even able to corrupt and overwhelm Tony's suit and then punches him right up into the Red Hulk. It's just never a great time to be Tony. Definitely not on this list. It was pretty cool design for Cable with this, with the reactor right in the center, his metal arm, just, you know, all the Cableness. And finally, in at number 1. I think you were waiting for it. I think you know what it is. That's right, it's Civil War II. The event's so nice they did it twice. Here we have a lot of the same story beats being covered, but instead we have Iron Man in the role of Cap and Captain Marvel Carol Danvers in the role of Iron Man. This one would center around the Minority Report dilemma. There should be stop crimes before they happen. Is that ethical or right? Well, after War Machine, who was at the time Carol's boyfriend, gets fridged, she is 100% for we need to stop all these crimes before they even happen, and she is off. This ultimately ends up with a giant climactic battle where she beats Tony to death. This is a moment that would cause a lot of contention, especially because there was a decent amount of contention surrounding Carol at this point in time anyway. So it was very quickly dealt with in the comics with, oh no, but Tony had an AI, and then that AI built a body, and we can all just pretend that that AI is Tony.
Number 5, Tony and Dr. Doom. So before we talk about this one, we're gonna fill you in a little bit on Doreen Green. She made her comic book debut in Marvel Superheroes Volume 2, Issue 8, back in the early 90s. Now she was born with these squirrel-like abilities. Her name is Squirrel Girl. She has a tail. Right, you get it. She learned that she could communicate with squirrels at a young age. She was 10. So in an early comic book, she took on Dr. Doom at one point. In Marvel Superheroes Issue 8, she bumps into Tony Stark and she's showing off, right? She wants him to see what she can do. It's pretty impressive for a pitch. Squirrels start coming in out of nowhere. It's like a musical. It's nice. And then she commands them all to jump onto Tony, and even he's impressed. He's like, wow, this is crazy. And then in comes Dr. Doom to make things even more crazy. Doom interrupts Stark's electronics, and just like that, Tony is out of the fight, which was going to be my main point here. But in order to save Tony, Squirrel Girl had to send a horde of squirrels onto Doom's ship to get him out. That's how Tony Stark needs to be saved, a bunch of squirrels. Now these squirrels weren't part of the Avengers, they were just able to be controlled by Doreen. So no idea how these squirrels with little hands took down Dr. Doom. They didn't even get a chance to fight. Dr. Doom saw all this and he was like, I'm out of here. The Avengers, I can fight. A bunch of squirrels? No, that's where I draw the line. And then Doreen later joined the Avengers in their 2017 run. What a time. Number 4, Wolverine gets even more ripped. In our last video, we broke down some Ultimate Wolverine facts and his super cool adamantium skeleton that isn't as strong as it is in our regular Marvel 616 universe. Now, it still sounds like a pretty good time. You have adamantium laced into your bones, like the Terminator almost. But one time, Magneto used that weakened adamantium against him. It's just as horrible as you're probably imagining. This all takes place during the Fatal Attractions event, and honestly, I got goosebumps reading this. The adamantium mixed with his bones wasn't that strong, so Magneto pulled the adamantium out and it was like water coming out of his body. It was loose, it was liquidy, and it probably didn't feel good. Professor X thankfully wiped his mind after he healed, which is great, but what about us? I need my mind erased after I just saw that. Are you kidding? I'm just gonna live in my head rent-free. Number 3, The Flash vs. Turtle Man. The Flash is the fastest man alive, but in his debut comic, it was a bit of a rocky start for the Scarlet Speedster. In Showcase issue 4, his powers are presented to him. He sees food in the air, it's a great time, it's super speedster. Now when Barry comes across the slowest man on Earth, the Turtle Man, appropriately named, it's actually quite challenging. It takes him a few tries to get to him. Barry runs into a wall at first because there's a painting on it and he thought that was Turtle Man. So he runs into it Roadrunner style. He runs right through the wall. Bonk, okay, weird. And then the chase continues because Turtle Man gets in a rowboat and takes off in the water. But Barry doesn't have a boat, right? But no boat, no problem. Barry now realizes he can run on water. So now the fight should be over in at least 3 seconds. Barry still can't get a hold of this guy in a rowboat. He keeps running by him and he's just missing the boat. It's so infuriating. Now eventually Barry whips a few donuts around him, but I mean, it's not like the rowboat was doing zigzags. He was going 3 miles an hour, just straight. Number 2, The Punch. This one comes from Justice League issue 5. Now in this comic, Batman came in to take over the Justice League International, and Guy Gardner, Green Lantern, doesn't share the same enthusiasm as the rest of the team. He makes it pretty clear for more than one issue that he doesn't like this new leader. Although Batman is clearly a better fit, but whatever. So he got so upset that he challenged Batman to a fight without the use of his power ring. So Batman's like, all right, let's do this. And then Batman knocked him out with one punch. Blue Beetle got jazzed. He was like Joe Rogan at a UFC night. He was like, one punch, one punch. Oh my God, he was losing his mind. This is a great moment and a greater lesson. Don't take the ring off that makes you a superhero, or else you're just a regular guy fighting Batman. Literally. And finally, number 1, Bruiser vs. Wolverine. Runaways issue 12. We see Logan and Molly Hayes, aka Bruiser, have a rather quick fight. Now, at this time, Wolverine was a member of the New Avengers, and he's trying to get to the bottom of what happened to Dagger. So he, Cap, and Iron Man went to find help from the Runaways, seeing as the signs were leading to Cloak being responsible. Now, Molly, right off the bat, okay, she's one of the strongest superheroes ever, but how she handled Wolverine was way too easy, especially now that he's an Avenger. Like, he's on the top of his game. So the big 3 walk into the cathedral. Cap calmly asks her to stop screaming, and Wolverine and him are not going to hurt her. The screaming continues, and Wolverine asks if she's heard of heightened senses, right? It probably didn't feel good. He gives her 3 seconds to stop drilling a hole into his brain. He counts 3, 2, and then the next page he was outside face down in the snow, just like that. One hit, bam, he was eliminated. And then when he comes back in, he's actually embarrassed. I mean, fair. He just whispers how he won't tell anybody about tonight if they don't. It's kind of funny. Then he brushes snow off, but like, you're an Avenger, Wolverine.
Number 10, Omega Red. While Omega Red has also lost to Wolverine in the past, he's also had his fair share of victories against him. Omega Red initially proved almost too powerful to Wolverine, especially when it came to the use of death spores which weakened him. There was a time when Omega Red successfully captured the hero, and he only succeeded in surviving by getting help to escape, unfit to take on Omega Red alone. More recently in the comics, Omega Red surfaced wanting to join Krakoa, but he was actually revealed to be in league with Dracula, and in fact helped Dracula to get his hands on Wolverine's blood, enabling the villain to walk in the sun. Since then, Omega Red has chosen to portray Dracula being truthful with the mutants and becoming their true ally, but Logan of course still finds it hard to trust him. He doesn't really believe he's the true ally. Perhaps because Wolverine himself remembers all the times that Omega Red has stabbed him in the front and the back and just basically stabbed him all around with his carbonadium tentacles. Number 9, Mysterio. Mysterio in an alternate reality completely defeats Wolverine, and in the most horrible way. In the Old Man Logan continuity, Mysterio manipulated Wolverine, getting him to fight against and kill all the X-Men, explaining how this could have happened given all their amazing abilities by claiming that his friends would likely hesitate to take him out. Wolverine at the time thought he was taking on a bunch of supervillains who had invaded the mansion, and Mysterio also claims that Wolverine's ego is kinda to blame for him accepting the illusion. After all, Wolverine believing that he could have possibly taken on all of these supervillains himself all at once does seem pretty arrogant. I gotta say, I kind of agree with Mysterio here. And friends, before we move on to the next spot, if you are loving this list and you want more lists where we get to tell you stories about people kicking other people's butts, I love telling these stories, be sure to let us know by giving this video a thumbs up. Number 8, Sabretooth. Sabretooth has beaten Logan so many times that I've personally lost count. Sometimes it seems as though Victor's sole purpose has been to make Wolverine suffer. Case in point, how it became a tradition for Sabretooth to go and mess up Wolverine once a year on his birthday. Sabretooth has also been the mastermind behind a great deal of psychological plots to mess with Logan, including at one point pitting his son Daken against him, forcing Wolverine to kill his own son. Wolverine thought this was how it had to be at the time, but he would actually later learn that it all happened due to the machinations of Sabretooth. People don't often think about how smart Sabretooth is, but he's pretty crafty. Number 7, Mystique. Mystique is one of those villains you don't want to underestimate because, well, it's really dangerous to do so. Case in point, why do I say case in point so much? Who's been saying that to me that I've been putting this in my script? An example being when Wolverine thought he had killed her and would never see her again, only for her to return having been resurrected by the Hand to get revenge on Wolverine for killing her. She not only defeated him in a physical sense, but also in a mental sense, using him to get information and also to mess with his head when she posed as Yukio. She really messed with him. But that's Mystique for you. Number 6, Spore. While Spore was an insanely powerful villain who did end up defeated in the end, it wasn't actually Wolverine that did the defeating in this scenario. Though he did fight against Spore. Spore appears in one of the earlier stories in Wolverine Volume 2 and was created by Archie Goodwin and John Byrne. It was an ancient entity who first appeared in issue 21, where we learned that the drug that was being used to increase the strength of Roundhouse at the cost of his sanity was actually a part of that villain, and that using that drug was kind of how it infected its victims and was able to move more into the physical world through them. Spore, it turned out, was an ancient bioweapon created by the Deviants long ago that had laid dormant on planet Earth after requiring the strength of a Celestial in order to be defeated the first time around. Although Wolverine struggled to defeat this enemy, the possibly mutant healer Sister Salvation managed to use her powers to defeat it, cleansing Spore permanently, but at great cost, with her hands and possibly ability to heal becoming dramatically damaged afterwards. But Wolverine couldn't have done that alone. He needed the Sister Salvation backup for that one. Number 5, Madeline Pryor. Another enemy who Wolverine likely wouldn't stand a chance against is Madeline Pryor. In the What If Inferno issue, we get to see what would happen if Madeline Pryor had won the day and she and Sim basically turned Wolverine into their little pet, unleashing his feral side and making him a complete monster. And I really do mean a complete monster. The hero doesn't even stand a chance against their influence as they help him to give in to the darker side of himself that he's always been working so hard to repress. It's even worse than losing a battle or his life, because in this story, Wolverine loses his morality and basically his humanity. I think that's worse. Is that worse than death? I think it's worse than death. If you lose entirely who you are. Number 4. Dracula. Dracula is a long-standing villain for the X-Men and Wolverine. As we discussed earlier with Omega Red, the villain recently managed to best Wolverine by concocting a plan to capture him and use his blood to power up himself and his other loyal vampires, forcing Omega to become his undercover agent on Krakoa. Of course, in the end, Omega Red would turn against him, allowing Wolverine and the other mutants to strike back, but during that first story of the new series back in issue 1, Wolverine saw himself pretty heartily defeated at the hands of Dracula, and what made it worse is that he didn't really even understand at the time that he had been playing right into Dracula's hands. Number 3. Magneto. Magneto is of course another major supervillain who bested Wolverine. He was the one responsible for transforming him into a feral version of himself, stripping Wolverine of the adamantium that coated his skeleton. This was a huge part of us learning more about Wolverine's abilities and his power set. This was when it was revealed that his claws were actually bone claws and they were themselves coated. We also learned here that he had the capacity to be intensely feral. I mean, we'd always known that Wolverine had a wild side, a feral side. It had been alluded to in the comics, but we didn't know just how wild Logan could be. Don't worry though, although Wolverine lost all of his adamantium in the fight against Magneto and his nose, Professor X made sure that Magneto paid for what he'd done, and that he could never hurt anyone again by completely cutting off his mind, in essence kinda leaving Magneto still physically alive but brain dead. It should also be noted that Magneto has killed Wolverine many times across multiple different realities and timelines. Number 2. Apocalypse. Apocalypse is a villain that Wolverine has faced across many different realities, whether with a team or on his own. In some realities, Wolverine has managed to eventually win the war against Apocalypse, but has also lost battles here and there along the way. In the X-Men animated series from the 90s, we see no exception, as Wolverine attempts to take on Apocalypse alongside the X-Men. When it's his turn to strike, he completely misses Apocalypse with his claws, who manages to escape along with most of his horsemen. Kind of embarrassing. Number 1. Dark Phoenix. While Jean Grey would likely never want to hurt Wolverine, and he has honestly almost killed her on a few occasions across the multiverse, always to her benefit of course, usually, to avoid her having to suffer. When Dark Phoenix emerges, it's quickly made apparent just how much stronger this persona and force is in comparison to Wolverine. When the darker side of Phoenix Force makes itself known at one point during Phoenix Endsong, Wolverine doesn't stand a chance against it. In fact, he only survives his fight with the Dark Phoenix because he fits into her plan, with her aiming to use him as bait. It does seem as though he succeeds in weakening the Dark Phoenix, but once again, this seems to all be part of the Phoenix Force's plan, allowing her to take a more active role as she works towards getting what she wants, which she thinks at the time is Cyclops and his unlimited energy source, his optic blasts, but in reality what Phoenix really wants is to feel whole again and feel loved.
Bullseye and Deadpool. These guys are just perfect for each other. In Daniel Way's Deadpool, we got to see these guys duke it out multiple times, as Norman Osborn has hired Bullseye to take out Deadpool, but it's not the quick and easy job he's hoping it'll be. Bullseye is operating as part of Norman's Dark Avengers, playing the part of Hawkeye, so he's got a pretty neat Hawkeye-inspired costume. These guys have some great showdowns, including the first one that ends with Deadpool taking an arrow straight to the head. Somehow these guys just can't get enough of each other though, and end up at each other's throats again real soon. In a super epic moment later in the story, Bullseye launches a missile at Deadpool, who happens to be driving a huge ass truck at the time. He Tokyo drifts the truck, whipping it sideways, and narrowly misses the rocket, which goes streaming right through the cockpit of the truck. It's a super awesome moment, and these guys have a nice laugh about it afterwards. This duo obviously has a pretty good time trying to kill each other, and that could be the reason that they never actually get the job done. Bullseye winds up having to pay Deadpool off in the end, which is pretty embarrassing when your whole thing is that you're a hitman who never misses. Hey guys, don't forget to take a second and hit that like button, it really helps us out here at Top 10 Nerd. Number 9. Thanos Arrested. Oh man, this one is great. In this issue of Spidey Super Stories, number 39, there's a story called Dog Day Afternoon, where we see Spidey and Cat team up to take on Thanos. The story opens with Thanos buzzing around in his Thanos copter, and then he's all like, whoops, drop the old Infinity Cube, while he's battling with Cat. The two part ways, each hoping to find the cube first, but instead some kid finds it, and it eventually winds up back in Thanos' hands. This leads to a spectacular showdown, chock full of hilarious puns. Seriously, these guys do not let up with the cat and dog puns in this story. Thanos winds up using the cube a second time, causing an earthquake. And the earthquake makes him drop the cube again with a big oops, and this kid from earlier picks it up and uses the cube to subdue Thanos, tying him up in the grass. In the end, Thanos is arrested by the NYPD for his crimes, and it's pretty embarrassing. In fact, the entire story kind of makes Thanos look like an idiot, but it's pretty funny and definitely worth checking out. Number 8. Loki vs. Hulk. This epic moment from Joss Whedon's astonishing X-Men was honored in a glorious way in the first Avengers movie. After leading his alien army into New York and promptly losing to the Avengers, Loki is scheming for a way to change the tide and possibly get ahead when the Hulk shows up. Loki goes on a bit of a tirade about his power and majesty, but the Hulk is not amused. What happens next is a hilarious moment I'm sure you all remember, with Hulk grabbing the puny god and whacking him against the floor and walls with the gusto of a middle-aged man with a Terry's chocolate orange. Loki finds himself quickly buried in rubble and serves as a great reminder that if you're not prepared to take on the Hulk, you probably shouldn't even bring your evil empire to Earth. Number 7. Sabretooth and Wolverine. These two guys have a lengthy history of kicking the crap out of each other, and their origins are even wrapped together, so it kind of seems like they're destined to go toe-to-toe for centuries. Sabretooth is a bit obsessive about Wolverine, seeking him out every year on his birthday and making his life a living hell. Given that they both have a crazy powerful healing factor, you would think that they'd just fight forever like Joker and Batman, but that's before Wolverine finds a sword that can nullify healing factor. He uses it to take out Sabretooth in seconds, slicing clean through his neck and sending his head flying off like a dodgeball. It's a super badass moment, and totally awesome to finally see Sabretooth get what's been coming to him. It's a comic book death though, so before you know it, Sabretooth is getting brought back to life, being brought back from hell by a cult of magic ninjas. That's just the way it goes. Number 6. Ord vs. Colossus. So Colossus technically died in 2001, but it was a comic book death and you know how those go. In 2004, Joss Whedon's run on Astonishing X-Men gave Colossus an epic return as he goes up against the supervillain Ord in issue number 5. Ord is an alien super warrior and a pretty serious dude. He once took on the X-Men by himself before Colossus had joined the team. These two have a bit of a history as Ord experimented on Colossus's body against his will to help create the mutant cure. Experimenting on somebody usually leaves them foaming at the mouth, raging for revenge, and Colossus was definitely ready for some vengeance. Ord asks him, "Do you think you can stand against me because you're made of steel?" To which Colossus responds, "Not steel, rage! I'm made of rage!" And he just totally lays the beat down, even delivering a signature double hammer fist, Hulk style.
In a 10, Hulk. Okay, we all know the Hulk, and we all love him. So much so that even suggesting that MCU Captain Marvel can beat MCU Hulk apparently deserves 2 years of hate, even if it was my second video. Thanks, Sasha. However, the Hulk has defeated a god, which is no easy feat. In the first Avengers movie, which is the time I'll be referring to, hence why it's at the top, because you're gonna be mad at me, Hulk beat Loki down so hard that even years later, come Thor Ragnarok, Loki was still scared of him, which is pretty damn awesome. You know the scene. It's iconic. Hulk picks up Loki, then smashes him around a million different ways. Actually, it's just one, by smashing him on the ground over and over again, but it's still hilarious and one of the best scenes in the entire MCU. Hulk beating down Loki is such an iconic moment now, and even before this, he punched Thor in the face and knocked him across the room, so it's safe to say that Hulk deserves to be on this list, even if it's the MCU version that I got hate for mentioning before. And at 9, Batman. Now, while this isn't an instance of Batman beating an actual god, someone who, I guess in our religions is considered a god, rather he beat a god that is considered a god, or at the very least god adjacent in his universe, Darkseid. During the Final Crisis storyline from 2008, Batman uses a Radion bullet to mortally wound Darkseid, while Darkseid in turn kills Batman with his Omega beams. Although physically bested and appearing dead, Darkseid's dying essence was still dragging all of reality into nothingness along with it. So even though Batman broke his one rule and created a bullet that could literally kill a god, it wasn't really enough. And then Batman gets gotten by the Omega Beam, and Superman is left at the end of creation and has to literally sing Darkseid apart. Not even kidding. The last of Superman's super breath was used to sing the remaining essence of Darkseid out of existence. I wish I wasn't being serious. This sounds like either the best or the worst episode of Glee ever. It's the only episode that I would watch, if I'm being totally honest. And at 8, Black Bolt. Speaking of voices tearing people apart, we have Black Bolt, the Dragonborn of the Marvel Universe. Another character who didn't exactly defeat a god that we know of, but rather a god that is considered a god in his universe. They say that when Black Bolt came face to face with Apocalypse, he murdered the god with his voice, shouted him apart. Actually, a simple sound was enough to do the man in. Black Bolt has also killed nearly all the Celestials and torn apart space-time with those damn pipes of his. Guess there's more to this tuning fork of a human than meets the eye. Or I guess I should say inhuman. I'd never want to get on this guy's bad side, especially like even if we just got into an argument. That would probably be the death of me. Like he would say something extremely controversial and I'd just be like, yeah man, totally. Yeah, just so I don't have to fight him. Or maybe I should say the death of me. No? Too much? Because like, you know, he'd explode my head with sound. So it would be the death of me, but I would also... Okay, moving on. And at 7, Aquaman. With Aquaman being the butt of so many superhero jokes, you wouldn't really expect him to have that many big bad tangles. Maybe a cuttlefish here, or maybe a blobfish is acting out of line there, but that sort of underestimating is actually what got the son of Poseidon's handed to him by the flying fishmonger. Going by the name of Triton, not Percy Jackson unfortunately, the son of Olympic god Poseidon challenged Aquaman to a one-on-one battle. He didn't expect much of a fight, I guess, which just makes me question why he challenged him in the first place. But Triton, due to his arrogance, got his rear presented to him on a silver platter with a side of cheese slices and crackers to boot. In fact, Triton got his beat so bad that Poseidon himself stepped in to save him and then punished Aquaman for absolutely destroying his pathetic little boy. Like, this is some serious rich parent level of bull here. Like, imagine you're on a sports team and you beat the other team so bad that one of the parents comes in and yells at you and then kicks you off your team. That's basically what happened to Aquaman, and that's hilarious. That's not gonna help with the jokes. And at 6, Thor. I know that Thor is a god, but that doesn't mean that I can't count him on this list because he's still a superhero in the Marvel Comics. So you know what? It's good enough for me, and for some reason Marvel agrees with me, putting him up against various foes like Olympus cage matches for us to bet on. One that we've seen multiple times, and I mean multiple times, is Thor versus Hercules. In the blue corner, we have the god of lightning, the lord of thunder, the son of Odin, and the mother of dragons, Thor! And in the red corner, we have the god of strength, son of Zeus, and probably not Hera's son, hence why she sent demons after him, at least in the non-Disney adaptation, whose name is also wrong, Hercules! That, for some reason, despite being the god of strength, cannot seem to win against Thor when he uses lightning. Yeah, that's right. Somehow the god of strength and the god of thunder are fairly evenly matched physically, but when Thor starts pulling out some lightning on the son of Zeus, whose father literally wields a lightning bolt, he can't seem to get it up. You know what I really want to see? Thor versus Bonesaw. Bonesaw is ready! Halfway through into number 5, Spectre. Look, I get that the Spectre is an immortal mythical presence that doesn't really have any decent weakness. However, he does possess a mortal man in order to actually be able to do his thing, so he counts for this list. That's right, deal with it. Especially when the spirit of ultimate vengeance fought off Shazam, who is similar to Darkseid and Apocalypse in the sense that he's seen as a god in this universe, or at least god adjacent, since, you know, he's also basically invincible. I guess you could also say that maybe Superman fits that description, but literally anyone who fights him somehow gets their hands on kryptonite, as if it's available at every corner drugstore like plutonium was supposed to be in 1985. If you understand that reference, we can be friends. However, you know, the Spectre is literally a spirit that will just find a new host whenever his old one kicks the bucket, so yeah, it's safe to say that this guy could defeat basically anyone if he tried hard enough and was willing to burn through enough vessels. And at 4, Deadpool. Deadpool, for all of his issues, is certainly a resilient fellow, and shares quite a bit of his character with various different other characters in the Marvel Universe. One of which is that he has a fascination for tricks and impersonations, like Loki. Ironically, Mr. Wilson decided to try and impersonate Thor on multiple occasions. And you know, Thor already has to deal with that kind of BS at home, so when he sees Wade doing it, he isn't happy. And while this may have happened in a non-canon comic, technically it happened in one universe. Since in Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe Volume 12, Deadpool uses Pym particles to enlarge Mjolnir and use it to kill Thor, which has got to be the most brutal kind of taking your own medicine ever. Like, imagine getting squished by your own hammer that only a couple other people in the entire universe can even move. That's a serious kick in the balls, especially because it's Deadpool. Like, you lost to Deadpool. That sucks. Getting close to the end in number 3, Wonder Woman. Do I really need to tell you which god Wonder Woman has defeated? I mean, like, it's kind of obvious. She also had a whole movie about it. The god of war, Kratos, has gone against wait, what? That's the wrong god of war? Oh yes, right. Wonder Woman and Ares have gone head to head multiple times over the various decades of comics. Ares is basically the Joker to Wonder Woman's Batman, at least in my opinion. And honestly, it's not as fair as one might think. Sure, Ares is the god of war, but Wonder Woman still kicks his ass from here to Sunday, especially after they got rid of that one weakness that I'm pretty sure spoke more about the writer than the character. No matter what, Wonder Woman has still beat Ares, who is a god of war, and therefore belongs on this list, even if it was a fairly obvious number. She also cleaved his head in two at one point, so it's safe to say that if she wasn't on this list, the same thing would happen to me. Either from her or the comments. Penultimately in at number 2, Sentry. Sentry's an absolute powerhouse, so it's no surprise that he's fought and beaten a god, but how he did it is even better. Sentry used to be a part of Norman Osborn's Avengers, who went to Asgard in an attempt to lay siege and claim it, because you know, it's Norman Osborn's Avengers. However, the Marvel version of the Greek god of war didn't like that idea, so after he learned of Osborn's intentions, he came down to kill the Green Goblin. But Ares did not anticipate Sentry's absolute monster arms, even when Sentry picked him up and tore him in half. This man tore a Greek god in half. He absolutely obliterated the god of war without breaking a sweat. If that doesn't show you the sheer power of Sentry and how overpowered Marvel thinks that Superman is, nothing will. Nothing will show you. You're a lost cause at that point. He tore Ares in half. What? Finally, in number 1, Superman. Superman is basically a god in the DC universe, like I said earlier, but not only is he near godlike in the DC universe, but he's also defeated multiple godlike entities across his decades of comic appearances, including Darkseid after withstanding one of his Omega beams, which is absolutely insane, and Doomsday, who, whenever he gets defeated, gets resurrected, and then cannot be killed in that same way. So you'd have to come up with new ways to kill him every time, which is freaking ridiculous, and eventually Doomsday will just become invincible and everyone will die. I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. Superman is also basically unkillable if the enemy plays fair, but let's be honest, when would they do that? They're bad guys. It's what they do. But assuming the world ends up running out of kryptonite, we're also all screwed. We saw what happened with Injustice. Imagine that, but no chance of stopping him, alright? Yeah. Exactly. Also, how specific is the Doomsday thing? Like, does it have to be like, oh, you stabbed him here, so you have to move 2 millimeters over to the left to actually be able to kill him again? Or is it like, oh, you shot him with like a bazooka, so you can't ever shoot him again? And like, does it happen, like, is it every other time that he's died you can't kill him that same way, or is it just the previous one?
Number 10, Black Widow. Sorry Black Widow, but there isn't any way you are making it out of a fight with Gorr alive. He's had billions of years of experience when it comes to destroying and defeating gods, and I don't think your spy skills are going to save you in this battle. I'm sorry Black Widow, I love you, but it's just not gonna cut it. Also, if we're talking MCU Black Widow, I mean, that'd be a really easy fight cause she's dead, so yeah. The best shot that Black Widow might have in terms of a comic book Black Widow, obviously, is to distract Gorr and get him monologuing, to bide her some time to put a miraculous tactical plan into action. But even then, I do not think it would be enough. Gorr has thousands of years of combat experience, which means that whatever Black Widow threw at him, he likely could just push through, and even if initially he wasn't victorious, eventually he would be. Number 9, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is a member of the Eternals. In the Eternals film, he was one of my favorite characters personally, played by the amazing Don Lee. Unfortunately, in that film, he was killed by the Deviants. Gilgamesh joined the Avengers in the comics back in the 1980s. Originally, he was known as the Forgotten One, but he would take up the name of Gilgamesh during his time on the superhero team. Normally, Eternals aren't so easy to kill, because when they die, they can come right back. And instead of being brought back as like android-like synthetic beings that are created by the Celestials, like in the movie, they were once humans who were simply altered by the Celestials to be a superpowered immortal race in the comics. They can be resurrected instead by a giant system known as the Machine that is integrated with Earth. But needless to say, Gilgamesh's superior strength, fighting skills, and immortality would still not be enough to stop Gorr, who was used to defeating godlike beings such as Gilgamesh every day, all the time. And friends, before we move on to this next spot, if you are loving this list and you want to show our channel some love, on another platform, head on over to Facebook and give us a like, give us a follow, do all the Facebook stuff. Number 8. Quicksilver. Quicksilver is known for being one of the fastest superheroes in Marvel Comics. If we use the term speedster at Marvel, which I don't think we do, we know him as one of the greatest ones within that universe. One of the greatest speedsters. More of a DC thing. Quicksilver, like his sister Scarlet Witch, ended up joining the Avengers, leaving the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants and Magneto, who Wanda felt they were basically indebted to. Like Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver became a hero while working on the Avengers team. And you might think his speed would be enough to keep him safe from Gore, but something you'd be forgetting is how relentless Gore the God Butcher is, and how he can pretty much make almost infinite copies of himself, each made from a part of himself as he's bonded with the All Blacks, so he can just basically like pop up other versions of him all over the place. I've seen what happens when Quicksilver gets mauled in his own series and Avengers tie-in, Quicksilver No Surrender, and let me tell you, he doesn't fare too well. While Quicksilver can run away, he can't run forever as he does get tired and needs to rest, even with his superhuman stamina and speed. And this, I imagine, would ultimately be his undoing if Gore didn't kill him before then. Number 7. Vision. Vision, being an all-powerful android, alas, would not protect him from the reach of Gore the God Butcher. I doubt Vision or his maker in the comics, Ultron, would be able to stand against Gore, even if they were joined up together. While Vision might be smart, Gore just has way more experience when it comes to defeating those that stand against him. And while it's never explicitly stated, I don't think, that Gore has defeated any gods of technology that either represented that concept or were in fact made of technology, it is implied that he's defeated gods of all kinds in the comics, which would likely include technological gods. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Gore had taken on Phalanx, who ruled over the Technarchy, or the Phalanx's creators themselves, Titans, which were basically AI societies that evolved into a singularity, who he could easily see as tech-based gods. And if he could down a Titan, he could certainly down Vision. If Ant-Man were small, Gore would squish him like a bug. If he were big, he would just rip out his giant heart. The reality is that Gore has taken on bigger beings than Ant-Man. At one point, he downed an Elder God, smugly brandishing its heart in victory. What's worse is that Gore is also somewhat of an inventor and kind of, in a way, a scientist like Hank Pym was. And he's definitely capable of thievery like Scott Lang once was. Although Gore usually prefers to kill those he generally steals from, as many of them are gods, so his version of stealing is more like murder and then steal the thing. Gore actually uses the heart of the Elder God he defeats for a deadly and evil project that he's working on, a god bomb intended to destroy all the gods, ending their reign over the cosmos once and for all. Number 5. Sersi. Sersi is a member of the Eternals, but for a while she actually ran with the Avengers herself. She is known for being a good friend of Iron Man, and she went on a few adventures with the Avengers team, even joining them for a time and becoming the romantic partner of another Avenger member, Black Knight. Sersi was also a member of the team known as the God Squad as well, and technically as an Eternal, she's pretty much on a god tier level. Eternals are immortal beings who are simply resurrected after they die and have lived for millennia. As such, they are known throughout history as beings of myth and lore. Sersi herself was once known as Circe the Sorceress because of her abilities to see into others' minds, cast illusions, and manipulate matter. However, not even this would protect her against Gore. Like Gilgamesh, the Eternal mentioned before her, Gore would not only end both of them, but he would likely also destroy the planet simply to prevent them from being resurrected by the Machine, the powerful system that brings the Eternals back after they die, and like I said, is heavily integrated into the planet. Number 4. Scarlet Witch. Wanda might be one of the most powerful heroes on the Avengers, at least when it comes to magic, but she is also, pretty squishy. She was killed at one point by Rogue, wielding bone claws, and so I don't think Gore would have too difficult of a time disposing of her, sadly. Sorry, Wanda. Granted, if we're talking MCU Wanda, then he shouldn't struggle really at all. She is possibly gone forever, or will be at the very least MIA for a while after the events of Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. In the comics though, Wanda is a powerful reality warper and chaos magic wielder, but if Gore managed to surprise her, he could easily eliminate the Scarlet Witch. Number 3. Spider-Man. I really don't want to imagine Spider-Man falling to Gore in the MCU, especially after we just lost Spider-Man to Thanos and then got him back and everything that happened in No Way Home, but It is very possible. The all-black Necro Sword that Gorr fights with is known for being one of the best and most badass weapons in all of the cosmos. It comes from the same place as Venom comes from, the planet Clintar, and it is actually the first symbiote that was ever forged by Null, the god of the symbiotes, who at one point ruled that world and who Gorr first stumbled upon when he first learned that gods truly do exist. He merged with the all-black, which is what gives him his power. Being that this is the oldest symbiote in existence, which allows Gorr to create multiple copies of himself at will, and also grants him super strength, shapeshifting abilities, and the power to heal, it's easy to see how Spider-Man, who in the past has struggled against Venom and Carnage in the comics, would be easily defeated. Number 2, Ares. Ares is the god of war, so I think you see where I'm going with this. God. Ares ended up on the Dark Avengers team and was also part of the Mighty Avengers, the initiative. While he might not be on the main roster of Avengers, he seemed like an important one to mention given the fact that, you know, he's an actual god. How do we know that Gorr can beat him? Because, well, Gorr has already defeated a ton of gods, including those that symbolize or represent war, which means that he's already got experience taking down others like Ares. So what's to stop him from defeating this god of war from the Greek pantheon? I'm pretty sure Gorr is also going to destroy Zeus in Thor: Love and Thunder, and it's possible that the other gods of the Greek pantheon, Ares included, will also get decimated by Gorr and the All-Black. Number 1, Thor. I know this might be a weird one to have on the list, especially considering that Thor did beat Gorr in the comics, and multiple times too, but hear me out. Typically when Thor has beaten Gorr, it's because he is power boosted or because he has some kind of help. The first time around he had the help of other Thors out of time, as well as the help of Gorr in a way in the form of Agar, his son that he had lost, which he kind of recreated with the All-Black, but which really seemed to represent Gorr's own self-loathing at what he had become in a way, an even more cruel god. Aside from that, Thor also had the help of the remaining gods of the universe out there, whose belief in him gave him added strength in his fight against Gorr. So if we had just one Thor versus one Gorr, I'm not sure he would have been so successful. One Thor does not equal one Gorr. You need a few more Thors to balance that scale. Number 10, Just His Bones and a Beautiful Memory. This one chokes me up every time. It's not only physically brutal, but emotionally brutal. Like so many superhero defeats that stick with me truly seem to be. In this case, it is Superman himself who is defeated by his friend and ally Wonder Woman. This all goes down in the story from outside of the main continuity, Wonder Woman Dead Earth. In this comic, Diana awakens in a post-apocalyptic world, where she seems to have forgotten what happened to the planet. There was a great war, and following it a great fire, and it is in issue 3 that she actually finds out the truth about what happened to this now dead Earth, and her involvement in that. What happened was the Great Fire, and the Great Fire was her. In the past, in Dead Earth, the Amazons attacked humankind, and while Diana attempted to lead peace talks between both sides, this ultimately fails, and then the humans decide to basically nuke Themyscira. Diana's full power is unleashed when her bracelets are removed, but it's not enough to stop the nuclear strike against her home. In the end, her mom, her sisters, her entire world are all destroyed and lost to her. Superman rushes to help, but also arrives too late after prioritizing his own parents, who also were victims of a nuclear attack in Smallville. Her power fully unleashed, heartbroken and filled with rage, Wonder Woman takes out her frustrations on Superman. The two fight, and ultimately this untethered and unlimited power that Diana has tapped into proves to be enough for her to destroy Clark after their fight also has obliterated the Earth via collateral damage. And friends, before we move on to our next spot on this list, if you love what we do here at Top 10 Nerd, why not show us you love us by clicking that subscribe button? I know there's a bunch of you that aren't subscribed, so, you know, if you want to subscribe, it helps us out. Number 9, the Justice League are dead. Welcome to Dark Crisis. Or really, welcome to Justice League issue number 75, the beginning of Dark Crisis. In this issue, the Justice League goes up against Pariah. Pariah used to be a scientist trying to stop the death of universes, who basically became corrupted when he was cursed to watch worlds end over and over again without being able to do anything to save them. I mean, to be fair, that would, I think, make pretty much anyone corrupted and kind of crazy. Pariah is back, and this time he intends to end the suffering of the multiverse by ending the heroes of the main continuity. He does this because he believes in destroying the main continuity he'll kind of be able to end the cycle of destruction, seeing it as kind of the root of the problem because the heroes from that reality have in essence meddled too much with the state of the multiverse. So he's like, in order for us to save the multiverse, we kind of gotta get rid of you guys. As a result, he seemingly handily defeats the Justice League in one go, blasting them with his own power after making them fight sort of the Darkness, which is like an army of evil characters they've fought before, but really it's just the Darkness, leaving only Black Adam to survive, return to Earth, and tell the tale of what happened. Of course, the Justice League would return because, you know, this is comics, we gotta come back around to it. But still, this issue and their initial fate here was pretty wild. Number 8, and that will be the end of the X-Men forever! What can I say? I'm a sucker for the classics. This one comes to us from the old days of X-Men, the Jack Kirby and Stan Lee days. In issues number 17 and 18 of Uncanny X-Men, Magneto is revealed to be the villain who has infiltrated the X-Mansion, having returned from outer space where we last saw him be transported to by the Beyonder. He has returned to once more resume getting revenge on the X-Men and mankind. It isn't until the end of issue 17 that Magneto is revealed as he greets the parents of Warren Worthington III, aka mutant student Angel's parents, having handily defeated almost all the X-Men one by one after luring them to the mansion. Magneto's plan is to send them up in an air balloon, which is basically like attached to a metal ball that contains them. Fortunately, while initially defeated in issue number 17 and struggling to escape in issue number 18, Iceman ends up getting showcased as the true hero in this issue. Kinda helps save the day here, almost single-handedly defeating Magneto just as the X-Men escape their deadly air balloon fate and return to back him up. Number 7. You Are Not My Father. Probably one of the most emotional fights, especially when we consider that at the time we had a lot of complex emotions about, well, at least one of these people, happens between Professor Charles Xavier and his star pupil, Scott Summers, aka Cyclops. I'll let you guess about who he had complex feelings about. This one went down during the events of Avengers vs. X-Men. It happens at a tense time in the history of the X-Men, not just because they were up against and at conflict with the Avengers as a result of a debate about what to do with the incoming Phoenix Force, but because of the revelations that had happened in recent years in regards to Charles's more shady practices, like not telling his students that the danger room they were training in had actually itself become a sentient AI mutant who was in essence kind of being oppressed by the headmaster of the Xavier Institute, for example. In the end, Charles attempted to talk down Scott, who at this point had the full power of the Phoenix Force, or he takes the full power of the Phoenix Force during this fight, and uses it at his fingertips. Basically, he was also being corrupted by that. Himself filled with a bunch of complex feelings at the time in regards to Charles, Cyclops ends up refusing his once mentor's help, and instead kills him in a blaze of phoenix flames. Despite the fact that Charles at this point was a controversial figure, he was still, I would say, considered to be more hero than villain. And despite the fact that Cyclops himself is usually known for being a hero, he still defeated a man often also known for his own heroic and idealistic dreams. Number 6. The day the proudest, most noble man ever finally fell. Obviously, I'm kinda trimming down that quote a bit, but it just fits a little bit better in my point. What an iconic defeat. So iconic it not only shook the comic book world, but also the everyday world as well, making headlines. And sure, all in all, this was kind of a publicity stunt to help boost comic sales, but it also became a huge story for comic book fans everywhere to look back on for years to come. While Superman would return, his defeat against Doomsday and ultimate initial death in the comics would be felt the world over. The death of Superman is epic, and I personally always like coming back to it, not just for Clark himself, but for the characters that are a big part of his world. Lois and Jimmy, his parents, John and Martha. Ugh, makes me feel so many emotions. Also, why was Jimmy so handsome in the 90s? I ask myself that every time I return to Superman comics in the 90s. I'm like, Jimmy, you're looking real jacked. Number 5. Take heart, Kitty. Oof, this one hits me right in the feels. I go back to what it felt like the first time I read this one, and whoo, it got me. This defeat comes to us from the pages of one of my favorite ever X books, I believe, the first volume of Marauders, which started back in 2019. I think this is one of my favorite X books of all time. I mean, I'd have to really think about that and rank those, but pretty sure this is up there if it's not in the top 5. Although, I think it is in the top 5. for me. In issue number 6, we're caught off guard when Sebastian Shaw shows up on a boat where Captain Kate, the leader of the Marauders, has been left alone. Now for those who haven't been keeping up with, the Krakoa era X-Men stuff and what it means for Kitty Pryde, initially she had problems using the gates on the island and basically became the captain of a ship and the leader of the Marauders. Not Sinister's Marauders, not those Marauders. She was reclaiming the name for a heroic group of buccaneers that would basically sail the seas and help to free mutants in countries where they otherwise were not free, helping to bring them to Krakoa. And honestly, the team is also star-studded. Here, Kitty preferred to go by Kate. That is, until she died. Sebastian Shaw shows up to attack Kate with fast-growing Krakoa seeds. Considering she can't use the gates and currently can't phase through Krakoan materials, Kate becomes restrained as a result. Lockheed is netted and tossed overboard, and Kate is left to sink alone, along with the ship she is on, which Sebastian of course blows a hole in. This plot point is made even more devastating by the implication that Kate will not be able to be resurrected, as this plot point is made even more devastating by the implication that Kate will not be able to be resurrected by the Five as a result of her inability to interact with Krakoan gates. Number 4. Everything Cracked. The Final Crisis story is all about the brutal defeat of superheroes and really kind of like everyone on Earth. Final Crisis was the story of how Darkseid basically took over the world by broadcasting the anti-life equation to everyone on the planet via email, text, radio, and television broadcasts, basically making them realize that he is the one true ruler of everything, and so they may as well just give up and surrender to him. It was brutal, devastating, and honestly affected pretty much everybody in the comics. Eventually the heroes would manage to rise up and take back the planet, but for a while there, it was really bleak. Things got so bad that they even caused Batman to break his one rule against using guns in order to take on Darkseid. And this event started with the death of Martian Manhunter as well. Rough. Number 3. The one true enemy of the great Charles Xavier. Oh boy, we are going to the Ultimate Universe for this one, so you know it's gonna be brutal, right? This comes from the Ultimate X-Men series. Here, Sinister, who looks super different in this universe, so if you're like, wait a minute, who's that? That's Sinister? Yeah, it is. He infiltrates the X-Mansion and manages to sneak up on Charles Xavier himself, despite his immense telepathic powers. Xavier here is no match for Sinister, who takes him out of the security room he was in, where he was seemingly surveying his students. When Charles asks Sinister where he's taking him, Sinister responds that he's escorting Xavier to his one true enemy, and then he pushes him down some stairs. It's completely awful, really. Xavier isn't the only one who gets brutally and honestly insultingly messed up by Sinister in this issue. Angel also in this fight goes from being intimidating in one panel to basically mentally manipulated into choking himself against his will in another panel. So yeah, which I mean, I don't know. I kind of expect something like that for Angel, but Xavier? It's not fair. It's not very, that's terrible. Number 2. Instead, I will simply break you. Possibly one of the most powerful moments I've ever read in Batman comics. This epic issue that was an integral part of the Nightfall story is a whirlwind of a fight. And not only that, but overseen by a powerful inner monologue from Batman about all the wounds he has taken to get to this point, that truly highlights the struggles that really sum up this character, who against all odds always comes out on top, right? Not this time. In issue number 497 of Batman, this was the moment that Bruce fell in his fight against Bane. Bane came to finish him, but rather than kill Batman, decided to simply leave him broken, breaking his back over his knee in that massive and iconic splash panel. Number 1. But I saved you. I did it. This one made me cry all over again as I sat at my desk and reflected on it, revisiting it again. Oh boy, okay. So here we're talking about the death of Spider-Man, which honestly happened more than once in the Ultimate comic book line and universe, but I do think that this is my favorite death. This is Spider-Man's death done right, is what I mean, in my mind. If you have to do it, obviously, because I don't think many of us would really ask for something this heartbreaking to happen, but you know, here we are, it happened, and it's so sad. During Ultimate Spider-Man issue 159 through to issue 160, we see Peter in his final fight. In the final moments of this final fight, unmasked and with nothing really left to lose, he is forced to give it his all to protect the people of New York City, and more specifically, his friend friends, his family, his loved ones, and the people of his own neighborhood. In the end, despite everything he does in this epic fight, which spans multiple issues, he is defeated by the Green Goblin. And the ultimate version of the Green Goblin is an unstoppable and, as we later find out, immortal tank of a villain. This fight and defeat has it all though. Ups, downs, it's an emotional, action-packed roller coaster. And while Spider-Man does seemingly die, so seemingly does Norman Osborn as well in the end. So while this is a defeat, there's also at least some poetic justice felt in the end too. But goodness, Aunt May, whew, boy do I feel for Aunt May here. Oh, it's so awful.
Coming in at number 10 is Batman vs. Prometheus. This may be one of the silliest yet coldest Batman takedowns I have ever seen. In fact, down in the comments, I want you guys to let me know your favorite absolutely wacky Batman takedowns. But for now, let me explain this one. The first time Prometheus encounters the Justice League, and specifically Batman, he overcomes them all, just showing how much of a force to be reckoned with that he is. As for how he brought down Batman in hand-to-hand combat, the villain does what all villains do and gloats about how he did it. Using his helmet, he is able to program the skills of the 30 greatest martial arts masters in the world, including Batman himself, into his body and brain for his own use. Not one to be outdone like that though. When the time comes for the rematch, Batman cheats and forces Prometheus into using an older version of his helmet, but this version had been tampered with by Batman so that instead of the 30 greatest martial artists, Prometheus now has access to the physical abilities and skills of none other than Professor Stephen Hawking. Now, Batman could very easily punch the lights out of Prometheus, who is stuck with muscular neuron disease that renders him a drooling catatonic. God, it's almost offensive, but it's just so good and such a Batman thing to do, like outthinking his opponent like that. Number 9, Magneto versus the Red Skull. Magneto and the Red Skull are on opposite sides of history. Magneto grew up in a Jewish family living in Germany during World War II, and we all know Red Skull and Hydra's stance in World War II Germany, so it's safe to say that these two villains will almost never get along. Right? In Acts of Vengeance from 1989, Magneto and Red Skull were actually temporarily united. But it's really important to note that Magneto was unsure whether this was the Red Skull that aided Germany in the slaughter of his people. So Magneto confronted him and the Red Skull confirmed that he was indeed the original, which was a mistake. It didn't take much for Magneto, the master of magnetism, to overpower the Skull, but unlike what you might think, Magneto does not take his life. Instead, Magneto leaves the Skull isolated in a stripped down fallout shelter 20 feet underground. He removed the ladder from the escape hatch, gave him 10 gallons of water, took out his homing transmitters, gave him no food and no light, just water, air, and his own depraved thoughts. Number 8, Peter Parker versus Kingpin. If there's one thing you just don't do, it's messing with Aunt May. After Peter had revealed his identity to the world, his past villains were all coming back to get some more personal revenge. This put his family in danger, and despite his best attempts to protect them, when an assassin tried to bring him down, he dodged out of the way and Aunt May happened to be in the line of fire. This transitioned immediately to the Back in Black Spider-Man arc, which saw Peter don his black spider suit and go on a warpath to find out who was responsible for hiring the assassin. Eventually, Peter learns that it was none other than Kingpin who hired the goon. Fisk was in prison at this time, but using an extremely large stash of cash that he somehow had hidden within his prison furniture, I don't know, it's a comic book, just roll with it, Fisk was able to get out of his cell, release the other inmates, and get about halfway through the prison before Spider-Man came crashing in. And after letting Kingpin monologue a little bit, he proceeds to lay an incredible beatdown on the Kingpin of crime in front of an entire prison wing of his underlings. But then, to make it much more personal, Spider-Man takes off the black suit to show that it's Peter Parker beating the snot out of Kingpin. Then he slaps the hell out of Fisk, threatens to spin webbing down his throat, and then explains how pathetic he is in front of all of his underlings, striking right at the Kingpin's massive pride. Number 7, Jericho versus Vigilante. Joey Wilson, aka Jericho, is technically usually a superhero. Despite being the son of Deathstroke, Deathstroke one of the world's best assassins. The same serum that gave Deathstroke his powers and enhancements also gave Jericho his powers, but they differ largely from Deathstroke's. Jericho has a very unique and powerful ability that allows him to transfer his consciousness into the body of another and take control of them by making eye contact with that person. Unfortunately, every time he did this, a small shred of the individual's psyche remained in his head. At first, it was nothing that he couldn't deal with, but over time, possessing multiple people, he had so many psyches running around his head it drove him insane and put him on a warpath that needed to see him brought down. The rogue anti-hero known as Vigilante was the one to take on the responsibility of stopping Jericho, but because of Jericho's sister insisting that Jericho was a good person at heart and should not lose his life, Vigilante decided to not deal with this threat in a completely lethal way. No, instead, Vigilante just completely took Jericho's eyes from his head. Blind and unable to use his powers, the threat of his abilities was gone. But I'm pretty sure it did nothing to stop his mental instability. In fact, it likely made it worse. Number 6. Wally West vs. Inertia. Inertia was a young villainous Thaddeus Thawne. Inertia is to Bart Allen, aka Impulse, what Eobard Thawne is to Barry Allen. He is his reverse. Now, Inertia had been raised his whole life to absolutely despise speedsters of any kind. He learned to be a villain from others, but his actions were all of his own. So, when Inertia made the mistake of taking the life of his opposite, Bart Allen, he would be made to suffer the consequences. Unfortunately for him, those consequences came in the form of Wally West, one of the most powerful speedsters ever. After taunting Wally about the fact he just took the life of his sidekick, in All Flash number 1, Wally takes the young villain, who had the potential to be reformed, mind you, and removes his ability to move at all, traps Inertia in a museum as one of the exhibits, only able to blink once every 100 years, and leaves the kid there still thinking in real time during all of this, meaning he's driven slowly and pretty surely insane. And just as the cherry on top, Wally left him facing the exhibit of Bart Allen, the man that Inertia could have been. It's an incredibly dark fate for a hero to impose on a villain, especially one that small. Number 5. Superman vs. the Joker. The Injustice video game and comic books took the simple premise of an evil Superman and turned it into an awesome story with really cool moments. The designs created for the heroes are mostly really cool, and only slight variations of their best looks. The reasons that heroes and villains choose sides against one another is also really cool, and it gives some of the most ridiculous shows of force for Superman himself. But it all kicks off with one simple event. The Joker decides that he has become bored of Gotham, so he turns his gaze on Metropolis. The dark and twisted games that this character plays work really well with Batman, who is in reality just a normal human named Bruce Wayne. But when the Joker has to face someone with actual power, he is exponentially way more likely to come out on the bottom. So, when he decided to crack Superman by tricking the hero into ending the life of Lois Lane and then blowing up a large part of Metropolis, he does succeed for just a few hours, until Superman shows up at the room where the clown is being interrogated by Batman, and Superman just bursts in, ignoring Batman completely, and in one cold move, he plunges his fist straight through the Joker's chest, stopping his heart immediately. And number 4, Midnight vs. Commander. The Authority is a really cool group from DC Comics' Wildstorm universe. The two most well-known heroes from the team would be Apollo and Midnighter, who are basically like Superman and Batman respectively, only these two are husband and husband, and Midnighter is almost insane. He is like Batman, but like Batman who is also mixed with the Punisher and maybe like a bit of Deadpool. And these stories get dark. In Mark Millar's run on the Authority, a villain by the name of Commander makes the very big mistake of attacking and forcing himself on Apollo. This was a hell of a mistake, because in response to those actions, Apollo, after recovering, burns Commander's legs so that he can't escape, and Midnighter shows up with a jackhammer. And the rest is something we are kept from seeing. If you want to check it out for yourself, you may be my guest, but you've been warned, it is quite haunting. Number 3, Captain Cold vs. Johnny Quick. If you have not read Forever Evil, I highly recommend you do. It's such a dark and crazy story that sees the villains of the DC universe step into the heroic side to take down an evil Justice League from the alternate reality of Earth 3. Each member of this crime syndicate of America is a sick and twisted perversion of their prime Earth counterpart. But of all of them, Johnny Quick, the stand-in for the Flash, may be the most messed up. He's a completely deranged serial killer in his world. And one villain just can't stand for someone dragging the Flash's name in the dirt like that. Leonard Snart, Captain Cold. In their confrontation, Mr. Quick gets a hold of Cold's weapon, the Cold Gun, and then gloats about how he had taken the life of the alternate Snart on Earth 3 and how Captain Cold is defenseless without his finger on the trigger of his weapon. Well, it turns out that Snart singing Jingle Bells Batman Smells activates the Cold Gun voice trigger, which then completely freezes Quick's leg, which is when Captain Cold takes his big old right boot heel and completely shatters this maniac's leg. Have fun accessing the Speed Force now, psycho! In at number 2, Black Panther and the Skrulls. Wakanda, like the other fictional kingdoms of Atlantis and Latveria, is protected by a man who will do anything to protect his people. T'Challa doesn't really have the luxury of sparing those that would do harm to his incredibly advanced home, but Wakanda is also one of the #1 places targeted when an invading force wants to take over Earth. So, taking those two facts into account, when the Skrulls tried to invade Wakanda to start their mission of dominating the world, T'Challa and his wife Storm of the X-Men left those aliens with a clear message. After tricking the Skrulls into inflicting pain on their own men for information, the Skrulls sent out their best warriors for the task of taking down the pair. But just as those toughest warriors are gone from sight, an army of Wakandan soldiers breaks into the Skrull ship and leaves not a single Skrull soul alive. While that's happening, those quote toughest warriors are turned into pulp by Black Panther, with T'Challa using their blood to write quote, "This is what happens when you invade Wakanda" on the bridge of the Skrull ship, Cold. Number 1, Constantine vs. Dr. Fate. It's funny, I never really thought I'd see Dr. Fate as a villain, and in a way this isn't exactly that. It's more like the Helmet of Fate and Naboo himself is the villain. In Constantine Future's End, John has stolen the Helmet of Fate, who without a wearer is just a measly old artifact with one of the world's most powerful sorcerers trapped inside. Allowing himself to get ensnared by the helmet, linking John and Naboo's minds, John trapped Naboo in the auditorium of Anubis. He fairly challenges Naboo to prove that he has actually ever cared about anyone other than himself in front of the ancient Egyptian god. If Naboo wins, then Constantine dies and Naboo is free to do what he does. Despite his great deeds though, he can't actually prove that he cares about anyone. When Constantine summoned the helmet, it immediately started influencing people to come and claim the helmet and save Naboo. But Constantine had set up a man to subdue each person that was called by the helmet, and when one person didn't make it, another would be called, and then another, and so on. Each person just being used as a tool by Naboo, who didn't care what happened to any of them. He proves that Naboo doesn't give a damn, and then Naboo is eaten by Anubis, just straight up eaten. Now it turns out, even the challenge was a trick, with Constantine making a deal with the demon Ifrit, who now inhabits the Helmet of Fate in the place of and sort of alongside Naboo, bargaining with those who choose to wear the helmet from this point forward. Coming in at number 10 is Daredevil vs. Bullseye. Imagine being the guy who continuously gets his butt handed to him by Daredevil to the point that you've been saved and brought back to multiple times with enhancements, and he still leaves you stuck in an iron lung with the ability to do nothing but stare and talk very quietly. Imagine being that guy, and in another act of attempted vengeance, you mastermind a whole evil plan to get your revenge with your limited communication abilities, and then in Daredevil Volume 3, number 27, this red-suited man without fear unravels your plans and then makes sure the jar that's keeping you alive gets filled with a toxic chemical, leaving you completely blind. Well, that's what happened to Bullseye. As Foggy Nelson said, once the deadliest man in the world, and now all he will be is a living brain inside a flesh and bone coffin. That's terrifying. Number 9, the Hulk vs. Abomination. Abomination in the MCU was once an incredibly intimidating villain, and he still sort of is, but also kind of like a hippie, and kind of funny. In the comics though, Emil Blonsky is absolutely ruthless. General rule for the MCU movies for you right here. If you like a character, just imagine them doing everything they do, but turn it up to 10, and then you'll have their comic book counterpart. Mostly. What my point is here is that the Abomination is psychotic, and the Hulk is way more brutal. So, when the Abomination took the life of Betty Ross using his irradiated blood, he was not getting out of it easy. When they come head to head in the Incredible Hulk Volume 25 from 2000, it's arguably one of the best Incredible Hulk fights I've ever seen. Emil comes walking out of the water, and before he even knows what happens, Hulk is on him like shrimps on the barbie. The ground around them almost instantly becomes rubble. The fight travels under underwater and through a dam, flooding a whole town. All the while, these two green Goliaths are in a close combat slog match. And then, Emil decides to taunt the Hulk, which is just dumb because it just makes him angrier, increasing his strength, and the Hulk absolutely pummels the Abomination, laying on fist after fist after fist after fist, causing minor earthquakes and leaving Emil on the edge of life with his brain exposed. It's insane. This comic really shows the relationship between these two on a level that's not really captured anywhere else, and you should read it just for their relationship, honestly. Number 8, Batman vs. Thugs. Have you ever played the Batman Arkham games? The combat in those games is absolutely fantastic, but it still leaves me wondering how many of these random street thugs actually survive after their interaction with Batman, because I doubt it. He hits hard, and he is pretty unforgiving about it, which serves his whole point of instilling fear, sure, but I think because these nameless thugs are cannon fodder, they essentially get the worst beatings of most of Batman's villains, and we never hear from most of them again. So that tells you all you need to know. As an example, let's talk about a group of thugs in the All-Star Batman and Robin series, issue number 7. Now this comic is written by Frank Miller, who seems to be able to get away with making Batman do pretty much anything, I guess. Like, there's no rules with Frank Miller. Like in the opening pages of the issue, Batman comes speeding into a group of armed thugs, foot first, maniacally laughing like the Joker, and talking in his head about how Gotham is full of cockroaches. He relishes in the fact that the criminals are so scared that they are disposing of each other accidentally, and then he sets fire to a bottle of bleach and tosses it into the criminals, blanketing them in fire, and then continuously beating the snot out of them while they're on fire. And then what happens next? You'll never guess, because Black Canary pops up out of nowhere, and these two superheroes just start making out and getting busy while the thugs are literally barbecuing in the background. Unfortunately, yes, this is Batman, but not my Batman. Number 7, Superman and the Manchester Black Beatdown. What's so funny about truth, justice, and the American way? I don't know. But what I do know is that the Superman story that uses that question as its title, also known as Action Comics issue number 775 for any of you who want to know, is awesome. Essentially, this comic sees the arrival of a group of heroes called the Elite that fight crime, but in an incredibly bombastic and brutal way with no regard for lives lost. This flies directly in the face of the moralities of heroes like Superman and Batman, but apparently not. The leader of this band of villainous heroes goes by the name Manchester Black, and he has an incredible level of telekinesis, able to punch a hole in a mountain with a simple thought. He is incredibly capable, and so are his team, fixing problems before Superman can even get to the scene. Now eventually, Superman, attempting to stop them from operating using such brutal forms of justice, gets his butt handed back to him during one of their first altercations. But that was Superman with the gloves on. As fast as a speeding bullet, Superman takes down the other 3 members of the Elite, leaving only Manchester Black left. Now in a move colder than I've ever seen before, Superman subtly uses his heat vision through Manchester's eye and cuts the connection between Chester and his telekinetic powers. Essentially, he lobotomized Chester using his heat vision, taking the ability to use his powers at least until the JLA could arrive, and he left the Elite in an unconscious dogpile. Number 6, Magneto beating Apocalypse. Magneto and Apocalypse are 2 incredibly powerful mutant villains with frighteningly similar goals, and yet we never really fully see them teaming up. But we also rarely ever see them fight either, except in the Age of Apocalypse reality. In this world, the Mutant Legion had gone back in time in an attempt to bring an end to Magneto, but he inadvertently caused the passing of Xavier, his father, which led to a world where Magneto forms and leads the X-Men, and Apocalypse has nearly taken over the whole world. This all came to a head in X-Men Omega. Now, on paper, while Magneto is powerful with a capital P, when compared to Apocalypse, he should be a walk in the park for the second mutant to ever exist, and their fight going on simultaneously with about 3 or 4 other little skirmishes is intense. It's full of great lines, crazy twists and turns, but the best part is right near the end. Apocalypse has Magneto on the ropes, and he gloats in his own glory, wondering why the Master of Magnetism isn't fighting back. Now staring straight into Apocalypse's eyes, Magneto says, "I can't, I'm concentrating." And then they both look down to see Magneto's hands at his abdomen as he completely rips Apocalypse in 2 straight down the middle in the most awesome looking panel I have ever seen. It's so good. Number 5. Invincible. Invincible, Mark Grayson, is an incredibly strong character. Being a Viltrumite, Invincible is a member of one of the most unbeatable species in the galaxy. Mark is also a young adult, who hasn't learned how to control himself or his powers completely, so it's interesting that one of his greatest enemies is an incredibly squishy man by the name of Angstrom Levy. That's because Angstrom is pretty intelligent and ruthless, but also because he has the ability to open portals to alternate realities. Using his knowledge of other dimensions, he was able to figure out the alter ego of Invincible and find out where Mark lives. He travels to Mark's home and then captures Mark's mom and brother. First of all, making things this personal never works out for a villain, so they need to stop doing that. But Angstrom does actually put Mark through a good old fight, using portals to send the hero to multiple different dimensions, which was really cool, honestly. Where Levy made a big mistake though was when Mark's mom, Debbie, decides to try and attack the villain using a lamp, smashing it over Levy's big old head. Levy didn't take too kindly to this little affront, and he broke Debbie's arm. Now, in a fit of absolute blinding rage after seeing this, Mark charges full force at Levy and they end up crashing through multiple realities until they land in a sandy desert wasteland, which is when this idiotic guy Levy decides to threaten Mark's family again. Invincible, still in this blind rage, uses all the strength he has, completely pummeling Levy until Mark looks like he's covered in ketchup and Angstrom is now a huge puddle. But somehow, he still comes back. Number 4, Conquest. Yes, we're still talking about Invincible. For the Viltrumites of this Invincible comic series, they have extremely high resistance to damage, but what makes them even more capable is that when they do get beat down, usually by another Viltrumite, and they survive the damage, once they heal up, they become even stronger than they were before. It's why the oldest Viltrumites are usually the most powerful of the bunch. Now, one old-timer Viltrumite goes by the name of Conquest, and he is one grizzled old man. Battle-scarred as hell with a cybernetic arm and psychotic as hell as well, he arrives on Earth to check on Mark's progress with taking over the planet. That's a whole long story, we don't need to get into it. Essentially, he arrives after Mark had just gone through some I can't say that. So Mark is not in the best mood, but Conquest does not care, and these two have an absolute slog of a battle over the course of 4 issues of the comic. It's insane. Conquest takes a few hits, sure, but Mark is no match for this guy in the slightest. In an attempt to help Invincible, his girl, Adam Eve, decides to show up on the battlefield and lend a hand, and she was far out of her league, but she's very powerful, didn't really matter. Conquest punched a hole right through her. This was the line that you just don't cross. It sends Mark into a frenzy. The two Superman-like beings fly straight at one another, and Mark punches straight through Conquest's cybernetic arm, breaking his own arm in the process. He uses his unbroken hand to clock the old man in the face, he bites a massive chunk out of the guy's shoulder, Adam Eve revives herself out of nowhere, lends a helpful blast, and then when Conquest breaks Mark's other hand, this guy uses his head and headbutts Conquest over and over and over again. It was like 15 hits until what was once his head is now a stomped on can of crushed tomatoes. I don't know if we can even show this one, but it's just insane. Number 3, Squirrel Girl versus Dr. Doom. Look, we're talking comic books here, okay? Just keep that in mind. In Marvel's Superheroes number 8 from 1992, in one corner, we've got the full, untested, unbridled powerhouse of Squirrel Girl. And then, in the other corner, we have the Fantastic Four's top enemy, the ruler of Latveria, the man who has wielded the power of the Beyonder, constantly blends incredible technology with powerful magic and artifacts, fueled by his massive, deserved ego. It's the one and only Dr. Victor Von Doom. Who's the winner? Obviously, it's Squirrel Girl, what the hell? Summoning a monstrous horde of squirrels that completely swarm Doom as he cries out, "My much vaunted technology, decimated by these gnawing rodents." And he escapes through a trap door, diving into a river and leaving behind his mask, which Squirrel Girl takes as a trophy. Of all the defeats on this list, this one is definitely brutal. Completely tore that man's pride straight from him and sent him running and screaming with a whole cacophony of squirrels. Damn. That was kind of fun. Number 2, Mr. Dumpo. I know, I'm surprised the Punisher has not shown up on this list too, until now. Honestly, I can tell you why. The Punisher doesn't really have that many memorable villains because his whole thing is that he doesn't let them live. Usually his villains are gone from existence by the end of the issue, and definitely before the end of the series. And usually he does it very quickly and very easily, but definitely not always. In the Punisher Volume 5, number 11, the Punisher is facing off against a guy called the Russian, who was hired by another bigger bad who we talk about just in a moment. When the two finally come face to face, the fight sees them tumble through Frank's apartment building, crashing into the apartment of Frank's neighbor, Mr. Dumpo. Mr. Dumpo is not the smallest man. In fact, I'd say he's quite large. Yeah, that's how I'd put it. Using a fresh out of the oven scalding hot slice of pizza belonging to Mr. Dumpo, Frank burns the Russian's face, and then Frank takes Mr. Dumpo and tosses him on top of the Russian and dogpiles on top, suffocating the Russian to his demise. Could you imagine going out like that? Just take a moment and think about it. That would be horrible. Number 1. Ma Gnocchi. That's how I'm gonna say it. I said we were about to talk about another Punisher villain, and I wasn't lying. Ma Gnocchi, or Gnocchi, or however you tell me how you pronounce that in the comments below. Just I can't figure it out. She's the head of the Gnocchi crime family, so yeah, she ain't really a nice lady. Now, before the moment I'm about to talk about, Frank had thought that he had already neutralized the threat of old Ma here, and that's because he literally fed her to a gaggle of polar bears. Now, while they didn't finish her off, the bears did happen to relieve Ma of her arms and legs. It was that action that prompted the hiring of the Russian at the last point. Now, in the Punisher Volume 5, number 12, after taking down about 80, yes, 80 of her thugs, Punisher comes back to finish the job. 80 men were already obliterated, so no one was willing to lend the legless and armless head of crime a hand as Frank burned down her mansion. She put up a decent fight with no limbs though, sort of. After she attempted to gnaw his ankles off, unsurprisingly unsuccessfully, Frank uses his big old foot, plus the muscles in his leg, and not so gently places this helpless, horrible woman into the burning pyre that used to be her home. Cold. Or hot, actually, cause fire.
Number 10. Werewolf by Night. One of the first appearances of Moon Knight actually involved a two-part fight with none other than Werewolf by Night. What a brutal introduction to the Marvel Universe. This fight turned team-up took place in Werewolf by Night issue 32 and issue 33 in the 1972 series, the first series of Werewolf by Night. Here Moon Knight made quick work of Werewolf by Night, not just tormenting him with punches, but also with scathing insults besides. How rude. However, while Werewolf by Night appeared to be no match for Moon Knight, in the end the hero decided to lay down his arms, realizing that Werewolf by Night wasn't the villain he'd thought he was, and the two instead decided to team up to take on a common enemy that had actually turned Moon Knight against Werewolf by Night in the first place. Number 9. Midnight. Although Midnight would go on to become a villain in the comics, originally he was actually simply the son of a villain who wanted to become a hero himself. Midnight is Jeff Wild, the son of Midnight Man. Moon Knight fought against and defeated Midnight Man, and Jeff ended up confronting Moon Knight as a result. But in the end, Jeff decides to actually work with his father's enemy, wanting to become a hero like Moon Knight, and ending up as his sidekick for a time, until he appeared to be disintegrated by number 7 of the Secret Empire. Not to be confused with the Marvel event Secret Empire. This is a group, not an event. Midnight, however, would return and end up fighting Moon Knight, Spider-Man, and a team of heroes, wanting revenge on his former partner who he believed had abandoned him after his supposed death. Of course, Moon Knight probably just thought he was dead, but you know how it is when you're not actually dead, and you're like, you should have known that I wasn't really dead, man, even though it looked like I was disintegrated. This version of Midnight was a cyborg who had also been trained by and kind of brainwashed into joining the Empire. In the end, Midnight was defeated by Moon Knight with some pretty vital help from Spider-Man, and the convenient assist of Empire's headquarters collapsing. Yay. Although I don't think that was the end of Midnight. I think Midnight may have even come back after that, but yes, don't quote me. And friends, before we move on to our next spot, just a quick reminder, if you are loving Moon Knight and you want to learn even more about him, be sure to let us know by giving this video a thumbs up. Then we can give you more Moon Knight lists. Number 8. Dark Hawk. In the Infinity War event, Moon Knight got to take on a slew of evil doppelgangers of heroes, including Dark Hawk. A lot of these fights are short, but it's neat to see Moon Knight take on so many alternate versions of Marvel superheroes at once. For those not familiar, Darkhawk is Chris Powell, once a teen who stumbled upon a mysterious amulet and was forever changed by it, becoming the hero Darkhawk. The amulet allows Chris to swap his consciousness with that of the Darkhawk android, Shi'ar tech melded with magic, which comes with super strength, speed, durability, flight, a form of self-healing, concussive blasts, and more. In the end, Darkhawk proved no match for Moon Knight, who made quick work of him by smacking him with his adamantium staff, or truncheon if you will. That's what he prefers to call it, truncheon. I think I'm saying that right too. It's not Trunch Eon, is it? Probably not. I've never used a truncheon myself, but that's just based on how it's written, I'm assuming. Number 7. Daredevil. Daredevil and Moon Knight have fought one another in a team up where Moon Knight came out on top thanks to the bombardment of loud noises and his adamantium truncheon before deciding to work together. But he's also squared off with Daredevil's evil doppelganger as well in his Infinity War tie-in. Here Moon Knight has some help from other heroes, but also ends up being the one to take down evil Dop DD, as well as a whole slew of others who gang up on him in the end. Though thankfully he is shortly thereafter joined by some reinforcements as other heroic colleagues show up to help with basically the army of evil doppelgangers that are wreaking all kinds of havoc still. These doppelgangers, they never end, they're endless. Number 6. Black Knight. Another evil doppelganger that Moon Knight comes up against during the Infinity War tie-in is Black Knight. Now granted, this isn't the real Black Knight, but it is a version of him. Black Knight and Moon Knight squaring off is also something that is just neat to see because they're both kind of like opposing knights in terms of design at least. Black Knight is a medieval inspired knight dressed all in dark, Dane Whitman, who typically fights with the ebony blade, and Moon Knight is an Egyptian inspired mummy looking dude dressed all in white and here fighting with his adamantium staff. Though Moon Knight fights with a slew of different weapons as well in the comics. Number 5. Deadpool. Wade Wilson is known for being pretty unstoppable with his healing factor and his rad merc moves, but not so unstoppable that Moon Knight can't stop him. These two duke it out as a result of a misunderstanding in Vengeance of Moon Knight issue number 7 and fought once more in the next issue over a difference of vigilante ideologies in issue number 8. Moon Knight both times makes pretty quick work of Deadpool, not being able to fully kill him of course because of his healing factor, which is kinda just what Moon Knight wanted and needed anyway in this fight. Someone he could go all out on without the fear of killing them. So it's kind of a perfect match. The other thing that makes these two going head to head so interesting is the fact that they both have their own mental health issues and both are known for hearing and talking to voices in their head, which makes for some pretty cool moments and pretty fun dialogue. As different as Deadpool and Moon Knight are, they share a lot of similarities as well. There's a lot of like neat overlap there even though they're very different. Different but similar. Number 4. Beast. During his Infinity War tie-in, Mark Spector Moon Knight issue number 43, Moon Knight also faces off against an evil doppelganger of Beast, aka Hank McCoy. The battle ends up being more tricky than when he faced Black Knight. Moon Knight actually has to employ some quick thinking to beat Hank's evil alternate, and it seems that both are evenly matched momentarily, with both applying lessons they are learning about one another in battle to their tactics. However, in the end, Moon Knight manages to out-strategize even the evil version of one of the most intelligent X-Men members. After Moon Knight defeats Beast's evil counterpart, Hank himself congratulates him for his quick thinking, complimenting his style. Real Hank, not a evil Hank, just to be clear. Number 3. Black Panther. Well, really, Moon Knight survived a fight with Black Panther, but just as it seemed he was defeated, he did get back up and end up with the Phoenix Force merged to him, so I think we can call that a win for Moon Knight. If a fight ends with you getting an insane level of power like the Phoenix Force, you're winning, at least in the long run in my mind, even if you had to take a smackdown on your way to getting said power. These two duke it out in issue number 36 of the 2018 Avengers series, which I believe is considered volume 7. Moon Knight seems convinced that Black Panther is not himself, but is actually Mephisto, and fights against his Wakandan teched-out suit, as well as Black Panther's own fighting skills, prowess, and power behind said suit. In the end, Black Panther ends up knocking him to the ground, but decides not to end Moon Knight. However, Moon Knight is then still able to finish his prayer, and is rewarded with the Phoenix Force, which bonds with him, making him nigh invincible. Number 2. Spider-Man. Moon Knight ends up facing off against Spider-Man after after mistakenly believing he was the one responsible for a building being blown up. In truth, it wasn't Spidey behind the explosion, but the two still ended up duking it out on a rooftop. This happened not in the main continuity, but in the reality of Earth 1610, with 1610 Peter and 1610 Mark Spector, aka Moon Knight. While Spider-Man proved to be a pretty powerful opponent for Moon Knight, in the end Spider-Man still decided to run away rather than continue to fight the vigilantes, so I think we can consider that a win for Moon Knight. I feel like he scared Spider-Man enough that he was like, why am I even still staying here? I'm just gonna get out of here. I'm not gonna fight you. You're nuts. Number 1. Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is handily defeated by Moon Knight during the same story that Black Panther squares off with him in The Age of Khonshu. In issue number 35 of the 2018 Avengers series, he approaches Iron Man and Carol Danvers, aka Captain Marvel, attempting to take the baby star brand Brandy Selby from them, as Khonshu needs her power. Catching Carol off guard, Moon Knight is able to restrain her quickly and then tosses her in the trunk of Ghost Rider, aka Robbie Reyes' car, which he also has access to after taking Ghost Rider's powers. Carol is wrapped up in chains and also has to deal with what appears to be a tentacle monster in the trunk. Although she does escape, she ends up flying away, choosing to run, or rather fly, from Moon Knight, then face him. Of course, she takes Tony and Baby Starbrand with her so they can regroup, but I'd still call making someone as powerful as Captain Marvel retreat a win for Moon Knight here. Granted, he is a very OP Moon Knight at this point in the story, because he's already beaten a lot of other heroes too. Which is why we should maybe do a part 2 to this list, because there's some that I didn't get to mention. Number 10. Midnight Man. Midnight Man is an arch nemesis of Moon Knight, well known by dedicated fans. He is the father of Midnight, aka Jeff Wild, who would go on to become Moon Knight's sidekick before becoming a villain himself. Midnight Man is Anton Mogart, who was given his mantle due to him stealing priceless valuables and works of art, committing the thefts at exactly midnight. He did not possess any superpowers, but was already himself a wealthy man, who stole simply because he wanted to and enjoyed the thrill. Eventually, he ended up being defeated and stopped by Moon Knight. As a result of their fight, he became disfigured, lost his fortune, and became kinda deranged, collecting garbage in the place of valuables. He teamed up with Raul Bushman to try and defeat Moon Knight, but of course, failed. When he discovered he had terminal cancer, he faced off with Moon Knight one final time, but once again lost and died in the process. While just a man, he was an extremely gifted thief and skilled combatant. And friends, before we move on to this next spot, if you are loving this list and you want more Moon Knight lists, be sure to let us know by giving this video a thumbs up. I'm so hyped for the series. Can't wait for all the Moon Knight stuff. Ah. Number 9. Anubis the Jackal. Sort of. This wasn't the Anubis, but was rather Ahmed Aziz, a man who had acquired Mark Spector's Khonshu statue after he decided to give up being Moon Knight and sell it so he could settle down with Marlene. Aziz was actually believed to be the reincarnation of Aramses, the ancient priest of Anubis. He sought to rule the world by becoming basically Anubis incarnate, and acquiring the statue was all part of his plan. He also attempted to eliminate Khonshu's agent on Earth, Mark Spector, but failed. Spector was then drawn back into becoming Moon Knight after Khonshu and his priests prepared him for battle, sensing that the statue had fallen into evil hands. Anubis the Jackal almost succeeded in defeating Moon Knight, but he survived their attempt to sacrifice him. In the end, Aziz was believed to have been killed when a freak sandstorm caused the temple he had built to collapse. Aziz wasn't a super long-lasting villain, but if he had succeeded in his plot, which almost happened mind you, he likely would have been one of the most powerful villains that Moon Knight had ever encountered. Number 8. Black Spector. Black Spector is like the reverse of Moon Knight. Carson Knowles is a man whose trauma turned him into a villain rather than giving him a dissociative identity disorder and turning him into a hero. He was a soldier who returned from war underappreciated for his service. His job was gone, his wife had left him, and his son sadly ended up dead. Knowles blamed the city for what happened to him and used his influence and his connections to run for mayor, with sinister plans for the city once he was elected into office. When he wasn't focused on gaining the mayoral seat, he acted as the villain Black Spector. Black Spector was just a man, of course, but was cunning, military trained, and did look really badass. Whereas Moon Knight dressed all in white and was a hero, Black Spectre dressed all in black and acted as his antithesis. During a fight with Moon Knight, Black Spectre was seemingly killed when Mark had no other option when it came to how to stop him, causing him to fall to his death. Number 7. Raoul Bushman. Bushman might not be the most powerful villain on this list, but he's definitely a meaningful one for Moon Knight. And despite not being an A-list villain by Marvel Comics villain standards, he would definitely make the A-list in Mark Spector's book. Bushman was one of the first major villains Mark came up against at a time where he was basically transitioning into becoming Moon Knight, or to develop his Moon Knight persona, depending on which way you want to look at that. Bushman was the one who basically killed Mark initially, which led him to being revived by Khonshu and ultimately becoming an avatar for the god. Although Khonshu would later be retconned to have made appearances earlier on in Mark's life as well. One of the most brutal defeats that Bushman suffered was at the hands of Moon Knight when he used one of his crescent darts to literally carve Bushman's face off. You can say what you want about edgelord Moon Knight, who surfaces in the 2006 Moon Knight series, but this still remains a favorite moment among many Moon Knight fans, myself included, despite being part of a somewhat controversial period in terms of how the character was written. At least for me, I don't know. I'm sure there's lots of people that love the 2006 series all throughout, and if you do, that's fine too. Number 6. Ernst. Ernst is one of Moon Knight's oldest villains when it comes to his in-canon history. When Mark was still a child, he discovered a dark truth about Ernst, who he knew at the time as Rabbi Yitz Perlman, a close friend of his family. The truth was that Perlman was not who he claimed to be, but actually a World War II soldier deserter who had fought for Germany named Ernst, and was basically posing as Perlman. Ernst wasn't just someone with a past, he was also a compulsive serial killer who believed that killing kinda helped him to preserve his life force energy and attain a level of immortality. He would go on to start a society known as the Society of Sadiq, a society of sadists who believed in Ernst's own ideologies. After escaping Mark when he was just a child, Ernst knew that eventually their paths would cross again in the future. Following Mark's life, Ernst saw in him great potential and intended to make him his heir. While successfully trapped and forced to take part in trials to prime him for acceptance to the Societe, Mark ultimately rejected Ernst. After being forced to roam the city with him as a final gambit to ensure that Mark became what Ernst intended, Mark fought even harder against Ernst's influence, ultimately reaching out to his other personalities and killing him. Well, his other personalities kind of killed him, but that's still Mark, so it's complicated. But basically Mark was the one to kill him still, if that makes sense. Number 5. The Truth. The Truth became a follower of Ernst, but even though he was not the leader of this group and Ernst intended to use him as a pawn, the Truth definitely had more raw power in comparison, hence why Ernst saw him as being so valuable. The Truth is a newer Moon Knight villain who first appeared in Legacy numbered issue 189 of Moon Knight. While we don't know much about his past, he is a villain whose powers allow him to basically expose the perversion of humanity to those around him or those he touches, showing them the truth, or a version of the truth. They see a twisted version of the truth, which can then corrupt their mind and can also make their face basically bleed, potentially even killing them if exposed for too long. I mean, you only have so much blood in you. Ernst had hoped to use Truth's power on a global scale, and Truth believed in Ernst's story and beliefs, even after Ernst was gone. However, Truth's powers appeared to be unable to infect the minds of those who are mentally unstable, which meant that Moon Knight could resist his influence and ultimately ended up defeating him. Number 4. Taskmaster. Everyone knows that Anthony Masters is insane when it comes to hand-to-hand combat. He has photographic reflexes, which allow him to learn any fight move or style just by basically observing or battling against someone, which makes him pretty hard to beat if you don't have the same kind of crazy superpower set. While Moon Knight doesn't have any crazy superpowers, but he does have a Batman-like ability to strike fear into the hearts of almost all of his opponents, no matter how skilled they are. And it is in using this tactic that he is able to defeat Taskmaster. You could also consider that these two fighting at night would give Moon Knight a bit of a leg up, as it is also believed that Moon Knight becomes stronger at night due to his connection to Khonshu. He's also kind of immortal due to his connection to Khonshu, but on paper he's still kind of a guy. Also, if it's a full moon, he gets even more powerful, and that night when they fought, it was a full moon, so This is Moon Knight at his most powerful, in theory. Number 3. Moonshade. Moonshade is Moon Knight's own evil doppelganger who was created by Magus during the Infinity War event in the comics. Moonshade, like the other evil dops of superheroes, was created by Magus. While we didn't get to see the full extent of his powers, he was able to reach out across the multiverse after absorbing some of Franklin Richards' power with the help of Franklin Richards' own evil doppelganger. He attempted to drain the life force energy of all the Moon Knights from across the multiverse, but in the end was defeated by a Moon Knight and Moon Knight Alt team-up, although not before he successfully drained many alternate Moon Knights of their life force energy, proving just how dangerous he really was. Number 2. Mephisto. More recently in the comics, Mephisto has become a villain to both Mark Spector's Moon Knight and his god Khonshu. Khonshu was the one to alert Moon Knight of this rising threat and help him to prepare for the coming fight, which we see in Age of Khonshu. Considering that Mephisto is basically on a god tier level, being not quite a god and not quite the devil, but definitely Marvel's equivalent, one of Marvel's equivalents anyways, I think we can consider him to be pretty powerful. There isn't much Mephisto can't do so long as he can manage to play by his own rules. Really, his only weakness is that he kind of needs to get his victim to agree to some kind of contractual obligation in order to be able to really have power over them. Of course, Mephisto often has the ability to give or do exactly what his victims need, which is often what makes him such a dangerous and powerful villain. There's a lot of times people are tempted to make deals because Mephisto's like, I got everything you need over here, just make a deal with me, it won't go wrong. It goes wrong every time, but this time it's gonna go right for you, my friend. Number 1. Khonshu. In the end, Khonshu and Moon Knight successfully defeated Mephisto, but the battle unfortunately did not stop there. Once Mephisto was defeated, a greater threat rose up in his place. The very person or entity that had seemingly been trying to help Moon Knight defeat Mephisto in order to save the world from his villainy. Khonshu. Khonshu decided that now that Hell was kind of open for vacancy, he would take over and also kind of turn the world into a Egyptian afterlife hell thing. And that was when Moon Knight realized that his god had completely lost it. Teaming up with the Avengers, who he himself had previously fought to defeat in order to arm himself for the fight against Mephisto, Moon Knight ended up defeating Khonshu. Now godless, Mark Spector is still Moon Knight, but is only guided by his own moral compass and ideology, instead of Khonshu influencing him and his decisions. Number 10. Sentry. And the circle of people getting ripped in half continues. It's a vicious circle indeed, let me tell you. Sentry is often actually a perpetrator of this kind of gruesome and brutal death, but this time around he was on the receiving half of this murder method. This all went down during the King in Black event. When Null first arrived on Earth, Sentry was one of the first heroes to attempt to stand up against him and defeat him. Being the Sentry, he egotistically assumed he would easily be powerful enough to defeat Null. While Sentry tried to rip him in half, it was Null who managed to get a solid enough grip on Bob Reynolds to tear him asunder. Sentry would then be escorted by Valkyrie, aka Jane Foster, to the halls of Valhalla, and while on their way there, another shocking revelation would come to light. That some of the Valkyries were still alive, trapped but alive, and upon being found by Jane and Sentry and freed, were able to kind of return once more. Pretty cool. It should be noted too that Sentry's death and defeat was also so shocking because it took place in issue number 1 of the King in Black series, in essence being one of the defeats that kicked off this event.
Elektra. You could say that Elektra was a victim of the well-known Daredevil villain Bullseye, but you could also say she was a victim of Frank Miller's gripping and at times very dark writing. In issue number 181 of Daredevil Volume 1, we watch Elektra and Bullseye square off in a bloody battle, which ultimately ends in Bullseye spearing Elektra right through the stomach and out her back. It's a really brutal event that changes Daredevil as a character entirely from that point on. And it's important to remember that in 1982, which is when that issue was released, a death like this for such a well-known hero wasn't quite as common as what we might be used to today. And it's not like she was resurrected again either, which is usually how this type of thing goes. She is completely done in the Daredevil timeline, only showing up in her own limited series and a couple other comics here and there.
Number 8. Batman. Although it doesn't seem surprising on paper, when Batman was seemingly killed by Darkseid, it caught a lot of folks off guard. That is because Batman is such a mainstay. He isn't a character that dies often, and definitely not in a way that feels as permanent as this if he does die. Although the idea of Batman being killed by Darkseid might not seem that surprising, because I mean Darkseid's pretty OP, Batman actually had a pretty decent plan for taking the villain out, and actually was successful using a Radion bullet. Batman successfully hit Darkseid in the chest, but not before his Omega beams could do their work. Although it seemed as though Batman was obliterated as a result of being hit by the Omega beams, it turned out that what had actually happened was a power called the Omega Sanction, which is also kind of what Darkseid's Omega beams are. And those had been used to transport Batman back through time, so he would return, but not before having weird time travel adventures.
Wolverine. While Wolverine has faced his death at the hands of Sentinels before, which actually results in his death, sort of, I figured that I would cover one of his defeats that doesn't really end in his death, but I'd say it's even more shocking and brutal, so here it is. It's when the Punisher shoots Wolverine in the face and then decides to run him over with a steamroller. This shocking and quite ridiculous defeat takes place in The Punisher number 17 and is rather uncalled for given how brutal it is. Wolverine is just sort of intervening in one of Frank Castle's missions, which, to be fair, Wolverine does do a lot, but it doesn't constitute shooting his face skin off and then flattening him into the ground with a steamroller. It's just a rough scene to witness, and I think the Punisher needs to apologize.
Number 6. Tim Drake. Recently, Robin, Tim Drake, had a big glow up. He came out as bisexual and was celebrated in his very own Pride issue. However, even the fact that the character seems to be coming up more into his own and uplifted for his sense of identity could not protect him from an awful demise that was just around the corner. Enter Batman issue number 125. Here Batman and Robin go up against Penguin and come face to face as well with Clayface. But what makes it even worse is while they were attempting to evacuate a charity gala whose attendees' lives Penguin was threatening, Robin got taken out by a goon with a gun. Just a goon with a gun. Ugh, brutal. While Robin would be stabilized, it was pretty shocking to see a character who had recently been so celebrated for identity and diversity taken out so easily and on the brink of life or death. Also, note to self, never attend a charity gala in Gotham. It pretty much never ends well.
Captain Marvel, or Marvel, the dude one. This is sort of a sad entry because he isn't defeated by any one villain, nor does he come back from it like some others may on this list. The culprit in this case is actually cancer. I don't know what happened in 1982, but this event was also published in 1982 like the Elektra thing, and was actually known as the first graphic novel to be released by Marvel. It was called The Death of Captain Marvel, of course, and it chronicled the adventures of Mar-Vell venturing into a dark dimension where he's exposed to Compound 13, which is a nerve gas that gives him an incurable cancer. He's then visited by friends on the planet Titan, even getting a courtesy convoy sent over by the Skrulls, who pay their respects in his final moments. The craziest part about this is that Captain Marvel doesn't ever come back, save for one time when the Grandmaster brings him back briefly as a kind of ghost, but other than that, he's known to be out of the comics for good after this one. Sad.
Number 4. Captain Kate. One of the most shocking defeats and demises happened not really to just Kate, but also to Lockheed. Poor Lockheed. Not Lockheed, leave Lockheed alone. This all went down in volume 1 of Marauders from 2020. At the end of issue number 6, Kitty Pryde faces off with Sebastian Shaw, who while considered to be a mutant who is allied with the nation of Krakoa, and so in that respect is technically a hero, I guess, has also a history of being a really nasty villain. And that is exactly what he was up to here. He kills Kate in cold blood by exploiting her weakness that at the time she struggled to phase through Krakoan organic material and gates. So he found some fast growing vine pods and unleashed them on her while trapping Lockheed in a net, which he then dropped into the sea, and then promptly sinking the boat she was aboard. One of the worst things about this too is Kate is even like, look, you can have all the seats on the Hellfire Trading Company. I don't care, just please let me save Lockheed. And Shaw's like, no. Considering that Kate was basically the main character of this series who possibly could not be resurrected, it was pretty shocking at the time. I was shocked. I was very shocked.
At number 3 is Superman. Back in 1992, a comic book called The Death of Superman was published, in which Superman is actually killed by Doomsday. The battle rages on for quite a while against this hyper-adaptable villain, with Superman showing serious signs of exhaustion as Metropolis gets more and more damaged. This being a multi-issue publication, the actual death of Superman takes place in issue number 75, which is quite a while into the series. And while it's easy for us to find that issue online today, Back then, readers were waiting months to see what happened to their favorite Kryptonian. I mean, with a title like that and leaving the event right to the end, I sort of rank this as more of a publicity stunt than anything else, but whether there is marketing involved or not, there's no doubt that this event was a shock to fans, who at the time were unsure if they'd ever see another Superman comic again. Thankfully though, but also sort of expectedly, DC then released Reign of the Supermen, which chronicled the return of the hero and is known to have sold just about the same number of copies as the death of Superman.
Number 2, Green Arrow. Green Arrow's death was quite startling because he was basically kind of the person behind it. Rather than do something, he sort of just let himself be killed and defeated. And I know there's probably going to be Oliver Queen fans in the comments. They're going to be like, no, he sacrificed himself. But look, it just seems a little silly to me, okay? While beaten by the enemy, he also just kind of gave up. This all went down when Oliver Queen was blown up by a bomb that threatened to detonate upon arriving in Metropolis. Rather than let that happen or give up his arm, which was stuck in the detonator case or chamber, he decided to just surrender and sacrifice himself to save innocent people, allowing himself and the plane he was in to basically be blown up. The really crazy part of this story is that Superman was right there, and while he wasn't coming up with any amazing ideas, other than one that would cause Green Arrow to lose his arm in exchange for his life, which Green Arrow was definitely not willing to do, Soup still likely could have done something else that would save Metropolis and Ollie, and likely have allowed him to keep his arm as well, because after all, this is Superman we're talking about. If only he'd had the time to think of something better. It is hard to think of things on the spot, especially when, you know, a bomb is about to explode, so fair enough.
Finally at number 1, we have Peter Parker. I only don't call him Spider-Man in this entry because firstly, this is the Earth 1610 Peter Parker, and secondly because he's from the Ultimate Spider-Man series. And either way, the Spider-Man mantle is still very much alive, obviously. But this is still one of the most brutal and unexpected defeats for any superhero, partly because Peter Parker is still only a teenager in this issue where he meets his fate. That, and partly also because his final battle takes place right outside of his house in front of his friends and family. Facing off against the Sinister Six in a multi-issue battle, Peter is entirely helpless, getting ravaged over and over again by the group of villains, and no one really comes to his rescue, other than Aunt May, who actually takes out Electro with a revolver. Spanning between issues 156 and 160 of Ultimate Spider-Man, this loss takes its time and ends with deafening silence as Aunt May and MJ cry over Peter's dead body, and the series just ends. It's a rough defeat that some people forget about, maybe because it's not from our dimension. But hey, it's still a young Spider-Man dying at the hands of a huge gang of bad guys, no matter which way you splice it.
Number 10, Nightmare. Nightmare is one of Doctor Strange's most iconic villains. In fact, he was the first appearing alongside Doctor Strange in his first appearance. He has done quite a few things to threaten the Earth, even while Strange has reigned as Sorcerer Supreme. But aside from that, he's also at one point succeeded in pushing Strange to his limits. During Last Defenders issue number 3, Strange returns to Greenwich Village in New York City to defend it against a stampede from Nightmare's dream realm. Unfortunately, at this point, he's too weak and exhausted to successfully defend against the stampede. Fortunately though, Damon Hellstrom arrives on the scene to lend a hand. But if it weren't for Hellstrom, Strange would surely have been trodden into some pretty dead meat by those dream horses. Woo! Number 9, Baron Mordo. Baron Mordo is another famous villain of Dr. Stephen Strange. While generally Strange is the one who comes out on top, Mordo had actually been plaguing Stephen well before he was ever Sorcerer Supreme, and even before he knew about the existence of Mordo or the Ancient One. Back when Mordo was the Ancient One's disciple, information was actually shared with him of how Stephen Strange was predicted to become the Ancient One's successor as Sorcerer Supreme. Pretty jealous, Mordo began to plague the then child Stephen Strange with nightmares, creating and utilizing a psychic construct. Eventually, the Ancient One discovered this and ended Mordo's schemes, but Stephen would continue to be plagued by nightmares throughout his life due to the psychic construct within his mind. And friends, before we move on to this next spot, if you are loving this list and you are loving this channel and you want to show us some love somewhere else, head on over to Facebook, click that follow, click that like, help us on out. Number 8, MCU Caecilius. Technically, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Caecilius won the day. He ultimately lost the war though, as his plan didn't go quite as he'd hoped. But he was successful in opening up a gateway to the Dark Dimension, with which Dormammu could basically use to enter Earth, and our dimension here. Good old Earth 99999999. How many nines is in it? I forget. That reality. At least this is what Caecilius tried to do. In the end, Dormammu was stopped by Doctor Strange, who used his Eye of Agamotto to create a time loop that Dormammu would be forever trapped in until or unless he gave up and decided to leave Earth alone, which did end up happening after countless deaths of Doctor Strange, which also possibly created an infinite number of alternate paths across the multiverse and realities where Strange may actually be dead and where Dormammu was victorious. Who knows? While Strange beat Dormammu and ultimately Caecilius in the end, he was unable to stop the villain from succeeding in his mission to summon Dormammu to Earth. And a win, even if it isn't the final word, is still a win. And in Caecilius' case, he should have been more careful for what he wished for, because he also kind of got what he wanted, which was to live forever, but in pain in the Dark Dimension, so not so great. Not ideal. Number 7. Loki. Loki has managed to pull the wool over Stephen's eyes on more than one occasion. At one point during one of their very first encounters, he managed to trick Strange into thinking that Loki's brother Thor was evil, causing Strange to basically confiscate Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. However, Strange soon realized the deception and as such helped Thor instead to defeat his tricksy brother Loki. More recently in the comics, Doctor Strange ended up duped by Loki when the trickster god believed he would be more well suited to the role of Sorcerer Supreme, and managed to basically trick Strange out of the role using extremely realistic illusions and deceptive ploys. Stephen spent a good amount of time when he was no longer Sorcerer Supreme working as veterinarian, which is how he met Bats, who would later become his ghostly doggo companion. Number 6. Caecilius. But this time from the comics. Caecilius, I would say, is one of Strange's greatest villains. Despite just being the protege or disciple of Baron Mordo in the comics, he still managed to defeat Doctor Strange in the ultimate way, by killing him. Although it seems that Strange wasn't completely caught unawares, as he had a plan in place should this happen, which allowed him to solve the mystery of his own death. And although Caecilius may have killed Strange, Doctor Strange ended up coming out on top despite the defeat, as his older self managed to avenge his death, dealing Caecilius a worser fate. His older self, his younger self that's from the past, it's like older but younger. It's confusing. Caecilius in essence wasn't just killed here, by the way. He was seemingly erased when older or past Doctor Strange, solving the mystery, decided to use Caecilius to bring back his main continuity self, temporarily at least, casting a healing spell which basically transformed Caecilius into Strange, in essence resurrecting the version of him that Caecilius had killed. But that's not very good for him, because then he's like, now I'm the person I killed that I hated the most. Shucks. Number 5. Dormammu. Although these two have fought on multiple occasions, with Doctor Strange managing to best or beat Dormammu, especially if he is on Earth and outside of the Dark Dimension, where he is the most powerful, when they first fought, Dormammu was in the Dark Dimension, and Strange was just kinda starting out as well, so he wasn't at max power. He was sent to the Dark Dimension to battle Dormammu in order to save the world by the Ancient One, who was basically too weak to do battle with Dormammu at the time. Stephen went taking his place, but also proved to be not really strong enough to defeat Dormammu. Instead, Stephen found a way around that battle, similar to his approach in the MCU. However, instead of trapping Dormammu in a time loop, Stephen at this point actually didn't even have the Eye of Agamotto, I don't believe, in the comics. He decided to help him out in order to beat him. You see, Dormammu had to expend energy to maintain a barrier in the Dark Dimension which kept out the Mindless Ones, and during their battle the distraction of the fight had caused him to drop that barrier. With the Mindless Ones on the loose, Stephen offered to help restore the barrier and keep the Mindless Ones out, and Dormammu begrudgingly promised that he would give up his attempt to invade Earth as a result. At least this time. Number 4. Enchantress. Oddly enough, despite both being very much tied to the world of magic over at Marvel Comics, Doctor Strange has not really had many battles against Enchantress. However, during the Acts of Vengeance crossover event, the two did end up getting matched up for a battle in his series, Doctor Strange Sorcerer Supreme. In issue number 12, we see these two face off, and Enchantress, along with Executioner, proved to be too much for Strange to handle. First of all, he is successfully seduced into attending a meeting with Amora the Enchantress in the evening, not even seemingly recognizing her as the Enchantress previous to her reveal, and even though people are basically like, don't go there, he does it anyways. Then they begin to battle, and Enchantress and Executioner's Asgardian heritage makes them seemingly too much for Strange to handle. Fortunately, Clea shows up just in time to basically save his magic butt. Number 3. Ultimate Dormammu. Ultimate Dormammu pretty much has the ultimate victory against Doctor Strange on Earth 1610, the Ultimate Universe. He manages to kill Doctor Strange straight up, strangling him with his sash until his head in essence pops off. However, it should also be noted that this Doctor Strange is not the exact counterpart to Earth 616's Doctor Strange. This is actually Stephen Strange Jr., Strange's son, his son with Clea no less. In the Ultimate Universe, Doctor Strange Sr. disappeared many years ago, vanishing without a trace, and no one knows what happened to him. Although Strange Jr. was raised normally on Earth without magic by his mother Clea, he eventually found his way back to it and would go on to become the new Sorcerer Supreme, following in both his father and his mother's more magical footsteps. Unfortunately too, because then he dies as a result of that. Whoops. Number 2. The Undying Ones. The Undying Ones are extremely strong and powerful demonic beings who serve the Nameless One, seemingly inspired by monsters of Lovecraftian design. While Stephen has fought against them before and succeeded, initially when dealing with them, even despite besting them, they would end up costing him something. Either killing those he sought to protect, or just managing to succeed in whatever other devious mission they were up to, just as Doctor Strange arrived to stop them. Because of their ability to be a step ahead, at one point Doctor Strange even gets trapped in their dimension, sacrificing himself in order to close off a portal to Earth. Staying behind, Strange would spend some time imprisoned in their dimension until such a time as the Hulk arrived there, stumbled upon him, and then the two were able to fight their way out due to the sacrifice of someone else staying behind. Strange became imprisoned in Submariner issue number 22 from the 1968 series. If you don't recognize Stephen here, this is because it was back in the day when he used to wear a mask in an attempt to hide his identity from his enemies. Yeah, that was a whole thing. And at one point, to maintain that identity, he actually had his name like magically changed to Stephen Saunders. It's the whole time. Number 1. Strange Supreme. Strange Supreme is the dark alternate version of Strange from the alternate MCU reality, appearing in the What If episode, What If Doctor Strange Lost His Heart Instead of His Hands? The result apparently would be that Doctor Strange would become obsessed with getting enough power so that he could bring back his love Christine Palmer and somehow avoid her death. Unfortunately, in bringing Christine back, he also caused the destruction of his universe, as her death was considered an absolute point in time, not something that you can basically mess with. In order to even bring Christine back, Strange would have to face off against himself, who was the final defense against what the darker Strange was basically attempting to do here. Strange Supreme defeated himself in the end, absorbing him and resurrecting Christine, which brought about the end of the universe. But hey, he won the fight.
Kicking off the list at number 10, it's Tim Drake. This first Joker defeat comes in Detective Comics number 826. Kicking off the action in this story, Tim Drake, Robin, is on the run from some criminals, and barely keeping it together when a random car pulls up and offers him an escape. Taking the free help, Robin jumps on the opportunity, only to find out the driver of the said car is the Joker himself, wearing a Santa hat. Joker hits him with some knockout gas, and when Tim comes back to, he's tied up and gagged in the passenger seat of the car with his utility belt tossed out the window. While going on this horrific joyride with the Joker, where he took the lives of multiple people, Tim proved just how great of a Robin he'd become by completely taking the Joker off guard by quoting the Marx Brothers. Joker loves this, but then Tim starts purposely getting the facts of his quotes wrong, distracting the Joker, who tries to correct the young Robin, while Tim gets his hand free and then socks Joker with a real good punch right across the jaw. He then grabs the rear view mirror and smacks the clown over the head with it, and then jumps in the back seat where he gets the upper hand on the Joker, taking his own gas and spraying it in the Joker's face. Joker goes flying out the car door and has to throw himself off of a bridge to avoid getting hit by a truck. He got a Robin once, but he ain't gonna get this one. Number 9. Tax evasion. In Detective Comics number 180, the Clown Prince of Crime ends up inheriting $250 million from the recently deceased King Barlow. With all this money, the Joker decides to retire from crime and goes on a shopping spree. Understandably so. In an almost too real turn of events though, the Joker has to pay the IRS an inheritance tax of more than he actually has remaining, or he faces going to jail for tax evasion. Of all the things that the Joker has done, it's tax evasion that is truly what threatens him the most. And knowing the way the government comes after people who evade their taxes, that actually kind of makes sense. But what makes the whole thing so much worse for the Joker is that he learns that the money he inherited is all fake, and the whole thing was actually a prank from King Barlow. The Joker can either admit the money is counterfeit, which would cause him to become the laughingstock of the criminal underworld, or evade the government for life for the ruthless crime of tax evasion. Instead, the Joker chooses option number 3 and decides to try to steal some money, only for Batman to stop him and put him in Arkham Asylum yet again. Coming in at number 8, it's My Smile. The ongoing story behind Birds of Prey issue number 124 doesn't really matter too much, but basically the Joker has figured out where Barbara Gordon, aka Oracle, is based at, and he shows up with all the bravado you'd expect, trying to take her off the board, relying on their previous interactions to keep her afraid and mistake prone. He goes stalking through the halls of the clock tower, but Babs, she ain't afraid. She reveals herself and the Joker goes for his attack, throwing a knife, which she intercepts, catching it on one of her billy clubs. What she can't block are the bullets he then sends flying her way. But dodging bullets seems to be one of her many skills. Trying to get a better shot, he comes even closer, bringing him within her striking range, allowing her to disable his trusty blam blam. He gets one good smack on her before Oracle uses her other club to hit him in the mouth so hard her club actually cracks. But that wasn't the only thing that cracked. Babs had hit the Joker so hard that she broke almost all of his teeth and knocked out a good chunk of them as well, destroying one of the things that the Joker prizes most: his smile. In at number 7, Injustice. You knew this was going to be on the list. The Superman of the Injustice universe has pretty much the same history as the baseline Superman, but when the Joker kidnaps the pregnant Lois Lane, it lures Superman into a trap of fear gas. In his poisoned state, Superman hallucinates his true love as the villain Doomsday and instantly attacks, flying Lois and his unborn child into space, killing them both and inadvertently causing a nuclear bomb to destroy his city, Metropolis. After suddenly losing his city and loved ones in one go, Superman goes into an honestly understandable rage, bursting into the interrogation room where Batman is learning the true intentions of the Joker and plunges his super fist through the guy's chest. Following these events, Superman takes control of the Earth and rules it as a tyrant. Fortunately, Batman forms an insurgency to try and beat this corrupted Superman, eventually enlisting the aid of another Earth's Justice League, and I guess it's a big hullabaloo, but Joker got a hole through his chest, and that's the point. Number 6, Mad Love. The Batman story Mad Love tells the story of how the Joker manipulated Harleen Quinzel into becoming his almost equally insane boo, Harley Quinn. Eventually, over the course of the story, Harley decides that she's going to try and do her bubby boo proud by capturing the Dark Knight and putting an end to his long crime-fighting life. The funny thing is that Harley basically gets all the way there. Harley is meticulous over every detail and rechecks everything until Batman wakes up hanging upside down, dangling over a piranha-infested fish tank. This is when Batman pulls a trick out of his sleeve. First of all, he reveals the Joker's manipulation tactics to Harley, and that almost breaks the girl's heart. But then, he essentially tells Harley that unless Joker sees the deed himself, he would never believe that Harley could have done it. This gives Harley some grief, and so she calls up the Joker himself and informs him of the situation. This drives Joker mental, as he can't stand the thought of his girlfriend stealing his spotlight. So much so that he basically causes her to go crashing out a window, and he frees the Batman himself. In a moment of clarity, Joker realizes he could take this opportunity to take down the Batman, and I suppose he forgot that he just leveled the playing field for the Dark Knight, who quickly gets the upper hand, and it leads to the Joker's defeat. This was after the Batman admits to Joker that Harley got closer to beating him than the Joker ever has, and then adds a little extra slap in the face when he calls Joker puddin'.
Number 10. All of this is prologue. Maybe one of the most powerful losses that I felt in recent history while reading comics came from the event AXE, Judgment Day. Not only is there the initial illusionary loss that our heroes feel, where I actually for a moment thought that they had all been killed by going for the Celestials off switch, only to find out that this was basically a ruse created by the progenitor, but when they actually all physically united to go up against the progenitor in real life and it wasn't an illusion, they failed as well. This all went down in AXE Judgment Day issue number 5, where many were killed as a result of the plan to attack the Celestial altogether and directly head on. Only a few eggs from Krakoa were able to be saved, and so bringing back some of the many who had fallen was a tough choice. For those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about resurrection protocols which are happening on Krakoa, which is the mutant island right now. It left me wondering as well where this story could possibly go next. And I mean, this story was like a roller coaster. It was actually, I really liked to Judgment Day. It was a whirlwind. And friends, before we move on to our next spot on this list, if you love what we do here at Top 10 Nerd, and if you love when we talk about brutal moments, be sure to check out our brutal playlist for even more brutality. Number 9. Delicious. Maybe one of the most gruesome fights to have ever happened involving Spider-Man happens against one of my personal favorite villains, Morlun. And yes, I know there are many people out there that don't like Morlun, but I do like Morlun. What can I say? I am a sucker for vampires, even if they are weird, multiversal, energy vampires that feed on animalistic totemic energy. During the other story, Spider-Man was suffering from a mysterious illness and was weakened. It was during this time that Morlun struck in issue 526 of The Amazing Spider-Man. Not only does he beat Spider-Man to a pulp here, but he also devours one of his eyeballs, plucking it out. Yeah, ouch. And also, if I may add, ew. I also love that for this point I literally took the quote delicious. Number 8. Be true to yourself. Be the best you are able to. Don't ever give anything but your best. This defeat wasn't a straight up defeat per se, but really a lot of that column A with just a hint of column B. During the Crisis on Infinite Earths event in issue number 7 of the event's miniseries, Kara attempts to rescue her cousin Superman from the clutches of the Anti-Monitor. As the Anti-Monitor stands poised to kill him, Kara comes out swinging. Here, Supergirl proved just how fierce she can be and how determined when it came to protecting others. Ultimately, she was defeated and even killed in this fearsome fight, but at least she did succeed in destroying Anti-Monitor's machines here, and with the help of Dr. Light, saving Cal. Supergirl sacrificed her life to save her cousin, but her death also served to remind him of his own mortality. Number 7. You'll only be remembered as a madman. Professor X really cannot catch a break. In almost every universe he is in, he dies at some point, and usually pretty terribly. And in the case of the Ultimate Universe, he died by having his neck snapped by Magneto during Ultimatum. But hey, at least he got an on-panel death. Very few were quite so lucky during Ultimatum. Though it does feel weird to call being defeated lucky, but here we are. Xavier's famous last words to Magneto are warning him that he has gone too far, and that regardless of what he thinks he can do, wipe out the entire world as though he were a god, wash the human race from its surface, that he will not win, and in fact will go down in history as another madman. Just another madman. When Xavier compares him to the leader of Germany during World War II, however, the Chancellor of the German Reich, you know who I'm talking about, that causes Magneto to snap, which makes sense given Magneto's history. He snaps Xavier's neck in response, so while Magneto would not ultimately win the greater war here, he would win this battle at least, pretty permanently, because you know, Xavier's dead. Number 6. What a lucky man I was. I think the wild thing here is how little is said or thought in this fight. Well, I mean, there are no thought bubbles. I'm sure people are thinking, but we don't get to know what they are because, you know, this defeat comes from the battle between Superman and Doomsday, but in the animated film, The Death of Superman. So yeah, no thought bubbles here. The fight here between Superman and Doomsday somehow comes across as even more brutal and devastating to me than in the comics. Superman is choked by his own cape at one point, which Doomsday rips in the process, and when Superman is ready to give up, it is Doomsday's direct threat to Lois Lane, who tosses a rock at the Brute in the midst of the fight, brave Lois Lane, that inspires Superman to get up one last time. Lois shares that she got Clark's note, and she confesses that she shares his feelings and actually loves him back. Not willing to see the woman he loves die, Superman takes one final swing at Doomsday and manages to break his neck, twisting his head all the way around, killing him. However, this final punch also seals Superman's fate, using his last bit of strength before he too perishes. In the comments on part 1, someone actually talked about how Superman's death here while fighting and defeating Doomsday in any of the versions of this story could be seen as a victory because he did accomplish what he set out to do. And while I agree with that sentiment, because yeah, Superman does defeat Doomsday, Doomsday also robs Metropolis and the world of one of its most powerful heroes during this fight. And so in that way, Superman is kind of also defeated. I mean, he loses his life. So it's kind of like a two-way defeat when you think about it. It's bittersweet, which to me sums up what a brutal defeat is. It's something that is often hard to watch and something that comes with usually a pretty high cost.
Number 10. Blockbuster. Just like the video rental store that lives far off in a warm place in some of our memories, the villain of the same name, Blockbuster, met a very swift and some could say unjust end. Blockbuster may be a relatively unknown villain to some, and that may be due to the fact that he was primarily a Nightwing villain up operating in Bloodhaven. In a tragic series of events, Blockbuster's mother passed away, and Blockbuster blamed this on Nightwing. He set out on a campaign to ruin the hero's life, attempting to take away anything and anyone that mattered to Dick Grayson instead of trying to hurt Nightwing himself. When Nightwing was at his absolute lowest in Nightwing 1996 number 93 from 2004, after a slog of a fight that moved out onto a fire escape, Nightwing had Blockbuster on the ropes when the new vigilante, Tarantula, showed up ready to bring Blockbuster to an end. Now, in a move I just did not see coming, Nightwing leaves his morals at the door, realizing Blockbuster will never stop, and he steps aside to allow Tarantula to end the villain's life. He then went and freaked the hell out while Tarantula started to seduce him. It was really weird, but it happened. Number 9. Spider-Man vs. Firelord. I think it is a well-known fact that Spider-Man pulls his punches. It's part of the reason he is one of the best heroes, but I always forget how much he actually pulls those punches. For example, in The Amazing Spider-Man issue 270, a black-suited Spider-Man puts one hell of a beating on a former Herald of Galactus, Firelord. Previously, Firelord had been wandering the cosmos when he stopped in New York to enjoy the culture, I guess, only to be attacked by firemen and then kicked in the face by Spider-Man. Now, the Lord of Fire wants his revenge. After leading Firelord on a merry chase through office buildings, Grand Central Station, the subway system, into a construction zone, having a building demolished on top of the fiery villain, and then leading him to a gas station which explodes, Spider-Man, at his wit's end, musters all his effort and his spider sense to lay an incredible beatdown of speed, agility, and raw strength on Firelord, getting so lost in his bloodlust until Captain America and the Avengers show up to be like, dude, you got him. Chill out. And in at number 8 is Deadpool vs. Bullseye. Reading through issue 11 of the 2008 volume of Deadpool just made me remember why I love Deadpool. Not that I forgot or anything, but man, he's just nuts, which makes it so good when the foe he faces is almost just as bonkers as he is. This time, it's Hawkeye, but not actually Hawkeye. It's actually Bullseye dressed as Hawkeye because this is happening during Dark Reign, and that's a long story on its own, which maybe we should do an attempt to explain of that at some point. For now though, Bullseye/Hawkeye has been contracted to take down Deadpool. In the last issue, he managed to get an arrow right through Mr. Pool's noggin. So, in this issue, Deadpool takes it out and his brain is still half regenerated as he tries to take on Bullseye at this meat farm. Now, listening to his half-formed brain, Deadpool takes cover into a meat locker and decides his best course of action is to, quote, be the meat, and he suits up in a butchered pig, using it as makeshift armor. Wade charges Mr. I, who had conveniently run out of arrows, lands a good crack, rack, and a crock, and then takes a swift kick to the no man's land. The fight transitions to the kitchen where Bull's Hawkeye, or whatever you want to call him, comes at Wade with a buzzsaw, and Deadpool, wielding 2 meat hooks, trips, grips, and sends a hook straight through this fellow mercenary's chest. The dynamic between these two psychos is just a treat to read, but I'd honestly recommend just reading the whole of this volume of Deadpool itself. It's fantastic. Number 7, Storm and Emma Frost. A bit of a lesser known rivalry between 2 comic book characters is the one between Aurora Monroe, Storm of the X-Men, and Emma Frost, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. Now, back in the day, Emma was a villain more than anything else, and during Uncanny X-Men 151 and 152, the White Queen ambushed Storm, using her telepathic powers to swap their bodies, and then enacted a plan for the Hellfire Club to attack the X-Mansion. Now, after a whole lot of kerfuffle involving Kitty Pryde, Emma lost control of Storm's powers, and that gave Storm the opportunity to swap their minds back. Storm gets the tempest caused by Frost under control, then saves the White Queen from a massive fall, all heroic-like, but being the villain, Emma tries yet again to attack Miss Monroe, prompting Storm to straight up smack Emma with a massive bolt of lightning. She flies up into the air, raging like the goddess she is, then flies back down, grabs Frost by the throat, and scares the hell out of her by almost taking her life, before Wolverine, of all people, talks her back to morality. It's fantastic. I love Emma Frost, but I think because of this, I love Storm a little bit more. Number 6, Kingpin vs. Grey Hulk. The Hulk is an interesting character. He's gone through many changes over time, even having different different identities than just his regular green, savage, smashy smash one. One of his first, when he was still a Grey Hulk, would be Joe Fixit. Joe Fixit is a persona of the Hulk who is a relatively intelligent Las Vegas mob enforcer. It's great. Well, this year, in 2023, he got his own series. Fixit is specifically the enforcer for the Berengeti crime family, and in the series, Mr. Berengeti's operation becomes the focus of a certain Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin of Crime, who is planning to strong-arm a takeover. Problem is, you can't really strong-arm anything when one of the people you're facing off against is the Incredible Hulk. The best part about Joe Fixit is the fact that no one seems to be able to work out that he is just another version of the Hulk, so he is constantly underestimated. Within the first few moments of Kingpin's meeting with Mr. Berengeti, the plan he had goes south very quickly, and he decides to smash the man's desk, which is when Mr. Fixit enters the fray. Fisk's goon is slapped aside like a piece of unwanted salami, and then Fisk, who has gone toe-to-toe with Spider-Man, who, as we know from part 1 of this list, is usually holding back, comes bull-charging at Fixit, who obviously tanks 3 blows without flinching before grabbing Wilson's fist, hoisting the massive villain over his head, and then throwing him through the floor into the casino, and then picking him up and slamming him down into the floor again, and then holding his arm hostage until Fisk says that the meeting is over in English, then French, then Pig Latin. Priceless. But coming in at number 10 is Jack Frost. When Jimmy Olsen was on a game show back in the Silver Age series Superman's Pal Jimmy Olsen number 33, a special prism appeared randomly in a garbage dump that, for some reason, turned the thoughts of the game show contestants into reality. Just go with it, it's a comic book, okay? So, when Jimmy answered a game show question with Jack Frost, that's exactly who appeared. Jack Frost, as a villain, threatened to plunge the world into a new ice age. Now, I'm sure that's not at all what Jimmy had in mind, but luckily, he is Superman's pal. So, what was Superman's solution? Simple. He would just go fly into space and move the frickin' sun closer to the Earth. Not only is this an absolutely ridiculous feat, which is theoretically completely impossible, but it was incredibly embarrassing looking for Jack Frost, who had to run away from Superman, who was essentially chasing the freezing villain with the sun. Once Jack Frost had retreated into a deep, cold cave, Superman put the sun back where he got it so it didn't destroy the Earth. The bonkers part about this is that he did all this nonchalantly as if he was moving furniture. Number 9. Hank Henshaw. After Superman's infamous death at the hands of Doomsday and his not exactly surprising return to life, Superman had to clean up the messes made in his absence, including some imposter Supermen. One of which would be the cyborg Superman, Hank Henshaw, that took over the role of Superman in his place. This cyborg wasn't really doing a great job with his Supermaning, and I think most would agree that he was really tarnishing the name of Superman. Because he was. Hank ruined Soup's memorial, and more importantly, he had just blown up Coast City, taking the life of millions of people. Now, when Superman actually returns from the dead, he doesn't have his powers back just yet, so the conflict actually lasts a little while. But once Superman gets his powers back, you best believe he beats this sucker, and in one page no less. Hank is a cyborg, like I said, so Superman ends this guy by simply punching him straight through the chest and then using his super speed to shake him so fast his screws come loose and he just straight up falls apart. Superman shook this sucker to death. Number 8. The Marquis of Death. In 2009's Fantastic Four number 566, Dr. Victor Von Doom reveals to us and his people that he had learned almost everything he knows from one incredibly powerful reality warping villain called the Marquis of Death. With his master now on his way to see how Dr. Doom had fared as ruler over the Earth. Only, when the Marquis shows up with his mysterious new apprentice, he was less than happy with the progress Doom had made on Earth, and to punish his old apprentice, he attacks. The Marquis completely warped reality, making Doom think he had actually won the fight, and then snatched the victory away, set him on fire, turned his heart to stone and his blood to acid, and then sent him back in time to the Pliocene age to be eaten by megalodons. Do you realize how insane that sentence is on its own? That should be the point right there. But over the course of the rest of the story, the Marquis goes on to fight the Fantastic Four, almost beating them. But he is brought to a point of nearly being beaten, which is when, out out of nowhere, his apprentice, the new one, shows up and slaps and destroys this reality warping villain, but not before revealing that he is actually Dr. Doom himself. Apparently, Dr. Doom survived being eaten by megalodons and being turned to stone and his blood to acid, gained enough power and dark magic to completely change his form, became the Marquis's new apprentice, even defeating Uatu the Watcher so he wouldn't be discovered, and he did all of that to hide in plain sight to get his revenge and finally defeat the Marquis of Death. If you guys are enjoying this list so far, make sure you check out the rest of the channel for parts 1 to 3 and maybe subscribe while you're there so you don't miss part 5 and all the rest of our comic book loving content. Thank you. In at number 7 is the Superman Revenge Squad. After discovering the planet of the Superman Revenge Squad, Superman wastes no time at all and charges at the planet with a full frontal assault armed with nothing but his abilities and a strange package attached to his chest. The Revenge Squad fires all their most dangerous, most powerful weapons at Superman, firing everything they think will take out the Man of Steel. They all impact on Kal-El, and the villains think they've won. For a moment. But when the dust settled, they didn't even leave a scratch. Instead, the package on Superman's chest detonated, encircling the whole planet in a layer of mist. Now, Superman then yells down to the villains from the heavens, explaining if any of them pass through the mist leaving the planet, they will suffer total amnesia, forgetting any hatred they have for Superman. They can remain trapped on their base, being angry and upset, or they can rejoin the cosmos devoid of all grudges. Either way, he doubts he will ever see them again, and then he just flies on back home. And in at number 6, Simon. Simon Jones is a villain of the Teen Titans who has vast telekinesis and telepathic powers, and he is also the leader of the Fearsome Five. All of that, but he basically just calls himself Simon. But cool because there's a P in front of it, so we know that he is a psychic dude, I guess. Cool. In Salvation Run number 2, Simon is among the new Injustice League when a bunch of villains, including them, get exiled to an alien world. Simon, who is standing among some pretty big name villains, attempts to convince his fellow supervillains that escape is impossible, and so he then proceeds to lay down plans for beginning a new civilization, involving all the female villains getting pregnant and giving birth as soon and as frequently as possible. But luckily, the Joker is also here, and he doesn't seem to be a fan. Joker very, very abruptly interrupts Simon, tossing a rock that hits the guy square in the noggin, and then running up and smashing Simon over the head repeatedly with a rock, assuming control. Kicking off the list at number 10 is Civil War. While there was a clear winner in terms of who won the conflict in Marvel Comics Civil War event, that being Tony Stark, in the grand scheme of things, there really wasn't any winner. The Civil War split the entire superhuman community down the middle. Heroes allied with villains, friends turned on friends, people were manipulated into joining a side, and a few of those people passed away, all for an act that would require the registration and regulation of superhuman individuals following a completely avoidable superhuman-caused catastrophe. And while you had Tony Stark coming out on top, he made a lot of enemies along the way, including Spider-Man, and I don't think he ever intended for the death of Steve Rogers. Also, after he came out on top, he was put in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. and did a spectacularly bad job, leading to Norman Osborn, of all people, to take over, ushering in a whole lot more of bad. I don't think really anyone came away from Civil War feeling particularly great. Number 9, The Reigning. After the passing of Odin at the hands of Surtur during Dan Jurgens' Thor run from 1998 to 2004, Thor became the new All-Father of Asgard, and he made some pretty interesting choices during this time. One of the biggest decisions he made was moving Asgard to the skies above New York to inspire mortals with its grandeur and to force the world to be better. This triggers a conflict with the governments of Earth, which ultimately ends with the Asgardians conquering the planet and completely wiping out most of the superheroes. The story now shifts 200 years, where Thor now rules over this dystopian future and is no longer worthy of Mjolnir after killing his human counterpart Jake Olsen, symbolically cutting his ties with humanity. There is no more famine or disease, no borders or religion, there's no need to work, and Asgard's magic provides infinite clean energy for the whole planet. But this comes at the cost of making humans become inferior, with a few few also planning to rise up against the Asgardians in order to regain their freedom. Thor marries Amora the Enchantress and they have a son called Magni. Now Magni ends up supporting the humans and the rebellion after seeing how badly the Asgardians are actually treating them. He challenges his father to lift up Mjolnir, proving that he is no longer worthy and leading Thor to question his own actions. After seeing the error of his ways, Thor uses the Odin Force to go back in time, erasing that whole timeline and making sure the Asgardians never take over Earth. For a character as unstoppable as Thor, his defeat here came in a much more poetic way and it made for a great story. If you're enjoying this part 2, make sure you get yourself over to our channel to check out part 1 and maybe, if you want to, subscribe while you're at it. Always helps us out here at Top 10 Nerd. Coming in at number 8 is Avengers Infinity War. In the MCU, most of the movies follow a simple idea of a hero facing and eventually defeating a villain, coming out triumphant by the end of the film, completing an arc. Even if the villain survives to continue into another film in the cinematic universe, they are still usually defeated by the hero at the end of their debut movie. Well, when we were given the Avengers Infinity War, it marked the first time in the MCU when the heroes, and furthermore, all the heroes together, officially lost by the end of the movie. Despite their best efforts to stop Thanos from acquiring all the Infinity Stones to complete his mission, he still managed to put them all into his big golden gauntlet and snap out half of the life in the universe. He left the heroes in shock of what even just happened as they watched their friends turn to dust. And when we meet them all again in the next film, Avengers Endgame, they've all been left reeling and trying to move forward from such a massive defeat, which led to one of their greatest victories. Number 7, Shazam in Injustice. In the Injustice game, Superman is the tyrant ruler of the Earth. Most of the other heroes have either joined him or joined Batman as part of an effort to thwart Superman and bring him down. One of the heroes who remained on Superman's side was actually Billy Batson, Shazam. This is surprising to pretty much everyone, but seeing that Billy Batson is only a kid, more susceptible to some manipulation, it starts to make more sense. It also makes it very brutal when Superman takes down Shazam for turning on Superman and mentioning the now dead Lois Lane. Superman takes down Billy frighteningly quick, using his frost breath to freeze Shazam's mouth shut, stopping him from using his signature phrase, and then melting his brain through his eyes with his heat vision. Now I don't know if this would actually work in any other continuity, I don't see why not, but Shazam has proven himself more than capable to take on Superman. Either way, it made me immediately hate this version of Superman, and it made me pretty darn sad at the same time. Number 6, Ultimate Spider-Man. Ultimate Spider-Man is one of the most beloved Spider-Man runs ever, which made the death of Spider-Man such a hard comic to read. Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, escapes the Triskelion along with Dr. Octopus, Sandman, Kraven the Hunter, Electro, and Vulture, and hides in an apartment building near Central Park. With S.H.I.E.L.D. occupied by an explosion, Osborn tells the 6 sinister villains that it's the perfect time to do God's work and finally take out Spider-Man. Now Otto objects to this plan, but Norman overpowers Otto and deals a fatal blow to him. Learning this, Peter heads to where the battle took place to find Otto's body. He goes off to investigate where Norman was off said to be, but when he leaves, he ends up spotting Captain America standing over a beaten Nick Fury and sees the Punisher aiming a rifle at Cap. That's all part of a separate issue, but he immediately dives towards Cap and pushes him out of the way, taking the bullet on himself. Now while it wasn't fatal, in his weakened state he had a much harder time facing off against Green Goblin and his collected villains. Peter puts up one hell of a heroic fight with the help of Aunt May, the Human Torch, and Mary Jane, taking out pretty much everyone until he faces this super amped up version of Green Goblin. Fighting on his last legs, he's helped out by Mary Jane, who shares one last kiss with Peter before he defeats the Goblin and then suffers his final blow from an explosion. He then passes away in the arms of Mary Jane in a pretty iconic panel, and now I want to cry. So that's great.
Number 10, Deceased Batman. In the Deceased universe, the world is infected with an anti-life virus that infects people and turns them into zombies when they look at a screen. This story is apocalyptic in nature, so naturally there are a lot of brutal moments of heroes being killed by the zombie hordes. Probably the most devastating of them is what happens to the Bat family. Nightwing and Tim Drake are infected by the virus and go to Wayne Manor and attack Batman and Alfred. They bite the Dark Knight, infecting him. Alfred is forced to put down Dick and Tim with a shotgun, and Batman tries to slow the infection by getting into one of Mr. Freeze's cryosuits. He puts together a package for Damian containing a batsuit for him and turns. Alfred is forced to put him down with a shotgun and leaves the cave, thinking about how he had to put an end to 3 of his children. To make things even worse, in a later story in this universe, it is discovered that there is actually a cure for the virus, and Alfred has to grapple with the fact that he killed his sons when they could have been saved. Number 9. Old Man Logan. On Earth 800,007,128, where the Old Man Logan story takes place, Captain America's old foe, the Red Skull, managed to organize all of the Earth's supervillains and used them to defeat all of the heroes of their world and take over the United States. As he explained to a dying Captain America, Abomination was given California, although a crazed Hulk gang would eventually take this over. Dr. Doom was given the Bible Belt, and Magneto was given Las Vegas, although this was eventually taken over by the Kingpin. Red Skull took over the White House and installed himself as dictator. Worst of all was how the villains defeated the X-Men. Wolverine was monitoring the situation with Jubilee when the X-Mansion was suddenly attacked by supervillains. As the children fled, Wolverine made a brave final stand against the bad guys, cutting them down one at a time until there were none left. It was then that Mysterio revealed that the whole thing had been an illusion, and Logan had been attacking his own teammates the entire time. This was so devastating that Logan walked away from the situation due to his guilt, letting the villains take over and vowing to never pop his claws again. Number 8. Injustice Superman. One of the most devastating defeats that we've ever seen is the one that broke Superman's spirit and turned him from a hero into a villain. In the world featured in the Injustice games and comics, the Joker has become bored with dealing with Batman and decides to try his luck going up against the Man of Steel. Joker brainwashed Superman into destroying Metropolis as well as Lois Lane and his unborn child. This caused Superman to snap and set aside all the morality that he was known for, and he brutally killed the Joker. This began a chain reaction of events that led to Superman deciding to punish all of the criminals and reshape the world in his image, becoming more unhinged and violent the more power he seized, eventually becoming a full-on dictator, who Batman was forced to fight with an insurgency. The Joker may not have survived his encounter with Superman, but the fact that he was able to make him destroy everything he loved, break his moral code, and turn into the very thing he was fighting against, plunging the world into a horrifying dystopia, makes this a pretty good win for the Clown Prince of Crime. This Old Man Logan and the Deceased entry would normally rank higher, but as none of these events are canon to the main universe, I've decided to keep them at the bottom of the list so we can focus on defeats that actually happened. Number 7. Alpha Flight Number 12. When the villainous Jerome Jackson discovered that his old employee who had ruined his life, James Hudson, was now a superhero leading Canada's super team Alpha Flight, he vowed revenge and sold Hudson's identity to the evil Roxxon Corporation, who gave him the resources to form the villain team Omega Flight, whose only purpose was to kill Hudson. They set a trap for James, tricking him into moving to New York for a job and then attacking him. Jackson attacked Guardian using the Box robot, but Guardian managed to use his suit's power supply to overload the robot, killing Jackson. However, this caused Guardian's suit to overload and blow up, setting him on fire right in front of his wife, Heather. This was obviously deeply traumatic for Heather and the team, and they actually disbanded for a time as a result of this loss. Even when Hudson returned to life a few years later, things were never really the same for him, with his relationship to his wife being consistently strained as a result of his untimely death. So, this is a superhero defeat that has defined the character's entire life going forward, coloring it with an inescapable misery. Number 6. The death of Gwen Stacy. For a lot of his early run as the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn had no memories of his criminal activities, due to the Goblin being a separate personality. Green Goblin tangled with Spider-Man several times over the years, with Goblin eventually swearing to bring misery and pain into Spider-Man's life as revenge for always stopping his schemes. He eventually was able to follow Spidey and watch him change in an alley, discovering that he was really Peter Parker. Osborn eventually eventually became aware of his goblin side and embraced it, and concocted a scheme to ruin Spider-Man's life. It's not actually a particularly complicated scheme when you think about it. In Amazing Spider-Man number 121, the Green Goblin kidnapped Peter's girlfriend, Gwen Stacy, and then threw her off of a bridge. Spider-Man managed to snag her with a web, but the whiplash caused by her sudden stop caused her to break her neck. So, the Goblin achieved his goal of causing Peter as much pain as possible.
Number 10. Iska loses in victory. I love this defeat because it happens in the form of a victory, which is pretty weird and pretty great. This takes place when Iska is challenged by the Fisher King to a battle of loss. In essence, challenging Iska to see who has felt and experienced the most loss. In this way, the Fisher King kinda sneakily defeats Iska by making her step down from a direct battle after feeling the weight of all she has lost as a result of her powers. And the weird thing is, technically she wins the fight because she feels more loss, but in doing so she kinda loses in the way that the Fisher King wanted her to. While Iska's mutant power is to never lose, challenging her in this way basically ensures she will win. So having to feel and reflect on all the pain she has suffered and caused. As such, this causes Iska to leave Arakko, planet Arakko, unable to carry on, at least momentarily, in her fight against her fellow mutants, and causing her to step down from her place on the Great Ring, which many people feel she no longer deserved as someone who so deeply betrayed Arakko during their fight against Uranos. Even if it was, her own powers that compelled her to do so. And Iska's obviously done that before a few times. They were like, we're kinda over this. Especially when Iska just walks in and is like, well, I'm back. I'm also helping you guys run this, right? I can't deny that I would also be like, Iska, get out of here. And friends, before I move on to our next spot on this list, if you love devastating defeats, you will love our Invincible playlist because Invincible is full of devastating defeats. Devastating, brutal ones, so go check that out. Number 9. Karma comes for Alexander Luthor. Alexander Luthor is the one who pretty much set in motion the events of Infinite Crisis, a major mastermind behind it all. In the end, it only makes sense that from a hero standpoint, he would have to face, some kind of justice, because that's how these stories typically go. And while initially he seems to escape pretty unscathed, at the very end of Infinite Crisis issue number 7, we see him come face to face with Karma in the form of other villains, Lex Luthor and Joker of the main continuity. While Alexander seems to already kind of be in the process of putting together his next plan, he is accosted in an alley by the two villains and quickly defeated, with Lex asking him as he slowly bleeds out on the pavement, "Now who's stupid?" I'm gonna spoil it for you, it was Alexander Luthor. He's a stupid one, I think, is what Lex is getting at. It's like, it's not me, because now you're dead, so. Number 8. Thor goes for the head. This defeat is devastating in kind of a different way, because ultimately after the events of Avengers Infinity War, the Avengers are left without hope at the beginning of Avengers Endgame. Here, our heroes of the MCU go to face Thanos with the help of Captain Marvel. While they do succeed in locating him only 2 days after his fateful snap, which we all saw at the end of Infinity War, they still arrive too late. Thanos at this point has used the stones to destroy the stones, not something you can do in the comics, but apparently something you can do in the MCU, leaving our heroes without any foreseeable way to bring back those they have lost, because they have no Infinity Stones to do that with. Frustrated, Thor strikes out against Thanos, cutting off his head with a single swing of Stormbreaker and ultimately defeating him. Even more devastating actually, because with Thanos dead, our heroes are then left without any actual leads on how they might, recover the stones and return those lost back to life. So it's a defeat, but it kind of is a defeat that leaves you going, well, now what? Number 7. Superboy Prime takes a toll. I love Superboy Prime, he's such a brutal villain. For this point, we are headed back to Infinite Crisis, where earlier on in the same issue as Alexander Luthor's death, Infinite Crisis issue number 7, Superboy Prime is fought against by Superman of the main continuity and Superman of the Golden Age, belonging to Earth 2. The Golden Age Earth 2. I think there's a few Earth 2s at this point. While Superboy Prime is eventually brought to his knees by the combined efforts of both Supermen and the help of Mogo and the other Green Lanterns, the fight is an epic one that cost Golden Age Superman his life in the end, leaving Kara, Power Girl, all alone. Super sad. Truly, this is a really sad fight. Consequences. We love a fight with consequences. Number 6, Magneto crushes Tarn the Uncaring. Oof. In a way, some might see this fight as one between two villains. However, at the point in history that we're talking about here, the era of Krakoa and Planet Arakko, Magneto is not really a villain, and Tarn even is a bit ambiguous when it comes to his role and his alignment. Although I would say, at the very least, we could consider him to be an antagonist, and myself personally, I actually do consider him, in fact, to be a full-fledged villain, because Tarn is, well, he's a pretty evil guy. Based on my perception of these characters, I'm including Tarn's defeat here, so that's what we're doing today, friends. At one point, Magneto challenges Tarn to battle, being backed up by Iska, who's kinda tricked into supporting the fight against Tarn by Sunspot. Magneto manages to defeat Tarn in only a few pages, using his helmet both to disable Tarn's telepathic genetic manipulation abilities and then to crush his head. Yikes. Number 10, Superman's new costume. Superman at one point had a new costume made for him. The costume was created for him by Lex Luthor, but Superman apparently didn't recognize his bald nemesis because he was in a disguise, i.e. he was wearing a wig. The other fail here on Superman's part comes from the fact that there was literally something built into the suit that he should have noticed. A giant ball of lead. Well, maybe not a giant ball of lead, but a sizable ball of lead. You'd think Superman would see that and immediately be suspicious, because although yes, he can't actually use his X-ray vision on lead, that makes it a lot more obvious that, like, hey, that's lead. The lead actually contained kryptonite, Superman's weakness, and Luthor designed the suit so that he could trigger when the lead would be eroded away by acid to reveal the kryptonite, which would weaken Superman at the most opportune time. Also, Superman, this suit is just not very good. How did you not notice something was up with this? It literally has a giant green box across the chest that just reads in blocky letters Superman, and it's bright yellow with purple accents. Bruh. And friends, before we move on to our next spot on this list, if you love what we do here at Top 10 Nerd, why not show us you love us by clicking that like? Number 9. Big Barda is defeated by her own weapon. At one point, Big Barda is living on Earth and she has her purse stolen. The man who steals it takes chase, not realizing who he is just stolen from and that a powerful weapon, her Mega Rod, is in that purse. While escaping into the sewers, he runs into another being from Apocalypse, Sleaze. Sleaze takes the purse, and when Big Barda finally catches up, surprises her by knocking her out with her own weapon, because he knows how to use a Mega Rod. He later would use the Mega Rod to control Barda's mind and will, and even tried to force her and Superman to make a raunchy tape together using Barda's Mega Rod. Oh geez, Sleaze. Oof. Number 8. Wonder Woman is bound. One of the dumbest ways that Wonder Woman has been defeated actually correlates to one of her most classic and well-known weaknesses, being bound. In fact, traditionally, this only worked if she was bound by a man. Doing so would reduce her to becoming simply mortal, stripping away all her godlike powers and abilities. Although, to be fair, even a normal woman might be strong or skilled enough to actually escape these bonds. So, you would think Wonder Woman might also be. And yes, I understand that this weakness also has symbolic significance for this character, but relative to the character and how powerful she normally is, it's still kinda dumb. Because it's like, yeah, you're powerful all the time, but if a man bounds you, that's it? You just lose it all? Wow. Harsh. Number 7. Hulk loves puppies. If you can believe it, at one point Hulk was actually defeated by his love of puppies. This was revealed to be a method that S.H.I.E.L.D. used to successfully calm Hulk down. Hulk has even stated in the comics before that his favorite animal is a dog, so I guess this makes sense in that regard, but that doesn't make it any less ridiculous. Hence why it's on this list. Number 6. Barbara Gordon forgets her training. This has always been a weird superhero defeat that has baffled me personally. So Barbara Gordon is Batgirl, right? And yet in The Killing Joke, which admittedly is a story that initially was intended to exist purely outside of canon and still sort of does, Barbara is accosted by the Joker pretty easily. Now granted, this was while Barbara was in her civilian form and was visiting her father, Jim Gordon, at his home. So she goes to answer the door and is surprised to see the Joker there, who shoots her in the stomach. I understand being surprised, and I understand not wanting to reveal your identity as Batgirl, but come on. This is Babs! I feel like she could have handily disarmed the Joker here with everything else I know about her and how skilled she is. Or at least she should have been able to, in my headcanon. Maybe I'm being unreasonable to assume this, but I really don't think so. Also, I feel like even if you're like, oh, I gotta protect my secret identity by doing nothing, you could still do something. I mean, you are Jim Gordon's daughter, so I feel like people would assume you have some kind of combat training.
Number 5. Red Hood. If you haven't read 3 Jokers, please go do that. It's kind of treated as its own separate story apart from the DC universe, and whether that's true or not, it's up to personal preference, but it's a really good story. But that's not important. Essentially, it's revealed that instead of there being one person over the course of history who has been the Joker, there have actually been 3. The clown, the comedian, and the criminal. Each have been seen at different times and have been involved in some of the biggest moments in Batman history. The clown is the one first caught in the story, and he also happens to be the one who laid a crowbar-shaped beatdown on a young Jason Todd, Robin. With the help of Jason Todd and Batgirl, Batman tracks down the clown and together they subdue him. Unfortunately, Batman has to run off to help out with the second Joker, leaving the clown in the hands of Babs and Jason Todd. That may have been a mistake. The Joker wastes no time getting to his tactic of driving people up the wall, using his attack on Todd to drive Red Hood to the point of no return, and Red Hood introduces Joker to the afterlife with a well-placed ball of lead through the Joker's cranium. Number 4. Joker War. Joker War has probably one of the coolest Joker versus Batman fights ever. By taking over Wayne Enterprises and exposing Batman's connections with the GCPD, Joker leaves Bruce without access to his vast wealth. This is part of what leads to Bruce assuming his Batman identity full time, as the Joker's masked goons do everything to break into his various Batcaves in order to gain control of his tech and sensitive information. And the Joker is more than successful, getting a prototype futuristic Batsuit and Jokerizing it. He also takes the corpse of the recently passed away Alfred Pennyworth and reanimates it with Joker Toxin. It's pretty messed up, and the climactic fight between Joker and Batman in Ace Chemicals is equally as intense. After going through an absolute slogfest against each other, Joker actually gains the upper hand, and just as he is about to do a number on Batman's face, Harley Quinn shows up out of nowhere, placing a shot right in the clown's right eye, which didn't kill him, which is weird. She then ties up Joker alongside a little bang bang boom boom device, and then straps one to herself and runs off, telling Batman that he has to pick which one of them he is going to save. Joker is pretty confident that Batman will have to save him, but then Batman, pretty confidently himself, waltzes past him and runs off to save Harley, leaving the Joker to be blown to smithereens. Number 3. Paralyzed. In the lead up to Joker War that we just talked about, Joker actually pays a visit to one member of the Bat family in particular. In Batgirl number 47, Barbara gets home and is chillaxing on the couch when she begins to realize that her things are ever so slightly out of place, alerting her to someone else's presence in the room. Like a ninja, she hurls a glass into the dark, smashing it into the Joker's grinning mug. After getting in more than a few good solid hits on the Joker, the criminal turns the tables by whipping out a small remote, pressing a button, and deactivating the implant in Barbara's spine that restored her ability to walk. The Joker reveals that his remote can apparently manipulate Barbara's body to move against her will. But even that doesn't faze Barbara too much. Instead, she starts to psychologically torment the Joker, using the fact that he is obsessed with the Dark Knight to manipulate him where she wants him. In a rather twisted turn of events, she ends up having the last laugh when she uses a sharp pipe to stab herself in the back, fully disabling the implant and Joker's hold on her. And then she hurtles that same pipe into the Joker's spine, seemingly paralyzing him. Number 2. Nightwing. In Joker Last Laugh, Joker is locked up in the slab, and was told he had a terminal brain tumor and only a limited amount of time left to live. But this was all just an attempt by those working at the penitentiary to cause the Joker to face the end of his own life and possibly come to terms with his own wrongdoings. They clearly don't understand the Joker though. Instead, the Joker decided to bring his crime to a whole other level so that he would go out in a blaze of glory. He essentially unleashed a special Joker toxin on a huge number of supervillains, turning them a bit more Joker-like. One of these villains was Killer Croc. The Bat family sprung into action, but the Robin at the time, Tim Drake, was captured by Croc, leaving only his torn costume. With the other Bat family members assuming the worst had happened to the younger crime fighter, the original Robin, Dick Grayson, Nightwing, went on the warpath. He tracked down the Joker and proceeded to lay an absolutely bloody beatdown on him. Even when Tim revealed himself and tried to stop Dick, Nightwing thought it was some kind of trick and carried on his punch fest until the Joker actually passed away. Batman himself had to step in and revive the Joker with CPR, I don't know how that works, but for a moment there, Nightwing actually beat the Joker into the afterlife. And finally, in at our number 1 spot, he stabs himself. For our number one spot, it only makes sense to talk about Joker's very first appearance and also his very first embarrassing defeat. In Batman Numero Uno, we are introduced to the Joker for the first time. The Joker has been the perpetrator of some pretty vicious crimes across Gotham, and the Batman ends up on the case. When the two first get into an altercation, the Joker actually gets the upper hand on Bruce, whacking him with a good haymaker and then a kick before pushing him off a bridge. It's not until a bit later, after the Joker has caused a whole whack more unfortunate deaths and even faced the Batman a few more times, even getting kicked in the face by the Boy Wonder himself, that the Joker makes a triumphant return. Sort of. After a whole altercation at a museum, the Joker is pursued by both Batman and his Boy Wonder. In the final climactic battle, Bruce and Robin have Joker on the ropes until Joker pulls out a dagger, trying to bring the Batman down for good. Turns out, Batman is pretty quick, who'd have thought, and he sidesteps, causing the Joker to accidentally plunge the dagger into his own chest. But as we are all pretty well aware of, this wasn't his true end. In fact, it was just his beginning.
Number 5. Yeah, I always get up. Man, when it comes to tragic Spider-Man deaths, for a guy that seems to always survive just about anything, we sure have a lot of those. And Into the Spider-Verse, there are multiple Spider-Men and women, Spider-Folks as I like to say. And the reality of Miles Morales, he is Spider-Man, but even in his reality, there was a Peter Parker who was the original Spider-Man. Tragically, almost as soon as Miles gets to know him and he sees that Miles also has spider-like abilities, he's gone, leaving Miles without a mentor until he meets the alternate reality Peter B. Parker. Peter dies while trying to stop Kingpin's plot to open up portals to other dimensions, in the hopes of reviving the family that he lost. After passing on a USB key, or a goober, as it is called by Peter B, to Miles to use it to stop the collider, Kingpin and Prowler confront Spider-Man, and when Peter warns Kingpin that his plan will both destroy the world and ultimately fail in the process, or I mean at least destroy New York here, Kingpin loses his cool, slamming his fists into an already exhausted Spider-Man's chest, killing him. Number 4. This is going to hurt you a lot more than it does me. Famous words that come from Joker before he brutally attacks Jason Todd with a crowbar. This all went down in the Batman story A Death in the Family. Fans at the time were able to vote on whether or not Jason Todd would live or die. After the brutal attack on his life in issue 427 that ends with an explosion going off which buries Jason's body in rubble, in issue number 428 we'd get our answer to that fateful question. And ultimately it would be established that Jason had, in fact, died. Although much later on we learned this wasn't quite true when he seemingly returned from the dead years later as the antagonistic anti-hero Red Hood. Number 3. You losing your cool, Brucey? This is probably one of the most brutal in terms of the devastation that was physically wrought here. For this point we're talking about Wolverine versus Hulk, but in the Ultimate Universe. And you know it's going to be brutal because it's the Ultimate Universe. Wolverine was tasked with hunting down Hulk for Fury, but when he finally does find Hulk, Hulk remarks on how he really doesn't want to be found, also proving that, you know, he doesn't really need to be disturbed because he's actually calm, he's intelligent now, and at that time of no danger really to anyone. At least not in that moment. So long as they don't, of course, goad him into getting angry, of course, which, you guessed it, Wolverine purposefully does here. In response, Hulk and Wolverine begin to fight, and eventually Hulk rips Wolverine in half. And once Wolverine manages to climb a mountain to recover his legs, his lower half of his body, Hulk then threatens to eat one of Logan's legs. Ultimate Universe, why you like this? Fortunately, this pretty brutal defeat of Wolverine is interrupted by She-Hulk, who in this universe is actually Betty Ross. Number 2. What's 17 more years? While Think Mark became one of the most famous and memeable lines from this superhero defeat and animated series, I would say in general, one of the most brutal moments in this fight happens when Omni-Man suggests that he could basically just destroy Mark, literally kill him with his own hands, and, you know, just make another child if he has to. Asking rhetorically, what's 17 more years? For him as a Viltrumite, his lifespan is of course much longer than a human, so to him 17 years is basically nothing, a very short span of time. However, reducing his emotional connection that has been built up with his son over 17 years to something so seemingly meaningless, as though none of it really meant anything, makes the beating that Mark takes here just even more brutal. Granted, in the greater scheme of things, we know it isn't this simple for Omni-Man, who, it is revealed, does love his son and is unable to actually swing the killing blow, probably because of that. So, number 1. It was a nice piece of work, Kingpin. You shouldn't have signed it. It doesn't get more awful than this defeat right here. This one happened as a greater part of the famous Daredevil story Born Again. In issue number 227 of Daredevil, we are told the story titled appropriately Apocalypse. And indeed, if you are Matt Murdock, it would certainly feel like the apocalypse. Here, Kingpin finds out Daredevil's secret identity and uses it not to simply kill him, but instead to destroy his entire life. First, he comes for his law practice, making it seem as though Matt bribed a witness in a case. But he doesn't stop there. He comes after his finances, his sanity, and even blows up his apartment, and in the process, destroys his costume. However, while DD is left feeling pretty defeated by that point of the whole thing when his apartment goes boom at the end of this issue, he at least now has a name to pin this all on, seeing it all as the work of none other than Kingpin. So that's a plus, I would say. At least he has like a vendetta now. Keep him going.
And at number 5 is Batman versus the Hyper Clan. This point is eerily similar to the Manchester Black versus Superman point on part 2 of Brutal Villain Defeats. In 1997's JLA, helmed by Grant Morrison, a team of superheroes shows up on Earth and begins fixing problems and completely eradicating supervillains, gaining popularity with the people that rivals the Justice League. The difference here is that this team of superheroes are actually white Martians. Unsurprisingly, the first of the Justice League to find this out was Batman himself, who managed to evade being captured unlike the rest of the League. Sneaking into the Hyper Clan's base, he managed to lure one of their members, a mortal, who he strung up with a little Batarang-held sign that read, "I know your secret." When 3 other members of the Hyper Clan showed up, Batman brought them down with a single match and a circle of gasoline, turning their one weakness to fire into his greatest ally, because he's Batman. Number 4. Darkseid. Darkseid is not a character you mess with. He's incredibly powerful with an insanely capable mind, and the ability to practically never pass away. Sure, we could talk about his defeat at the hands of Batman, but that's kinda boring. Batman's a regular guy, sure, but he's also Batman. What we want to talk about is Volume 3, Issue number 2 and 3 of this comic called Superpowers. This comic was made to go along with a toy line, so we already should slightly suspend our knowledge of what various heroes and villains are actually capable of for right now. Now, in the story, Darkseid's Omega effect had been dwindled to almost nothing thanks to Mr. Miracle, Tyr, and Mr. Freeze. After being betrayed by his people, he winds up teleporting to Earth with the last of his energy. Now, covered in a cloak, Darkseid is forced to rob a store just to find more clothes and remain unnoticed. But just after he does so, Darkseid is confronted by a pair of muggers in an alleyway. A pair of regular old human muggers who bully him, threaten him, and then knock him out cold with a chain just to rifle through his pockets and run off into the night. But the best part is how he looks up with a big Darkseid frown and goes, "Oh, surely my plight can sink no lower." You never see Darkseid like this, and certainly not in a fedora and a trench coat. Mwah. Number 3, Starro versus the Justice League. Despite how ridiculous the idea of a massive starfish-looking alien that can control minds is, Starro the Conqueror is still one of the Justice League's earliest and most dangerous foes. All the way back in the Brave and the Bold issue 28 from 1960 is our first ever introduction to Starro. Now this was before he used starfish facehuggers to control minds and instead would use a telepathic beam to control huge scores of people. When Starro did this to a town of people using one of his deputies, the Flash happened to take note of the fact that one kid, Snapper Carr, who was possibly the most annoying kid to grace the pages of comics, was immune to the effects of Starro's mental control. But it was a mystery as to why. It turns out that Snapper was covered in calcium oxide, aka lime, from when he was working on a lawn earlier in the day. Lime, used by oystermen to fight starfish off of their oysters, also happens to block the powers of Starro, curiously enough, and so Green Lantern grabs a bunch of barrels of the stuff from a nearby farm, and the Flash grabs bags and bags of it from a chemical warehouse, and they team up to proceed to absolutely cover Starro in lime, imprisoning the Conqueror in an unbreakable shell of lime. As it says in the comics, a living statue of lime. Number 2, Firestorm vs. Parasite. Rudolph Jones found himself exposed to a strange form of radiation, which changed him into a bald, green-skinned parasite with the ability to absorb the life energy of others. Well, in Firestorm, the Nuclear Man, issue number 86, Parasite is released from an area he is being held in and goes on a rampage, draining multiple people of their life energy, including Firehawk, who fell pretty easily to this villain. Now luckily, the hero Firestorm is nearby. At this point in time, Firestorm has become the world's fire elemental and received a pretty significant power boost. Almost as if to prove this, Firestorm comes in hot on Parasite with a blast of flame, and then, when Parasite tries to drain Firestorm's power, the hero is completely unaffected as he says, quote, "My powers come not from myself, but from the earth. I don't have power, I am power." And in a last-ditch effort, Parasite decides to try and trade energy blasts with Firestorm. Now unfortunately for Parasite, it is nowhere near an equal fight. He uses up all of the energy he took from Firestorm, and then just trying to hold back Firestorm's blast, Parasite goes through his own reserved life energy until he is on the brink. Realizing he will lose, he begs Firestorm to stop, saying that Firestorm would bring the end for Parasite, to which Firestorm simply says, "That was my intention." Luckily for him, Parasite was saved by the allies of Firestorm who told him to stop, but this hero left Parasite emaciated from using up his own energy. And finally, and at number 1 is Joker versus the Red Skull. Now look, the Joker is a maniac, an absolutely insane criminal lunatic, but hey, he is an American criminal lunatic, goddamn. Which means dealing with someone with the past of the Red Skull is an absolute no-no. Yes, these two villains teamed up together in the Batman and Captain America Team-Up Special, back when DC and Marvel actually got along with each other. Naturally, these heroes' two greatest villains team up to take them on, but I guess it turns out that even Joker is above the morals of a World War II era war criminal. The Red Skull hires the Joker to steal an atomic doomsday device, which the Clown Prince of Crime totally agrees to do, until he sees Red Skull waltz out with a certain symbol front and center on his outfit, indicating his involvement in WW2, which is then confidently confirmed by the Red Skull. This is when the Joker delivers the line about being an American criminal lunatic, and the two simultaneously attack each other, Joker with his venom and the Red Skull with his, quote, dust of death, which they are both immune to. This is when Joker gets smacked over the back of the head with a wrench, but eventually the fight makes it onto a plane where the Joker overpowers Red Skull and they both go tumbling down through the sky alongside the atomic device they stole, destroying them both in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Now I don't know if I'm more shocked at Joker's switching of sides or the fact that they had a fist fight while straddling the top of an active fat boy. It could be either, I don't know. Number 5, Captain Boomerang. This brutal defeat is so quick and so abrupt, there isn't even much I can really say about it other than you should never put a captain up against a general. In 2016 Suicide Squad, in literally the second issue, Task Force X are sent on a mission to Russia to retrieve or destroy an unknown device. Well, turns out that the device is actually a portal to the Phantom Zone. Rather than leave it be, which would probably have been smart, Captain Boomerang approaches the portal and is almost instantly incinerated down to his ankles by none other than General Zod, using his heat vision. I doubt the Boomerang guy would have been able to help much in the squad's fight against Zod, and honestly it's a miracle any of them survived at all, but I never expected this to happen so abruptly and to one of the main members of the squad. And in at number 4 is Mr. Mxyzptlk. The villain known as Mr. Mxyzptlk is both incredibly powerful, but he also doesn't really do anything that bad. He's usually just a big old nuisance. In Superman, Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow, a whole bunch of Superman's villains all make their play on the Man of Steel, and when their threat is ended, Superman is still left wondering why the heck this is all happening, when he realizes the only villain that wasn't among them was the fifth dimensional imp himself, which is when he finally reveals himself. He goes on about how, being completely immortal, he gets really bored. He spent 2,000 years just floating around doing nothing, and then 2,000 years doing good deeds and being nice, and then he spent 2,000 years being a mischievous little imp, and now, of all times, he decides he's gonna start being evil, and his first evil act is to kick off the next 2 millennia, well, by taking out Superman. That's basically what he says. But I don't think it was like that. Anyways, Mr. Mix reveals his horrendous true form and goes on the attack. Unfortunately, Superman's girl Lois Lane figured out what to do. Superman grabbed the Phantom Zone projector, and as he was about to use it on this magical imp, Mr. Mix spoke his name backwards, which would return him back to the 5th dimension. Unfortunately, this happened simultaneously, and Mxyzptlk was torn in half between both the Phantom Zone and the 5th dimension. And apparently Superman did this completely on purpose, and then he runs off to go and sulk about it. Number 3. Dinosaurus. The Viltrumites from the Invincible comic series are a race of near invulnerable, incredibly strong, world-conquering aliens, but none among them stands as strong and as invulnerable as Grand Regent Thrag. Battle-hardened over thousands of years, only the most powerful characters can even hope to stand mano a mano against this powerhouse. David Anders, the villain known as Dinosaurus, is not one of those characters. While Dinosaurus is very strong, it's more so his intelligence that is his greatest weapon. Dinosaurus allied himself with Invincible around issue 90 of the comic, and in an attempt on Mark's life by Thrag, Dinosaurus comes to Invincible's aid, which he had to know would not go well. Dinosaurus attacks Thrag, but his claws shatter like glass on Thrag's skin. Thrag then proceeds to pummel Mr. Anders, only stopping when he was distracted by an explosion. This brief moment of pause gave Dinosaurus the chance to chomp on the Grand Regent's head, but unfortunately, just like his claws, Dino's teeth also completely shatter, not even leaving a scratch on Thrag, which gives Thrag the chance to first mock the guy, but then break his jaw and leave him to think about his mistake. And in at number 2 is Vulcan. In recent years, the red planet that was formerly known to us as Mars has become home to a group of mutants known as the Iraqi, who renamed the planet to Arakko. These mutants differ from the Krakoan mutants we know by years and years of a constant battle for survival. Because of that, the Iraqi are a warlike people. They despise weakness and take on almost any challenge as a means of strengthening themselves. Because of this, duels and challenges are a key part of Iraqi society. Now, the Iraqi are ruled by a group called the Great Ring of Arakko, which is made up of almost completely Omega level mutants. One of those mutants is an incredibly disliked guy by the name of Tarn the Uncaring. Now another Omega level mutant who is also pretty unliked by a lot of people is a guy by the name of Gabriel Summers, aka Vulcan, who wields massive energy manipulation abilities, which he can use to take away mutant powers. The problem is, Tarn's ability is also to take away mutant powers. As part of a big convoluted plan, Vulcan challenged Tarn for his seat on the Great Ring of Arakko, which all comes to a head in X-Men Red issue 3 from 2022. Just as the fight begins, both mutants simultaneously negate each other's powers, turning their fight into a straight up physical altercation. At first, Vulcan gets in a few good hits. Meaning 2. He gets 2 hits. But he didn't seem to take Tarn's face tentacles into account, one of which catches Vulcan's fist, allowing Tarn to land a face-shattering punch. He then grabs Vulcan's arm with one hand and completely snaps it, then slams his face into the Coliseum floor and crushes it with 3 swift punches, winning the fight. And in at number 1 is Tarn the Uncaring. Ooh, surprise! You thought that was the end of the story. Well, nope. Right after Tarn has turned Vulcan into a floor decoration, he celebrates his win, exclaiming that he is unkillable and asking who will challenge him now. And to his surprise, someone answers. You see, another powerful mutant who is also hanging out on Arakko is none other than Magneto, who has been featured a few times in this series. Magneto comes floating into the Coliseum with his helmet and calls Tarn a stain on the planet, challenging the recently victorious mutant whose psychokinetic power-stealing abilities have now returned. But if you think that will put Magneto at a disadvantage, you are sorely mistaken. Iraqi combatants are allowed to use weapons outside of their powers, and like I said, Magneto had his helmet, which, if you are unaware, blocks mental powers. Before Tarn even finishes his sentence to accept the challenge, Magneto uses his metal controlling powers to slam his helmet onto Tarn's head, blocking his powers from being used, and then, in one swift move, he crushes the helmet and Tarn's head like a can of pop. It's so fast and so ruthless, and it's the most badass moment I have ever seen. Number 5, Count Countdown to Infinite Crisis. I think we can all agree that it's incredibly rare to see a mainline superhero taken out of the picture. And if it does happen, it's usually in a huge blaze of glory like Spider-Man up there, or an incredibly tragic moment, or after a long momentous battle with cancer in the case of Marvel's Mar-Vell. So when Ted Kord, Blue Beetle, was erased from existence thanks to a bullet from my barrel at the hands of Maxwell Lord in the Countdown to Infinite Crisis, it was pretty bad. After following Ted the whole book as he struggles for anyone in the Justice League to take him seriously, while he's correctly on the trail of Maxwell Lord and learning of all his misuse of both the Justice League's files, Batman's Brother's Eye satellite, and the OMAX, you'd expect Kord to come out surviving, having a cathartic moment where he finally gets the League's respect or to make a dent in Lord's plans, but instead, he gets snuffed out like a tea light candle that hadn't even begun to make the wax melt. It's abrupt, it's brutal, and it made me legitimately sad to read it. Number 4, House of M. Look, there is getting completely clobbered, losing life or loved ones, going down the path of a tyrant, and turning on one another, and that all happens in House of M. The kicking off point for this story was a defeat all of its own, the heroes being completely helpless as the Scarlet Witch completely rewrote reality. Now, while she gave everyone pretty much exactly what they all wanted and made mutants the dominant race on the Earth, she robbed the world of their free will and had them all living a complete lie. And when that lie was uncovered, the Scarlet Witch lost more than she already had. Blaming that loss on her inclusion as a mutant, she spoke the 3 little words of no more mutants, and all at once, the mutant species suffered one of its most devastating defeats. All at once, 986,618 mutants were depowered, leaving some in situations that saw them lose their lives, thanks to the decimation. It was first estimated that 91.4% of the world's mutant population lost their powers overnight, leaving less than 200 mutants in the world. The Xavier Institute's mutant students count went down from 182 to just 27. This left mutants on the brink of complete extinction. Number 3, Hush. Batman has a bit of a habit for being infallible. Or at least I think that's what he likes to tell himself. So, when someone gets the better of him, it hurts. But when that someone is a childhood best friend, I can imagine it hurts quite a bit more. In the 2003 story Batman Hush, Bruce Wayne's childhood friend, Dr. Tommy Elliot, comes back to Gotham, but unbeknownst to Bruce, Tommy has a plan in place. Working with the Riddler and a large array of Batman's rogues gallery, including Killer Croc, Clayface, Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, and even the Joker, Tommy orchestrates a huge plan manipulating events and those closest to Bruce Wayne to leave Batman distracted, outsmarted, paranoid, and ultimately subdued. He uses intimate details of Bruce's life against him in an attempt to take down Batman and have him unmasked at Arkham Asylum, all in some weird attempt for revenge against Bruce's father and a promise made by baby Bruce. Now, if it wasn't for the intervention of Jim Gordon and a reformed Two-Face, Batman would have completely lost, being broken down over the course of the story by his old friend. Number 2, Pain of the Gods. If we are talking devastating defeats, a really good place to look would be issues 101 to 106 of JLA from 2004, a storyline titled Pain of the Gods that details each member of the Justice League's biggest failures. It is absolutely depressing, but on the bright side, perfect for this list. It kicks off with Superman, who arrives to save people trapped in a burning building. Now, an unnamed hero shows up to lend a hand while Superman saves those inside, and he brings them to safety until an explosion goes off, burning the other superhero to a crisp. The second issue follows Flash as he fails to save 2 younger people from a burning building, finding them when it was too late and the smoke inhalation had got them. He then goes around the city installing fire detectors in every single house, getting mad at a family who didn't find time to go install a new battery. In issue 3, we see John Stewart, Green Lantern, trapped between 2 separate domestics. He rushes to one and prevents it, but when he makes it to the other, it was arguably worse and resulted in a loss of life. The next issue follows Martian Manhunter, but this time it's more of his failings to understand the emotion that we experience as humans and his alienation from that and the pain of losing his entire species. It's really interesting, honestly, but moving on to issue 105, this one follows Wonder Woman, and for the Amazon, it was an extremely close near-death experience at the hands of a new supervillain that drove her down a path of needing some emotional support. Now, each issue ends with the team coming together for each other as a support system, and it's actually really sweet. And it all wraps up in the final issue with a story that was happening alongside everything else I talked about, but I'll leave that for you to read for yourself because it's really cool and I think you'll like it. And finally, in at number 1, it's Nightfall. There are many deranged and off-the-wall villains in Batman's rogues gallery, and while the Dark Knight has suffered losses and defeats at the hands of a few, none of those defeats are as infamous as the one he suffered at the hands of Bane. By issue 11 of the Broken Bat part of the arc, Bane had managed to find out that Bruce Wayne was indeed Batman. Bane surprised Bruce at his home, pumped himself with venom, and laid a brutal beatdown on the Dark Knight in his own home. The fight continued on into the Batcave, and being completely taken by surprise, Batman is on his last legs when the venom-fueled tank of a man lifted Batman over his head and dropped him spine first onto his massive back-breaking knee. This brutal move, captured in one of the most iconic panels ever, put the Batman completely out of commission, requiring him to choose another to fill his role as the protector of Gotham until he could make his final triumphant return.
Number 5, the death of Superman. When a brutal and savage creature called Doomsday came to Earth, he had only one thing on his mind: destruction. He destroyed a small town and tore through the Justice League as they attacked him. No matter what was thrown at him, Doomsday would not go down. It soon became clear, as Doomsday continued to shrug off attacks, that this was a job for Superman. Superman went up against the creature as Metropolis bore the brunt of the damage. Doomsday was so powerful that Superman had to use the full force of his powers without holding back at all. He took an incredible beating, but managed to kill the creature in the end. Unfortunately, he had taken so much damage while doing so that he passed away in the arms of a distraught Lois Lane. So really, this fight is more of a tie when you think about it. The world was devastated at the loss of Superman as they mourned their hero in a massive funeral and wondered what would become of them now. Perhaps the most devastating element of this affair was that Superman's parents, John and Martha Kent, weren't able to attend their son's funeral as his secret identity would be compromised, and because Superman was entombed at a Metropolis memorial, they were unable to bury their son and instead had to bury a few of Clark Kent's possessions instead. Number 4, a death in the family. The Joker has made a long career of making Batman miserable by racking up massive body counts while enacting twisted schemes to bring Gotham City to its knees. Batman is usually able to stop the Joker before he achieves his ultimate goal, but sometimes the Clown Prince of Crime gets the better of the Dark Knight. The most infamous example of this was when the Joker captured the second Robin, Jason Todd. He beat him with a crowbar and left him in a warehouse that was rigged to explode. Batman almost got there in time to save Jason, but Robin was blown to smithereens. Batman tried to arrest the Joker, but in a bizarre twist, because the Joker was acting as the ambassador to Iran at the time, he was not charged with the crime due to diplomatic immunity. Batman did stop the Joker from completing his plan to gas the UN, but considering that Batman considers losing Jason his greatest failure, that kinda makes it the Joker's greatest win. And considering how much trauma the incident caused Jason once he returned to life, and the fact that it drove him to become a murderous vigilante whose relationship with Batman is tense at best as a result, it has been a long-lasting and fruitful victory for the Ace of Knaves known as the Joker, and a bitter defeat for the Dark Knight. Number 3, the Ultimatum Wave. In Ultimatum, Magneto has been driven mad at the loss of his children and decides that rather than destroying humanity in order to make the world safe for mutants, he's just gonna kill everyone. He uses a doomsday device and his powers to shift the world off of its axis, causing disasters all over the globe. Much of Europe, including all of Latveria, is frozen under a layer of ice, and New York is hit by a massive tidal wave. Millions of people all over the world die in the attack, including Nightcrawler and Hank McCoy. Magneto then sends out more of his minions to destroy the heroes, causing the brutal deaths of several more heroes, including Hank Pym, Doctor Strange, and Thor, just to name a few. The most devastating moment is when Pym finds his wife Janet being eaten by the Blob, and responds by entering his Giant Man form, picking up the Blob and biting his head off. Professor X gets personally murdered by Magneto, and all seems lost. The heroes are eventually able to to stop Magneto from destroying the rest of the world, but the initial defeat caused millions of deaths of both heroes and civilians, and the resulting anti-mutant sentiment and pain of the survivors changed things in the Ultimate Universe forever. Number 2. Watchmen's Giant Squid. In the Watchmen universe created by Alan Moore, superheroes were outlawed and the United States and Russia are at the brink of nuclear war. The smartest man alive, Adrian Veidt, formerly the hero Ozymandias, came up with a plan to save the world at the cost of millions of lives. He cloned the brain of a murdered psychic and created a giant psychic squid which he planned to teleport into New York, where it would kill millions of people with a psychic attack, making the world think that they were under attack by aliens, causing them to unite against a common threat. It's slightly more complicated than that, but it's kind of hard to explain, and frankly, you should just read Watchmen if you haven't already. His plan was uncovered by the heroes of the book, who went to Veidt's Arctic Palace to confront him and try and stop him. But after explaining his evil plan, he clarified that he had already enacted his plan 35 minutes prior, and that they were too late to stop him. In order to preserve the peace that had been brought about as a result, the heroes were forced to go along with the charade that Ozymandias had concocted. Number 1. Green Lantern loses a planet. In the Cosmic Odyssey series, when the anti-life equation became a sentient creature, it split itself into 4 pieces. These anti-life aspects each went to a different planet, forcing Darkseid and Highfather to team up with Earth's heroes in order to stop them. Martian Manhunter and the Green Lantern John Stewart were sent to the planet Xanshi to deal with the threat and defuse a planet-destroying bomb. The two tracked down the explosive, but feeling that Martian Manhunter was out of his depth, an arrogant Stewart used his power ring to trap Martian Manhunter in a bubble and send him away, telling him that he would only slow him down. Unfortunately, when Green Lantern got to the explosive, he discovered that it had been painted yellow, making him incapable of defusing it with his ring. It went off, and though the ring protected Stewart and Manhunter from the blast, the planet and all of its inhabitants were killed due to the Green Lantern's arrogance and carelessness. Martian Manhunter was understandably furious at Stewart, and the Green Lantern was obviously racked with guilt that never really went away. He certainly grew from the experience, but there are few things more devastating than failing to save an entire planet because you were overconfident in your own abilities.
Number 5. Wonder Woman takes a life. What have I learned from this story? Don't mess with Diana's friends or colleagues. Once more returning to the story of Infinite Crisis, but this time the beginning of it, the preamble. In issue number 219 of Wonder Woman, Diana is forced to fight against her longtime friend Superman, who is revealed to have been basically mind controlled by Maxwell Lord. Now when Diana realizes this, she heads straight for Lord, but Maxwell refuses to give up his control over Superman, promising Diana that at some point he will successfully manipulate Superman into killing Batman or Lois or even herself. She refuses to accept this, and while Lord is of course tied up with her lasso of truth, she demands that he tell her how to free Superman's mind from his influence, which obviously he's going to be compelled to tell the truth about that. Maxwell responds with simply 2 words, "Kill me." And surprisingly, Diana does just that, snapping his neck with her bare hands. Pretty surprising. Although I guess, you know, Wonder Woman is a warrior, so sometimes she do be killing people. Number 4. Professor X creates an even greater villain. Time to talk about Fatal Attractions. This is the famous X-Men crossover story arc where Magneto uses his magnetism powers to pull out all of the adamantium from Wolverine. Terrifying to behold, but it inspires a possibly even more horrifying reaction from the X-Men's mentor and teacher, Professor X, who snaps after seeing this happen to Logan. He uses his telepathic abilities to completely wipe Magneto's mind, taking away, as he says, his greatest weapons. His hatred, his ego, his nightmares, Magneto's mind! It's all gone. This would be the catalyst event that would set up Onslaught, a powerful psionic entity who would manifest as a result of the combined darker psyches of both Professor X and Magneto. A devastating defeat, therefore, in many ways, considering, you know, what it leads to much later. Onslaught, I feel like, just goes on forever. Number 3. Starro reminisces on happier times. Oh, this one is truly brutal and devastating for me because, in a way, Starro was quite a misguided villain. This is like heartbreakingly devastating. In James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, Starro is cast in the role of antagonist, but Starro is not malicious per se, or at least not malicious without, cause. Starro is an alien who was captured and used for various experiments as part of Project Starfish. The Suicide Squad has been sent to basically shut down said project after the United States learned of how dangerous the project could be if unleashed on the world. When the team finally uncovers the truth behind Project Starfish, it's too late and they kinda accidentally unleash the captive, mind-controlling cosmic being Starro on the world, or at least on Corto Maltese. Amanda Waller is surprisingly fine with all this as it will destabilize Corto Maltese, which actually benefits the US, so she's like, that's cool. However, the squad decides to rebel against Waller because, there's a lot of destruction happening around them, a lot of innocent people being taken out, and they decide to take on Starro anyways. Thanks to a combination of commitment and luck, they manage to defeat Starro, but as they lay dying, Starro broadcasts their last thoughts, reminiscing on what their life was like prior to being taken captive on Earth, saying, "I was very happy, floating, staring at the stars." Sad last words. Number 2. Nova annihilates Annihilus. In Annihilation issue number 6, we see one of the most devastating villain defeats of all time. Or at least, one of the most devastating methods of defeating a villain, I would say. It's happened a few times this way in the comics, actually, and each time it's still pretty devastating. Here we see this method used when Nova takes on Annihilus, and defeats him by basically, ripping his spine out through his throat. What a way to go. I don't even know if we can actually show this one on YouTube. I don't even know if I could say that on YouTube, but I did, so I guess we'll see if it makes it in the cut. It's that devastating of a moment. Number 1. Peacemaker faces his dad. This one was a disturbing, heart-wrenching, and shocking moment from season 1 of Peacemaker, a series that surprised me in so many different and delightful ways. One such startling moment happens when Peacemaker is forced to face off against his dad, White Dragon. While we know pretty early on that Peacemaker's dad, Augie Smith, is pretty much the worst role model or parent anyone could ask for, we also see that Chris Smith, aka Peacemaker, still cares deeply for his father despite all the awful things his dad has done to him throughout his life. Rather than rightfully blame his father for his messed up upbringing, which honestly he should do, Chris seems to blame himself almost just as much, if not more, making the moment when he actually faces his father a pretty tense one. Years of pent-up rage, disappointment, shame, and frustration manifest in a single instant when White Dragon goads his son into killing him, commenting on the fact that he doesn't believe his son is in essence strong enough or man enough to even do so, and in the process causing Peacemaker to snap, pushing him past the brink and resulting in, well, Chris doing just that, killing his own supervillain father, pretty brutally too, so. Number 5. Jean's planetary-sized stroke. Sometimes I think about some of the things happening in the Krakoa era, and when I remember all the history of these characters, it blows my mind. Like when, for example, during Grant Morrison's new X-Men run in issue 150, Magneto was revealed to be Zorn, although thankfully we'd actually get an entirely different Zorn later on, and Magneto here used an electromagnetic pulse to give Jean Grey, who at the time had the power of the Phoenix Force, a quote planetary scale stroke, end quote. What that means, I still don't really know. What is that? This all went down at a moment too when Jean was actually winning the fight, but was used as a method for Magneto to basically turn the tables on her. Jean would end up dying in this battle, even though the idea of beating the Phoenix in this way just seems, pretty ridiculous to me. This is the Phoenix we're talking about, who can control, manipulate, and even create matter at an atomic level, who also prior to this was stabbed through by Wolverine, which she not only survived, but this actually unleashed her power, her latent Phoenix abilities. And yet somehow, after all that, she ends up killed by a stroke. Well, I guess it's not any stroke, it is a planetary scale one, but still. Also, what does that even mean? It's so comics. And now it's really weird to think that Jean and Magneto were friendly up until his death. That's pretty crazy. Number 4. Batwoman goes out with a whimper. For this point, we are not talking about Kate Kane, Batman's cousin and the current Batwoman over at DC Comics. We're talking instead about the first Batwoman, Kathy Kane. Although she does sound like she would be the same person based on, both of her names. This version of the character, however, was actually not related to Batman and was even a bit of a love interest for him, as well as a female crime-fighting partner. However, apparently neither her skills nor her connection and long-standing relationship with the Caped Crusader would protect her from getting unceremoniously fridged. Long before the term was ever coined, I believe. In issue number 485, more than 250 issues after her first appearance, she was killed, get this, off panel, when Batman was knocked out. The League of Assassins had come for Kathy and Batman was unable to stop them. While he was knocked unconscious, she was killed, and of course we don't get to see any of that because he was knocked out and we're following his narrative, not hers. So with her death really only served as well to give Batman motivation to go after the League of Assassins, so there's also that point. Very unfortunate. Number 3, Green Lantern sees yellow. Yep, what a ridiculous way to defeat Green Lantern, but this was the approach that was taken in Frank Miller's Batverse. In All-Star Batman and Robin, The Boy Wonder issue number 9, Batman is confronted by Green Lantern, Hal Jordan. In this reality, Batman is not yet part of the Justice League, and Green Lantern doesn't like the way that Batman is operating. He's one of the people who is kind of more against offering Batman a place on the team, but he did think he could be redeemed. After all, Batman is still a hero, but it's his methods that Hal and many of the other team members take issue with, which is why Hal came to talk to him about that. However, this talk did not go so well. Green Lantern meets Batman and Robin in one of Batman's safe houses, which has all been completely painted yellow, right down to Batman and Robin's face and suits. Robin even eats yellow ice cream while Batman drinks yellow lemonade. It's like overkill. Obviously, this is done to mock Hal's weakness to the color and probably to actually weaken him, to be honest. Not only does Batman claim the moral high ground in their debate, but Robin actually manages to steal Green Lantern's ring in this issue, and then he, not Batman, is the one who proceeds to defeat him in a fist fight, even almost killing him, with Batman being forced to take aggressive action to save Hal's life. Also, could you imagine like being in the ambulance that comes to this emergency call? You like come into this safe house, everything's yellow everywhere, like that would be so weird. Oh boy. Number 2, Batman kicks the Hulk and lives. In DC Special Series issue number 27 from 1981, we get a strange mashup of Batman and the Hulk. Like many superhero team-ups, especially involving crossovers between publishers, these two end up initially forced to fight one another, with the Hulk being led to believe that Batman is his enemy, having been manipulated by the Joker. And I think we all know how we'd imagine this fight would go. I mean, Hulk versus Batman, you would think the Hulk's definitely gonna win that fight. Batman is extremely skilled, but he is just a man. During their first fight, Batman desperately attempts to defeat the Hulk by using sleeping gas. However, Hulk understands that the gas is dangerous and decides to hold his breath. Batman surmises that he needs to find a way to make the Hulk breathe, because the Hulk could probably hold his breath forever, since his lungs are so big. First of all, Batman, I don't think that's the way lungs work. Just because the Hulk has a larger lung capacity doesn't mean he could hold his breath for longer, I don't think. His body is simply larger, which is why his lungs are bigger, and lung size doesn't necessarily correlate to being skilled at holding one's breath, at least not as far as I know. In fact, the Hulk being large would likely just mean that his body requires more oxygen, hence his larger lungs. Secondly, Batman kicks Hulk in the stomach to force him to breathe, which somehow works. Which is insane, considering that Batman is just a normal man with amazing skills. In other words, how did he succeed and also not shatter his leg in his attempt to do so? I mean, a kick from Batman to Hulk has to feel like nothing. And also, if Batman kicked the Hulk with enough force to do that, you would think he would mess himself up really bad. Number 1, Dollar Bill's cape. A lot of people say that capes are dumb. It's not just Edna Mode saying that. And if you were able to ask the Dollar Bill, I'm sure he'd actually agree with them. But you can't, because 1, he's a fictional character, and 2, he's dead. Dollar Bill is a minor character from Watchmen. He was a member of the Minutemen in the 1940s. While attempting to stop an armed bank robbery, his cape was caught in a revolving door and he was shot and killed. So, no capes!